We should be live soon here, gang. Okay. Just waiting on my guests and trying to get my own shit in order. So bear with me for a few minutes and we'll get this party started. Okay, rather than having you guys sit through the starting soon screen the whole fucking time, just to let you know where we're at, waiting on my guests to arrive. Should be here shortly, I hope. But I'm really excited for this conversation because there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this particular topic. Just a reminder, everyone, that we have 2 shows tonight. Dos. The first one will be the debate on the TENET accusations levied by the Department of Justice. And within that conversation, we'll also be talking about how YouTube has handled it, how the individual creators that have been alleged to be duped have handled it, and just the reaction overall. There's a lot to be discussed in this. There's a lot to be talked about, and I want to explore a lot of the things here. We have some great guests for this if they decide to show up. We'll have Fabian Liberty and Nonsmoker will be here, and they will be discussing with Lonerbox and Dylanburns. So it'd be fun. This will be the first segment tonight. Okay, it'll probably go till about 8:30-ish, and then we'll transition into a debate watch party because the other big show we have tonight is going to be a watch along of the Kamala Harris versus Donald J. Trump debate. That's tonight. That's gonna be at 9 Eastern. That'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be content, baby. I'm expecting it's going to be content, okay? We got some people with us that are going to be watching along with us and then joining the after debate react panel immediately after. It should all be good. Why not make it a sing-along? I suppose we could. I suppose that's a possible thing that we could do. But, yeah, we'll see. Right? We will see what happens. So... Rabid Wombat, nice to see you. Why does Twitch TV hate me? Also nice to see you. Cernus, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm like 10 minutes late. Oh, you're talking to Rabid. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, hopefully it's gonna be a good show today. I'm excited. I'm here for it. Right? I got my soda. I got a couple snacks. I'm ready for the long haul. Okay, we got some guests with us. Hello, you guys are live, by the way.
Word.
So,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Doing all right. Just been busy.
Yeah.
Just getting ready for a move and everything. So I've been on hiatus. But
yeah, fair enough. Where are you moving? Well, I guess I won't ask particulars, right? But is it a good move or a bad
I'm moving
move?
into the city.
Oh, okay.
I don't tell people what I do for work because that could like get people to like figure out, stuff. If you're really smart, you could figure out what I do for work. If you've watched enough of my content, probably. But I don't like advertise it. But like in terms of like where I live, do the Russians pay me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, then you are better
you
than
know
Jim
of.
I work
Poole.
for.
Then you're better than
I mean,
Jim
I
Poole.
work for an American company that is also internationally traded and has a lot of money. So probably like at some point there's probably some Russian investment in some way or another. I'll leave it at that. Oh, you only hear me? Oh fuck.
They can't hear us? What's going on?
Oh no, it's on my end.
Oh,
Sure.
Lonerbox, how are you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Oh, it's been a day, but we'll get through. Nonsmoker, hello.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, just living life. We are only missing Dylanburns, who actually is the one that DM'd me about setting this up. So hopefully he shows up. Otherwise, well, I feel confident that Lonerbox can handle his own, but we'll give him another minute or two. But yeah, have you guys all been following the various ins and outs of this? I assume, right? Everyone's kind of familiar with the indictment, at least. I hope. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I've been on hiatus and busy and stuff. So I mean, like I read the indictment, but I haven't been like how like you typically are when you're full-time streaming, where you're like you're going everything, you're reacting to everything. Like I don't know what a lot of streamers' opinions on this are, for example. Like I can probably guess that Lonerbox and Dylanburns are on like the left side of this, the neoliberal establishment left side, but I haven't watched them, so I don't really know what it is that they've said or anything. Whereas like typically I would probably be following the people I'm going to debate or whatever.
No, that's fair. Well,
same with Nonsmoker, right? Like I assume he's going to be on my side on this, which is weird because the only time we ever show up is we're on the same fucking side, despite being a goddamn communist and an ANCAP.
We are here for what we are. Well, let's see. Again, we got another minute. Dylan's got another minute. Otherwise, we're just gonna get started because I want to respect everyone's time here. And when he gets here, we can just slot him in. I guess while we wait, just a couple announcements of what I got coming up. So tomorrow I'll be debating Destiny over the Alito flag recusal situation. That'll be at 5 p.m. Eastern, so that should be fun. And then on Friday, I'm going to be helping out Dylan, actually, in moderating his debate with Larry Sharp, I believe.
You think that, but he's not here, so obviously the Russians got him.
Okay, Dylan said 1 second. Okay, there he is. There he is. Okay, gang's all here. We got him. The Russians didn't get him, so we're fine.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, well, with that, let's get started. I'll do the intro, and we'll just get into it, gang. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we can come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Recently, the DOJ has just unsealed an indictment against Russian operatives that they claim have been funneling money into various commentators through a company called TENET in order, right, to spread Russian propaganda in violation of FARA, right? So we are going to talk about the ins and outs of that tonight, right? Is this simply the Department of Justice overreaching and punishing other people's free speech? Or is this an actual serious threat to American hegemony and democracy? A lot to get into, a lot to go over. We got some great guests, and I want to give the mic first to Nonsmoker to give his thoughts, and then we'll just go around and see what everyone thinks and then get into it. Cool? Cool. Nonsmoker, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so the Tenet media story, I think it resonates with most Americans because there's an overall level of mistrust with the media and information in general right now. I think public mistrust generally lies with mainstream sources, but here we have a comparable example with alternative media. I assume, like all the other panelists here, I'm against misinformation and I'm weary about the media's role. whether it's mainstream or alternative media, as a propaganda tool to persuade the public into acquiescence and consent with an agenda antithetical to the public's interests. With that being said, we should ask ourselves some critical questions regarding the story. How damaging was the content put out by Tenet Media in comparison to the 24/7 multi-billion-dollar news industry, which is completely controlled by private interests, which also includes alternative media, which is controlled mostly by American content creators and often bankrolled by wealthy and powerful Americans who have their own political interests. An additional matter to consider is that if the content produced may have served the interests of Russia, but does that necessarily mean it's untrue? Content, regardless of its source, should be taken on a case-by-case basis. Its veracity is not necessarily contingent upon its origin. I don't disagree that the individuals involved are guilty of what they are accused of, but I have serious doubts regarding the potential damage caused by the content they created. I also have major reservations about the inconsistent nature of FARA indictments in general, as well as the hypocritical aspect of the charges themselves, seeing that the U.S. itself has repeatedly engaged in the spread of misinformation, both domestically and internationally. I worry about how this case is going to potentially be used to justify a broader crackdown on dissident voices within media, particularly ones who are critical of the U.S. war machine.
Okay, well, thank you, and we'll get into it as we go. We're gonna go and pass the mic to Dylan. Dylan, what are your thoughts here?
Sure. So honestly speaking, I saw some red flags before everything dropped, and the biggest red flag for me was Tim Pool going on stream talking about Ukraine being the #1 enemy of the world. I know a lot of libertarians who don't want to support Ukraine, but none of them, if I talk to them extensively, are going to tell me that Ukraine is especially evil, or Ukraine is especially horrible, or Ukraine is like demonic compared to all the other statist entities in the world. And so when I saw that, that kind of threw me off. And then I started to see some other things, certain lies that we did find out were pushed by Tenet Media. If something is true, if I know something is true, even if it's pushed by another country, like if China was to criticize an American politician for corruption, there's only so much you can say. But Tenet Media was asking content creators to lie for money. Benny Johnson did do this when he was asked to spread misinformation about the Moscow terror attack, trying to suggest that it was actually plotted or some way organized by the Ukrainians and that these terrorists were trying to flee for Ukraine. Tim Pool also suggested that it was the most likely scenario immediately after the fallout of the terror attack, saying they were the most likely to do it. And the thing that I've noticed about a lot of these content creators is none of them have a good track record in covering the war. Or really a good track record in covering foreign affairs, generally speaking. Not only has Benny Johnson lied about the Moscow terror attack, Tim Pool's lied about the Moscow terror attack. Tim Pool has suggested that it was the Nord Stream pipeline blowing up that started the war in Ukraine, which is just like a basic timeline question. So is it truthful? A lot of it isn't. That doesn't mean all of it wasn't truthful. I'm sure some of it was truthful. You can find corruption in Ukraine to critique. But the reason why these guys were paid money is because, number one, they critiqued interests critiqued American policy that was negative towards Russia, i.e. support towards Ukraine, support towards NATO, etc. And they were destabilizers. Tim Pool is somebody who generally is not pushing topics or content that is constructive. He is somebody who constantly talks about civil war. He's somebody who constantly demonizes his political opponents. He's somebody who brings people on his show to talk about executing their political opponents like Lauren Loomer and others. He is somebody who has pushed not only conspiracy theories around the Moscow terror attack, but conspiracy theories around like Pipelineistan and other foreign policy nonsense that I've seen time and time again. So it's not that surprising that the Russians would want to promote people like him. The last thing I'll say is a lot of these people have started to paint themselves as victims of this. As victims, they have been victimized by the Russians because they were tricked. And it is true that probably a decent amount of them were tricked. We don't know which ones knew what. We're just going to have to wait and see. It looks like the founders probably knew more. It looks like the people that were recruited probably knew less. But I will say, if somebody comes up to you to offer $400,000 a month plus a $100,000 signing bonus for a job that has no prospect of profitability, that both founders said had no prospect of profitability in the near to medium future, then you should start asking questions. You should start asking questions, especially if you look up the financiers behind that operation and they don't exist. This right here should be a bipartisan thing. Even if you don't like the idea of big capital or anybody with a lot of influence and money paying other content creators to espouse ideas that they agree with, even if you don't agree with that, a lack of transparency in that process makes it 10 times worse, so you don't know who to trust and who not to trust, which is the whole reason people come to alternative media in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Lots to get into there, but let's give some other people a chance for the opening statements, then we'll get right into it. Fabian Liberty Scott, please give us what you got.
Yeah, so yeah, there's so much to talk about in this, and so it becomes difficult to parse out, where we talk. I kind of agree with a lot of what Dylan said. I agree, obviously, with almost everything Non-Smoker said in this, which is always weird to me. But I think I tried to summarize how do we look at this and where do we go? And the way that I kind of want to view it is from a perspective of incentives, right? What are the incentives of every action here? And then I want to look at the evidence, not claims, right? So far we don't have any actual evidence, but we have claims of evidence, and they're probably true, right? Have 3-letter agencies do shit bring people to whorehouses and dose them on LSD and look at them through a two-way mirror. That shit is true, but that's not usually what day-to-day 3-letter agency shit is. The claims are probably true in terms of the evidence. But they're presented in really weird ways that kind of shows the DOJ's incentives here. Such as Lauren Chen, for example. Dylan even brought up one of the major pieces of evidence that shows that she's very clearly not a Russian stooge that knows she's getting Russian money, because she brings up to people, hey, this doesn't look profitable. I don't see a good reason. She's clearly running it as a business, which I think is a piece of evidence in her favor. That she's being defrauded in this to a certain degree. This idea, and again, the left is kind of pushing this narrative, as you saw Dylan do. Oh, it's so much money, therefore it should be this giant red flag. That's how Fox News started. That's how Vice started. That is just how these things start, is that you way overpay in the hope of capturing names and getting brand recognition. And then in your 4th or 5th year, that's when you become profitable, right? Fox News was not profitable for the first 5 years. They just burned investors' money. Why? Because you need to get a big name and you have to spend a lot of money. As the adage goes, it takes money to make money. When I look at the incentives again, I look at the DOJ, I'm like, well, what is the DOJ doing here? Right? Why are they bringing this case? Because we see the 2020 shutdown of the Mueller investigation. Well, why was that investigation shut down? It wasn't because they lacked evidence. At least that was the claim by the Justice Department. It was that in order for them to go through with the trial, it would require showing the Russians their intelligence gathering information, because it would require them in discovery to show them how they got their information, how they got Discord things, how they got their text messages, how they get emails, who the potential assets and spies might be. And so it wasn't worth it. And there's this seems to be even less worth it than, let's say, influence at the DNC. This is just influence of a few conservative streamers. And so it kind of looks like they're taking a crisis, and it kind of looks like Russians probably did do this, right? Tried to get some influence, maybe in the beginning stages of setting something up. But then I look at the Russians and I'm like, okay, they were going to get caught, obviously. If they were going to keep funneling money into the biggest names in alternative media to try and grow like a Fox News, Vice News competitor, they thought the CIA and the FBI and the IRS would never find out that the Russians were backing this. They obviously knew they were going to get caught. And so if they knew they were going to get caught, what's the goal? Are they just incredibly incompetent and stupid? Potentially. I think the more likely goal is that they wanted to get caught. And as soon as they get caught, the Department of Justice, the Democrats, Hollywood, and the institutions, and the neoliberal kind of elite pushing the globo homo agenda acts absolutely predictably, which is freak out, call Tim Pool a traitor, start blocking people, remove people on YouTube, censor people, make up bullshit, and sow division and chaos in this country. So, I want to look at the evidence. I want to look at the incentives. I want to kind of get to the bottom of this and hopefully have a good conversation. But so far, my takeaway is very simple. I think that the evidence is likely true. The conclusions that the DOJ is drawing from them are bullshit and stupid. They probably know it's not a real case in the end, because they're probably going to have to drop it for the same reason they dropped Mueller case. And I think the most likely stooges of the Russians are left-wingers like Dylan Burns that push hyperbole on what's going on as a means of sowing division instead of focusing on our real enemies.
Okay, we will obviously get into it as we go. Lonerbox, you're up, and then we'll just start this show. Go ahead.
Okay, way back in the Cold War, the Soviets ran something called Operation Denver, which was devoted to try and push the idea that AIDS was created in an American biolab. They did that for quite a while. It had a lasting imprint. I think Kanye had a song in 2005 that says the American government created AIDS, so it left an imprint. But I think since then, historians have kind of realized that this claim didn't originate from the Soviets. It was already floating around beneath the surface amongst American circles. I think it was mostly left-wing activists who'd come up with it first. And then the Russians saw that and thought it was a good idea to amplify it. That's kind of what they do. I don't think a lot of these claims and pieces of disinformation that they come up with are generally their own invention. I think they see it lying around in countries that they're trying to influence, and then they push it that way. And it's very intentional. Like when an RT person was asked about their decisions in the Brexit campaign in the UK, when RT was covering that, they were told by their editor, anything that sows chaos is the RT line. That's the goal. It's to undermine opponents of Russia and ideally to stop countries from voting in governments that will potentially help Russia's enemies, maybe like Ukraine. As far as what happened with this particular case with the indictment, at the end of the day, if you want to do stuff on behalf of a foreign government, you can't do that. You just have to register with FARA. You have to disclose it. We know that they didn't, and we know why that they didn't, because we know that Lauren Chen in that indictment was found saying that, well, she said they knew that RT's budget would be large, but, quote, I know being Russian, some folks in the US aren't too hot on them, LOL. Obviously, you look more authentic if you appear as not backed by the Russian government. So you can see why they tried to hide it for as long as they could. We know that they tried to push lies at least once with them trying to push the idea that the attacks from ISK in Russia were actually done by the United States and Ukraine. So we know that that was forwarded in the Discord. Unfortunately, like, it doesn't even matter really if they get caught. I mean, as far as what happens with Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, etc. Yeah, maybe they didn't know. I think at least in Tim Pool and Dave Rubin's case, if they didn't know, at very least it is just a criminal level of retardation. I mean, how can you be so fucking stupid to be getting more money in 1 year than Hunter Biden got for his entire 5 years at Burisma and not ask a few questions about what was going on? We even saw an example of one of the questions that Dave Rubin asked, which was that he was a bit worried that this what looks like an AI or stock image of a guy looking outside of a window of a plane. But the only red flag Dave Rubin saw was that in the bio, which is full of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors and typos, that one of the lines was social justice. That's the only red flag he saw. So you can't jail someone for being stupid. You would probably hope that they get discredited for the rest of their lives as commentators for it, or at least for a long time, but it doesn't matter. If you look at the social blades of these creators, they haven't moved. They haven't faced blowback from their audiences because their audiences don't care. Like, that's what they are selling a product at the end of the day, and that product is chaos. It's political chaos. So probably not much will come out of it. Some people will probably overestimate it. It's very easy to get paranoid and start to see Russian disinformation everywhere. Now, a lot of it is just American, but Russia definitely exploits it.
Okay. And speaking of disclosures, I do get a check from Progressive Victory. I'm pretty sure Loner does, and Dylan does as well, as far as I know. So disclosed. I don't think they're foreign actors.
Damn, I'm on the wrong side. Where's my check, man?
I don't know. You got to push up that.
I gotta simp for the Russians harder. But what do I do?
But here's the thing that's been said a couple times, right, on this this panel so far, and I want to dig into it, right. And I'm going to ask this to Dylan first. Dylan, do you think this is a briar patch situation? What I mean by that is, right, this is something that the Russians cooked up, hoping that they would get caught, hoping that
it's Russian information operations.
Chaos, right?
I think it's not necessarily that they wanted to get caught. I just don't think they care if they did, because they don't really care about the reputations of Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, or any of these people. In fact, when RT was asked by Fox News to respond to what happened, their statement was, and as follows: number one, ha 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 ha. Number two, ha 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 ha. Number three, ha 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 ha. I shit you not. That was their full statement. So to them, it doesn't matter if they get caught or they discredit some alternative
little
media
trolling.
people. For them, it's like a machine gun. The way that they push disinformation narratives is they put 1 million of them in a gun. They fire every single one at the wall at once, and they see which ones stick. If this would have like lasted for another 2 months and just would have made it through the election, and then they got caught, it probably would have been better for the Russians, because it seems that that it was likely intentioned at targeting the election or trying to affect the outcome of the election in some way. But I think that for them, like, these people are disposable. They don't really care about the assets they get overseas. They see them as like, I mean, assuming that they didn't know, they see them as useful idiots. Assuming that they did know, they see them as traitors who don't respect their own country. So why should they get respect from them? They're just, again, a tool.
Any other thoughts on
Wait,
this?
you made a claim. I'm curious about your claim that you kind of have hidden in there, right? Which is that you said it seems, but why do you think it seems that the Russians favor influencing the election in that vein or in that degree?
Oh, well, the more chaos and more distrust they can inspire in the election, the less trust Americans have in their institutions, the less trust they have in their institutions, their public figures, and their government, the more friction there will be with their government, the more distrust there is there, the more they're focused on domestic affairs, they're not focused on world affairs. Basically, if you're focused on fighting your government or fighting your neighbor, you're not focused on fighting the Russians.
Well, no, I agree with all that. The problem here, right, is that you're not connecting the dots, right? Like you're jumping to that. Like, I don't disagree that is a stated goal, but that would be just as likely if they got caught, right? And the left was saying that everyone on the right is, like, and when I say the left, I don't mean you specifically in this regard, right? But I mean like the normie people that freak out on Twitter or in the comment sections, right? That always kind of go a step farther than what the commentator says, right?
Well,
like they're the same goal would be occurred by them getting caught. But why would funding Tim Pool or Benny Johnson or especially Dave Rubin, right, who's like about is actually like so milquetoast, right? Why would that specifically be the best bang for your buck, or like their stated goal?
I mean,
chaos?
It's impossible to know exactly. Like Tim Pool, I would say he's somebody who's very hyperbolic, generally speaking. Though if you look, you know what? If we're talking about Tim Pool, I hate to do this, but do I have to like read every time he's tweeted out, "We're about to have a civil war. We're all going to shoot each other. We're all going to die," right?
I think we all know the meme. Yeah, I think we're we're aware that he's ratcheting the Civil War thing for content constantly.
I think part of it was kind of like, when you're fishing for people like this, you don't get to just choose who you want. It's not like the Russians could just walk up to Ben Shapiro and say, "Ben Shapiro, here's a contract, sign." They have to convince the guy first.
There's no reason to fund the left, right? Like the left own Hollywood, the left own most of the bureaucratic state.
Some portion of the left. It
the
depends on what you
neoliberal left, not the
left.
commie left, right? But like the neoliberal, globo homo agenda, WF types, right? Like they are represented in basically all the institutions. So if you're trying to increase partisanship and political chaos, you're going to target right wingers. Probably just because
not just right wingers, because Russia has financed fringe communists as well. But yes, when you talk about like established people who believe that the American institutions as they lay today should somewhat remain the same or be preserved, are not going to be the person that they're going to be financing. They're going to be wanting to finance people around the election. My reason why I say that is because this is happening leading up to the election. They are focusing on content creators that are largely political and are covering the election, and the Russians have a history of directly trying to influence American elections. Not even necessarily to get a certain outcome, but to create as much chaos and distrust as physically possible. So, I mean, that's my dots, if you want my dots.
I will say as well, if you want a more simple answer, you could also just say, like, I don't believe that Russia could necessarily be the difference maker, like the kingmaker in a U.S. election. But elections are close. It doesn't take that many people, given how the Electoral College works, to actually flip the result. We know that Republicans are less likely to want to support Ukraine than Democrats financially and with arms. It makes sense that they would want people to go Trump. Like, it's in Putin's interest for America to go Trump.
I mean, I guess, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like we're looking at an indictment, which is a set of claims and some level of like, you know, like there's always an extra veil of information that we simply don't have access to, right? So like trying to figure out the 4D chess move.
Do we think everybody should release their communications and stuff? Like all the Tenet media communications and with staff? Because nobody's released like really anything or even described how they were convinced. Tim Pool just said, I remember when Tim Pool described it, he said, I was talking to him. I said no, and then eventually I said yes. And I was
Well,
like,
I mean,
wait, what happened there? Why'd you say
$400,000
no?
probably
I think-
happened. I think that's a pretty clear.
Well,
like,
so
here's $400,000.
Oh, him, it was $100,000. He was a worse negotiator.
Oh, fair enough.
So no,
fair
I
enough.
think you would be a fucking idiot to release your communications given the current state of things, and unless your lawyer advises you to do so, right? Like, I don't think there's a moral impetus on any of these people to release their communications whilst they're being targeted and investigated by the DOJ, right? Like, I think what you do is you go to your lawyer and you do what your fucking lawyer
Should
tells you.
they? Should they?
right?
As
Like,
has been
I think
suggested.
expecting them to do that is just a ridiculous thing
Sure.
or standard that most
I
people
think it
wouldn't
should
put
be
on
released
anybody.
eventually. They have to release it eventually, in my opinion. I mean, if
Yeah, I
you're
think if
being
the- I
paid,
think if the case is
if
over,
we know
yeah.
that you're communicating with people who are getting paid by Russian agents to finance you, and people are like, I don't know if I'm going to trust you on the topic of Russia anymore, because even if the DOJ didn't find something, that doesn't mean something wasn't there. The Russians don't throw hundreds of thousands of dollars around for no reason.
So
Can
here's
you
the
give
deal.
us some
Here's the
evidence so
thing.
we can trust you?
By the way, wait, sorry, just so
But here's the
clear
problem. Here's the
time,
problem with that.
just
Here's a
here-
very
Hold
big
on,
problem
okay.
with that.
Hold on.
But I'll be quick. Here's a huge problem
Very
with that.
quick. please.
And the huge problem with that is this: is either you trust the DOJ, who has clearly shown in the indictment that they have access to all of the communications, or you don't trust the DOJ. And if you don't trust the DOJ, kinda why are we simping for them then?
Wait, if
You know what I mean?
If they have access to all the communications, then it wouldn't matter that they would release them because the DOJ already has all the evidence.
Right, which they show in the indictment that they have their Discord, they have their emails, right? They're showing emails over a 2-year period.
So
They're
why
showing
wouldn't
the
they want to
information in
release the
Discord
communications to
servers.
prove that they were like tricked and they were obviously it was a very good I mean, Tim keeps calling it a
Because
complex
law is
operation, whatever that
complicated.
means.
Because it's complicated, and you go to your fucking lawyer and you do what your lawyer says,
Well,
right?
it's
Because
complicated.
there could be all kinds of issues. No, don't give me that bullshit. You would not hold that standard to every single person that they immediately just release all
if
of
you
their
if you were going to
communications
ask me if I would
against the
hold a
advice of their
standard
lawyer.
for any of my, if I found out my friend was taking money from the Russian government, I would be as acidic towards them as I would be acidic towards other people.
What if your friend said, my lawyer said, don't release them currently?
And I said
And
you
then
have
he
to
just
release
showed
them.
them to
You
you.
have to release them eventually. You have to release them eventually. If you want people to trust you again, you have to release them.
Yeah, because
Yeah, no, I
the
don't
Tim Pool's
disagree with
whole
that.
argument is that he's innocent, like he's not guilty of any crime. And if the DOJ's seen all the communications, it's not like any new indictment's going to come out if he releases the communications.
Well, there might be indictments coming down the pipeline. We don't know. I
Well,
think
that's why
whether
they're
or
not
not
disclosed for
Lauren
now.
Chen,
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah,
negative
whether or
outcome
not
of them
Lauren
releasing
Chen
it?
and
Like, is
Liam-
it going to hurt their case at all? Like, how does it hurt their case if they already have all the evidence?
I mean, the thing, are you denying that they have the evidence? Like, you know that they have their email and they have
I'm
their
just
Discord
saying.
and they have
No,
their
I
texts,
didn't.
right?
I didn't disagree with. I said if they have all the
Okay.
evidence, if the DOJ has everything, they got them already, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then why would releasing evidence to be like, see, they tricked me. I don't know anything. Here's the communication.
So here we
Why
go.
would that
Here we
matter
go.
at all?
Let's say I can. Yeah. So let's say this is cooked up bullshit by the DOJ. Let's just say for whatever reason, right? We're just pretending. I'm not saying it is. Let's say we're pretending, right? And let's say the French investor isn't real or whatever, but like there were legitimate people. Like let's say the PR firm isn't actually Moscow funded, right? They just happen to have Russian ass names and be a PR firm, which is who Lauren Chen is connected to. If that's the case, and you just release all DMs, all business communications, especially if those communications have information that might be sensitive to other investors or things like that, you might not ruin your public approval, but you might ruin your ability to work with other investors and other people that haven't been implicated in an indictment and also are legitimate, honest actors, but you're putting out their private information. Maybe somebody else is
Hold
giving
on,
you money
just real
and they're
quick.
part of the communication.
Just real
You know what I
quick,
mean? Like,
Dylan.
there
Now,
are reasons not to do that.
I do have a question for Dylan, right? If you want these commentators who've been implicated in this to release all their communications and info, would that include the communications between you and Lauren Southern when you were setting up your hippy dippy? Do you think that she should release the DMs with that?
Sure, if she wants to, because I never talked to her. That was all Connor. You
Fair
can go
enough.
embarrass him.
Counterpoints. I wish he was here, but that's okay. No, but fair
Another
enough, right?
Progressive victory paid person, just for for us to just what happens when some autistic Nazi finds out that the Russians funneled some level of money through Progressive Victory, right? Does every single Progressive Victory streamer now have to fucking release all their fucking communications? Like,
Bro, I'll do it.
It's
Absolutely.
a fact. You don't
Yeah.
fucking right.
I'm
but
not
that's
I'm not in a
choice
PV
that
cult.
you make, right? Like you're like a fucking
Wait,
cop
okay,
going.
let's throw
let me
this out
search
there,
your
though.
car.
Wait,
Well,
okay.
I don't
This
have anything to hide. If you
this scenario we have
if
to
you don't
run
have
out
anything
so
to
that we
hide,
don't have to
then you
show
should let me
anything,
search your
right?
car. Like fuck off.
So the scenario we have to believe in order for them not to want to release their communications to show their innocence, as they all claim to be victims, has to be that the DOJ basically just made it all up. That the Hungarian businessman is actually real.
That's not
that
true.
He is doing work in Brussels.
I just said if there are other private investors that may have been involved, but
Then
weren't
just
in any
release
communication with those other people.
Look, then
Right, but if they do that, then you'll be like, well, once it's blacked out shit, you didn't release all the communications, right?
No, you're just being
a
cunt. You're just being a little cunt about it, okay?
I'm not being a cunt because you got defeated in an argument.
You're being okay. I've been slain. Okay, look, the problem that I have with this is my problem isn't going to be, wow, you blocked out their address. Oh my God, you haven't shown the true extent of your communications with these agents. Oh, you showed the financial wiring numbers for this.
What if they don't want their name involved?
Let me finish.
Right. Yeah, let Dylan.
I want the stuff of them communicating on how they got convinced, how Tim went from, I don't want to do it, to, okay, I'll take your money and I will push your lies. I want to see that process, because if they're saying that they weren't fed anything, and that's what Tim is saying, even though he was pushing narratives that they asked creators to push, and we know it, and they were taking this money, then we should just see what convinced them that this
is bullshit. I can prove
totally
they were in a Discord.
organization.
Yeah, it's also not
I can
to
prove
mention,
your line.
Just remember
wait,
the timeline.
so you're saying that
Hold on.
no, Fabian, you're saying that my standard would be I have to see their address. I have to see the wiring numbers. I have to see.
Answer this question very
everything.
quickly. Answer this very simple question. Have you ever watched a Project Veritas video on stream and said that this was selectively edited or any of these other things and said, oh, this is selectively edited, I want the full transcript with 0 edits whatsoever? Because if that's your fucking standard there,
Project
you
Veritas
know that
on
would
screen.
Okay, sure, but I know, I guarantee we go through your
fans of
best
Project
shit.
Veritas. I know that might be surprising to you, but I'm not. I've met their staff.
Right. I guarantee
that.
I guarantee at some point in time you have said that these are selectively edited videos. Maybe not Project Veritas. Some other undercover
editing does exist.
Right.
But my problem. Wait. My problem would not. I'm not asking for every single message that could reveal every single private piece of embarrassing info. All I essentially want is how these guys got tricked. Not only so they can prove their own innocence, but so other people can see how you can get recruited by these intel operations. If they genuinely think they're the victim, they need to help other people from being victimized.
Okay,
we both know you're bullshitting
hold on,
right
just
now. If
so
they
we
did
get,
that,
hold
you
on.
would demand that they show everything.
Hold on,
No,
just so we
just can't stand like a normal piece
God.
of like, hey, come on, show me evidence you're not a Russian agent. Okay?
We got
I don't know.
Sure. We got
a
few more people on this panel that we need to get in here. Loner's been trying to get in, and I want to give space to Nonsmoker, who hasn't said much as well. Loner, you had something to say. I'm going to give you the mic real quick, and then we're going to pass it to Nonsmoker and get him in on this because, again, I want to expand the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, as far as I know with Tim Pool, it's not that he said no and then they offered him money or something happened. I think he already made the claim very clear with his money, because I think Lauren Chen is communicating with the Russians, as she calls them. And then she says that this will have to be a 100K video to be worth his while. And then he asks about the Edward Gregorian person. They send him that fake LinkedIn. And that seems to be all that it took. It seems to be the fake LinkedIn profile that with this person who apparently is linked to all these big banks and has these like pretty high profile jobs, but can't be found anywhere online. That was all it took for Tim Pool. Dave Rubin at least said, I'd like to know something more. Is there a profile? Is there an article? Is there anything else about him? And then that's when he got given the fucking fake CV. So with Tim Pool, at least according to the indictment, he asked one question and was satisfied by a fake LinkedIn. Is that not right?
I mean, so as far as the indictment claims, that's
I think
what the indictment claims.
Right now, it makes sense because maybe he might risk incriminating himself, or like there might be a lawyer telling him not to release these DMs until the future. But if it turns out, when it's all said and done, and this indictment's over, and there's no future indictments, and we know that he's innocent, I think it would probably fair to say that it's in the public interest for Tim Pool to show that he wasn't like how exactly he was such a fucking beanie brain that he. Like how this process actually took place for him to accept this money. Because he's a fucking political commentator. Not only is that, he brands himself as a fucking investigative journalist, right? He called himself an investigative journalist. This guy fucking 100K a video from this YouTube channel that's making apps like 2K views a video. Like, yeah, okay, no, people deserve to hear more than that, I think. And that's in the public interest.
100K for 2K views. Let me get on that. But
have you investigated Progressive Victory and their funding, or do you just know that they're a PAC and that they're funded by random people that align with those presumed stated interests?
It's all blue money.
Have you done that?
It's all blue money.
Yeah,
it's
it's
all
blue
them.
money.
Blue money.
Don't go there.
Yeah, well, act blue. So who knows? You know what I mean? Especially when they don't actually keep track of
But
the
the thing
CDC.
is, I say
I mean,
it's
if the
blue
Russians
money.
want to
I-
if the Russians want to self-sabotage and like fund some of their loudest opponents in independent media, then whatever, fine. Like, yeah, but I think it's quite unlikely.
Okay, I want to give the ball or the
Okay.
mic, I should say, to Nonsmoker for a little bit. He's sitting there, very patient, very, stoic. But I want to give you a chance to have a say. So go ahead.
I just want to mention, in terms of like releasing the communications, release them, don't release them. I don't give a fuck if they waterboard Tim Pool. Who gives a shit? Like, that's not at all the interesting part of the story to me anyway. I do want to go back to something Lonerbox talked about and something that Dylan mentioned as well. And that's the idea that a lot of the Russian narratives that are pushed in alternative media have to do with like sowing discord and distrust that the American people have, or exploiting, such things. I think that there's a grain of truth to that, but I think it's not so much that Russia is putting that stuff out there and, proliferating those narratives, and that's kind of like the problem. I think the problem is they speak to real underlying problems that American people deal with on a day-to-day basis. Like a lot of the right-wing outlets, I'm not overly familiar with all the content Tenet created, but people like that, right? And in that sphere, they focus on things like crime, they focus on things like immigration, they focus on various, social issues that are, super provocative. And I think that they do that not necessarily because they're trying to get the American people to distrust the government, but the American people kind of have an inherent distrust of the government already, and they're just sort of exploiting that. I actually think the Russians have a very specific political alignment with the right wing, namely Donald Trump. I question to the extent that they collaborated with Trump in such a manner in 2016 that it caused him to win the election. But I absolutely think, there's tons of documented evidence that Vladimir Putin had essentially like a personal vendetta against Hillary Clinton and the Bidens. I think that the Russians ultimately, even though I think we tend to think of them as like not as sophisticated or well thought out with this stuff, I think that they have a very certain geopolitical goal here in controlling who is in power in America. And that is they want a more dovish stance towards Russia. And they want to politically marginalize, however they can, anyone who has more of a hawkish stance towards Russia.
Thoughts on that?
I'll say the real issues thing too. There's a grain of truth to that. That what they'll do is I don't know they would do this on Russia Today, is they'll bring on people to talk about things like poverty, or they bring on people to talk about things in the United States, like rundown communities, and they'd go on and on and on, and then they'd transition into a segment about like why Crimea belongs to Russia, right? They'll drag people in with issues that matter to Americans and coverage that maybe they don't feel like they're getting on other outlets, and then they'll spoon feed them narratives that would be useful for the Russian state. Russia Today's main goal, and that it's financed by the Russian government for this, is to advance their interests. So I would be hard pressed to believe that in any point in their coverage, even though you could probably find it with one individual there, the main purpose is to like bring attention to the real issues. It's part of the reason why in some instances they'll bring up real issues, in other instances they'll just make up completely contrived issues. They'll either make stuff up with like the Algerian boxers, or they'll fucking make stuff up with I know that the Moscow terror attack or other things in the United States. I've seen a lot of those same accounts pushing the Haitian cat eating story.
Are you accusing that of being Russian propaganda?
No,
I
not
think
the
he
Haitian.
switched
no,
over
for
to right-wing commentators.
When we talk about the Haitian cat eating story, I've seen some pro-Russian accounts pushing the story, and so what I've noticed is what'll happen is there'll be some lie or some rumor or some weird conspiracy theory that's online. It'll get picked up, or if it's not developed by the Russians themselves, it'll get picked up, it'll get spread around, and then after a while it'll get spread around, it'll get debunked. But by the time it's debunked by, the liberal fact checkers, heroes, supermen out there, like maybe 1/10 of the people actually see it, and then they'll move on to the next thing.
I think there's a really good example of this is the fake story about, it was two of Zelensky's advisors who apparently were accused of buying yachts for $75 million, right? It never happened, but what happened was that it seemed to originate because MTG tweeted out this like strategic culture intel front that was actually created by the Russians, and they'd already been sanctioned. Like it was already a sanctioned organization running it. So she tweeted this thing out saying that Zelensky's advisors bought a couple of yachts with fucking probably aid money. But it turned out that way before the Russian article came out, JD Vance had just kind of like mentioned it in passing at a TP conference. So it seems to be that they find things that are floating around and then just jump on it and amplify it, because that's easier, right? It's easier to jump on a claim that already some Americans are into than just to like invent one out of thin air. But that still doesn't mean they're not like part of the problem, you know?
Interesting. Please. No, go ahead.
Oh, well, you said please when I said go.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, please go ahead.
I just want to say I don't want this panel to divulge into like a left wing, right wing, which issues and debunks are correct and incorrect in this, right? We could obviously debate all of these issues, which is mostly what the culture war on Tenet Media did, right? Was bring on people to discuss these issues, and not a lot of left-wing people in that regard, though supposedly he invites them all the time. I don't really buy that. But what I would say is that like the Russians are just one player in a broken social media system that we have in general, right? Like everyday dead internet theory gets more and more real, and like tracking down where or why bullshit narratives spread from the left or the right, because there's plenty of crazy, like to this day, there's a significant portion of the left that believes that Donald Trump staged an assassination attempt and hired a shooter to kill a fireman at his rally because he needed a boost in the numbers, right? Like you can say that the right and the left have these crazy ideas. And so again, returning back to the incentives, right? What is it that Russia is trying to get, if it is indeed the Russians, right? Which, if we just assume that it is true and that it's not bullshit made up by the DOJ, which I think it probably is true to some degree. What is the incentive? And it seems like everyone is kind of agreeing that the incentive is to sow some level of discord in internal affairs. The other incentive is to boost more dovish stances, but the evidence that is the primary thing is really scant in the indictment, right? Like we look at the evidence, it seems that like, yeah, they asked Benny Johnson to produce a video, which you consider, and I don't care to even get into it whether it is or isn't a fake news story, right?
It is,
let's
but
just
okay.
assume. Sure, I'll even give you that. Like that's not really the concern. Right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but like in my mind, right? I deal with these conspiracy theories all the time because people come to me and they'll be like, Dylan, I heard this about you. I remember going to my dad's friends and I'm having a beer with my dad for the first time. It was a great moment. His friend comes up to me, asks me about fucking biolabs. I interact with this stuff in like some crazy places. I've seen like Tim Pool and all these other creators talk so much about like, man, the lies around 9/11, the lies around all these and I'll hear these theories. I'll hear these theories about conspiracies about Pipelinistan or this and all these theories about what the deep state's really doing. And then when they're directly getting implicated in what would be considered a Russian deep state operation, it's like doesn't matter at all. They're directly implicated in a conspiracy, and it's like, it doesn't really matter all that much anymore.
You're playing politics for one side. Like I date a lot of black girls, and I've been to a lot of black cookouts. And let me tell you, when I'm the white guy at a black cookout, there's always one person that wants to talk about like pineal gland shrinking.
This is exactly the same.
Fucking like no. What I'm saying is that there are crazy conspiracy theories that are abound in the left and the right, and online and in social media that occur.
Just like black people.
What?
I'm just fucking with you. Just continue.
No, but I'm saying like
speaking
it's
of
a
fucking
thing.
Fabian,
it's very clearly like a left wing like conspiracy theory. That's not a right wingers that think that the whites have shrunken pineal glands because their melanin don't get energy from the sun, and that's why we're bad people.
So the vigilante for $2 has told me to say that Scott's being bad faith, and are we sure he's not RT funded? So thank you for that money. But
dude, if I was RT funded, I'd be streaming instead of trying to pick up extra hours.
Fair enough. Can I just ask, maybe to shift the conversation just a little, right after the DOJ indictment dropped, very shortly after, it appears YouTube deleted Tenet's media channels on YouTube, right? All their Tenet
and Lauren
affiliated and Lauren
Holloway.
Chen's affiliated, right?
And then they kind of just
so-
snuck in demonetizing Candace Owens too. They're like, you know,
Well,
while
I don't
we're
know
at
if
it.
that was connected to that, but I think it's
No,
reasonable
but it's
to
happening
assume.
at the same time.
Sure, I think it's reasonable to assume that the DOJ indictment and the banning of TENET or the removal of TENET content might be connected, right? Do we think that was the move? Do we think that YouTube, a simple indictment by the DOJ, justified YouTube removing their channels? What do we think, gang? What are our thoughts?
We talked enough. I'll answer later.
I would say no. I mean, like whatever potential damage the videos would have done, if we're going to entertain that narrative that they're like, you know, the misinformation held within these videos is destroying America. You know, the damage was already done at that point. And I think that it's kind of like a matter of public interest to some extent, that if there is misinformation like that being spread by a foreign government, as the indictment contends, and it's, you know, a threat to our democracy and blah, 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 shouldn't we be able to access the content and see for ourselves exactly what it was? I mean, a lot of it is mentioned in the indictment, but not all of it. I don't see why that was necessary. Just my take. I don't know.
I mean, it's nothing to do with damage. It's either whether you broke TOS, or in more unique cases like this, is YouTube is just going to feel like they're going to look bad to advertisers, wherever, if they're hosting a company that was like funneling secretly Russian money to start itself up and host its content. Like, maybe it's a bad decision in terms of free speech
It's
and everything. But like for
Yeah,
YouTube, I mean, it's like
Isn't
that's
there
it's YouTube. It's not
Russian-sponsored
like that's
content on YouTube anyway? other
yeah, there's
than
disclosed
that?
Russian sponsored content, yeah, but not like people who are caught up in the middle of this massive like in this big story with the indictment. So I can see why YouTube felt like iffy about keeping it up, but that's just them trying to save their own face, being a company. You know, I don't think it's necessarily the right thing to do.
Okay.
It's interesting
You're
you
gonna lose
mentioned
some
dead
DEI. You're gonna
Some-
lose some DEI points if you keep up shit that's supposedly funded by the Russians. Like,
I mean,
it's
some
gonna
of it's
fucking
actually
Christmas.
some of it's already are re-uploaded, but you can see it's funny that you mentioned Dead Internet Theory, because that was actually one of their videos done by Lauren Southern, and it's funny that in this whole half-hour video,
It's a meme.
she yeah, in this half-hour video, she mentions Russia like twice, and it's just mocking people who think Russia's interfering in U.S. politics. Yeah, it's just really funny. Okay.
I do want to throw out there, I think that individual content creators should probably not be banned, because we don't have any evidence that any individual content creator like Matt or Kyle or any of these other people, definitely small guys. Can I just say, by the way, Matt and Kyle, they're the ones that are getting fucked, okay? They're the small creators. Tim Pool's fine, okay? The rest of them will be fine. They're both all relatively well known. These are guys who have really now undercut their careers early on when they're trying to grow, and it's going to follow them for the rest of their careers. So, I mean, I don't even want to pick on them, because they fucked themselves in a way. So I'll leave them to their own devices. But like when it comes to the Tenet Media itself, well, can I just? Do you want to respond quick?
No, I thought you were done.
I'll let
Let's
you
go.
respond if I can finish my point after. Okay, Tenet Media.
I was just saying.
specifically-
Okay,
I was just
you're
gonna
about
add
to
what
start.
you were
It.
saying.
Let Dylan get all of his stuff out, and then we'll give you the ball to you, Fabian.
Yeah. I
Tenet
wasn't
Media
trying to interrupt. I
specifically,
apologize.
I think should be removed. Tenet Media was not disclosing its finances, which is against TOS, and they're also being financed by a sanctioned organization. And so I think both of those things combined make easy justification for removing it. Information warfare is part of warfare, and they wanted to do it covertly, and it's the dishonesty of that makes me believe that Tenet Media doesn't deserve a place on YouTube.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, for right-wing commentators, especially, the way that you eat, the way that you make money is not ad revenue, right? Every right-wing commentator knows that their days are numbered to being demonetized on any major platform whenever they put out content, right? Like if you're a left-winger, you're and this is true of the left as well, right? Like, I mean, look at somebody like Destiny, right? But if you're a left-winger, you have a much longer timetable, at least statistically speaking, that you're going to get demonetized or that you're going to get removed from the platform if you're discussing politics. But if you're discussing right-wing politics, you know, like most of your videos are going to get demonetized individually anyways. Like I think like 90% of my videos get demonetized within like the first 10 seconds that they go out. It's very rare that I have a monetized video. But the way that you make money is by brand deals, right? Like, and so when you get implicated in really poor business decisions, as well as potentially, you know, being funded by the Russians or something, right? I was just kind of adding to that. That's pretty much going to ruin your career to make any money. Because even if you get a following, what are you going to do? Get a following on Rumble? Like, even if you get a following on YouTube and you get your account back, you're still probably going to be demonetized for 90% of your content anyways.
I mean, I was demonetized for 10 months. It was brutal. It cost me like $30 to $40,000, which, as you know, somebody running the margins on my business as I do, it's pretty brutal. I don't really work much with brand deals, but I also run a different business than they do. But it is true that they've probably screwed themselves. Like, I have no problem going after and even though I disagree with them probably on everything, but there's no reason for me, because Tim and the rest of them, they're the ones that are going to go on. Their metrics haven't been affected at all. They're the ones whose reputation needs to be dragged through the mud on all these issues. They're the ones calling themselves investigative journalists while not doing an investigation into who giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're the ones that went to Libya and fucking, Tim went to Euromaidan. People forget this. He was in Euromaidan during the Euromaidan revolution. He was on Reddit doing Ask Me Anythings. Like, ask me about the war, I'll tell you all. Ask me about the Euromaidan, I'll tell you all the things. And now he's gone down to the level where he's calling Ukraine like the #1 enemy of the United States. His reputation, shit. These are the people that should be getting the main damage from this, honestly.
Well,
I don't disagree with what you're saying there, but the money thing has to be addressed, right? Because it reminds me of why there's a cap on how much juries are allowed to award people in car accidents, because people know how much money insurance companies have, so they'll just come up with astronomical figures, because they just hate people that have a lot of money, and they're just like, whatever, you have billions, you can pay, $1 billion to this person for getting rear-ended and having their neck hurt, right? It's kind of the same situations going on here, and both you and Lonerbox, Dylan, have kind of put this out here. It's this astronomical amount of money. It's probably 4 times more than what his show is on Culture War is worth. But again, that's how this business is run. Like Tim Pool makes a lot of fucking money, right? I don't know exactly how much money he makes, but he makes a lot, right? And the idea that it is astronomically too high, well, Lauren Chen went to him once and he denied it and said, no, that's not enough money. She went back to her investors, and then she's like, look, in order for this to be financially feasible for him, he needs $100,000. I think that's too much money. I think that we don't have it. And then they went ahead and did the deal anyways, right? So it's not like they came to him with this astronomical amount of money that he couldn't fucking turn down. That's what he said Culture War was worth for a new burgeoning conservative media platform, knowing that the business model is to get big names, grow your business to profitability years down the road. It's just that he's rich. And so we're like, it's too much money. That should be a red flag. No, that's what he negotiated. It's not a red flag.
No way. Sorry.
It should be.
Standards for
no.
creators.
Hold on, I want to give it to Loner. I want to give it to Loner. Loner, go ahead.
I think he even he compared it to, who's the fucking footballer who's married to Taylor Swift? He compared it to that, as if he's in the same league as that guy, as if he's in the same league as that fucking guy, right? No, this. Maybe if it was
how is he not? He's one of the biggest political channels on YouTube, right? Is there a bigger political channel on YouTube?
Okay, we're talking about YouTubers. Okay, do you know how people talk about alt media growing and all that, but it's still basically dwarfed by the size of mainstream media? Do you understand that connection? To this, maybe for Mr. Beast, maybe. For Tim Pool, that should have been a red flag. For an investigative journalist in the fucking beanie bunker,
he negotiated that money, and yes, it's more than it's worth. It's a bullshit talking point that you say to give cannon fodder to your audience. It's not a real, genuine thing that you're saying. There's plenty of real critiques that you guys have given in this debate that I completely agree with, but to say it, you just know that people hate rich people and that it's a lot of money, and you know that it makes him look bad and he's your political enemy. What? So you say this bullshit line. It's bullshit.
So you think
know it.
Do you think
clout game. It's not honest.
Do you think Tim Pool did his due diligence with finding out whether or not that money was legitimate or not, or whether or not there was something behind it?
I don't know what you mean by due diligence, but I certainly know that he did not investigate it in any way, shape, or form close to what someone who's also claimed to be an investigative journalist ought to have done to ensure the safety and security of their business dealings. Right?
You don't think part of the money was part of that red flag? The amount of money, $100K a video for a one stream.
Did they offer him $100K a video, or did he negotiate that? He negotiated with his friend. He asked for it. He said, "This is my number," right? So then you're saying that number should have been a red flag when it's literally the number he fucking gave. How is that a red flag? The red flag is that they have that money. Again, That's how business is done when you're one of the biggest names in conservative media, period.
See,
Like,
I would understand. Wait, if this was Fox, I would
Like, it's
still
just
be
a
like, that's a
bullshit
lot.
talking
Wait,
point.
if this was Fox, I'd still be like, that's a lot of money for Fox. But I mean, at least it's like a reputable. This is nobody. Nobody, a person that does not exist, comes up to Tim and starts, hey, this businessman doesn't exist, is offering you this money. Well, how about this businessman
not
that
a
I'm not going to
nobody.
go Google?
His friend, Lauren Chen did.
His friend
Someone
says that
he's
there's a
trusted and worked with
financer.
for years.
Yes, which he shouldn't have, but he said, this person I'm going to trust.
Probably
I'm going to
not,
trust this
yeah.
person about this financier, this businessman that we don't know, isn't real. Google, nothing comes up, no existence in the world. He says, oh, well, how about more money? They come back with that more money, knowing it's not going to be in a profitable endeavor from their side. And he says, okay, I'll take the money. You don't think in any part of the process, like Googling, or
I didn't
looking
say that.
around,
Of course,
or,
I agree with that. I literally just said
because
that he
I
did not
would
do
have
his
thought
due
if
diligence.
somebody came up to me and said,
as
I have
Lonerbox
this
said.
2,000 sub YouTube video channel, Dylan, and I want to offer you $2,000-$3,000 a month to give you that. And I said, and I don't want to do this. $20,000. He comes back and offers me $20,000. That should be a red flag, because there's no way they can make that money back. How does Lauren Chen access that type of money?
Because
she's a
they're
contributor
not-
to RT. She's been working with the
because
Russians
you're not-
before.
Because it's not the same business model, right? Like and I'm not trying to insult you. You're a fairly big name in politics, but you're not fucking Tim Pool, obviously, right?
No, I'm not Tim
and
Pool.
So, right. And so what I'm saying is
We all agree.
The
not
person that
Tim
is
Pool.
coming to him,
Gotcha.
right? The
I
person
think
that
so.
is coming to him, that is a friend that he's worked with, right? And who has helped out a lot of people, right? She helped out like actual justice warrior, a bunch of people, right? She's helped out a lot of people who's trusted amongst these people, came to him, right? And says, we're starting a new media company and we need big names because we're going to be the next Fox News. We're going to be the next, like, we're going to dwarf Daily Wire in 5 years. Like, that's the goal. And we have investors for it. Now, I agree with you. He should have done more investigation.
Should have
But
asked
when
who's the
you're
investor,
specific-
right? That's a basic
I
question.
agree. Well, he did, but like, he didn't go further than that, which he should have, right? He just trusted his friend, which you said, and I
They
kind of
said
agree is dumb.
Dingleberry, and they said Dingleberry's good. Okay.
That's not what happened. I mean, there was supposed to be a Zoom call, right? Like with the investor, but they, you know what I mean? Like it was more complicated.
There was no Zoom
Tim-
call. They didn't have a Zoom call. They ended up doing a call on a service where you can alter the quality of the audio to make it sound like your voice sounds like something else. They chose that specific
hold on,
service.
pause. Allegedly, but yeah, agreed.
Allegedly,
But what I'm
according to the
saying is
indictment.
Yeah, the indictment is just accusations from the government. Like those, like we don't actually have any. No one is.
That is almost certainly true.
With a 0.4% acquittal rate. Yeah, right?
Okay, what's their
Federal
what's their
indictments have a
fucking
0.4% acquittal rate, right?
what's their percentage on fucking Russia things? Because they've had to drop those before because they can't give the Russians their how they get those things. So if you're at the DOJ, you know, having seen Mueller case get dropped, because if this goes to trial through discovery, Russia is going to discover how they get their information, how they get emails, how different intelligence gathering operations, and they know that it's likely to be dropped. That's a little bit different than RICO charges or like corporations working in South America. Like, sure, you can use the whole corpus, but when we're talking about what people think, at least it's especially when it comes to opinion, right? But if we're talking about how the DOJ operates with Russia 2 months before an election, I don't know. They're fucking, it ain't a 97% win rate. It ain't a 99.6%
Do you
win
know?
rate,
Sorry, wait.
right?
Do you know that? Do you know that the DOJ is getting like a 10% plus acquittal rate from investigations to do with Russia? Like that's all their acquittal, all the 0.4% of the 70,000 indictments that come from the federal government. Like, do you think it's all Russians? Like it's all to do with Russians? The Mueller investigation turned out
That
fucking
question
convictions.
doesn't make any sense. I'm
Are
saying
you
that
saying the 0.4% of federal indictments that get the acquittals, is that like all made up of Russian cases or what? Is that what you're suggesting?
no, I'm
I don't
saying
know, if you've
that
got this data, you can show me because it didn't sound like you do.
No, I don't think you listened to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the entire corpus of indictments and their success rate isn't necessarily going to be 1-to-1 when dealing with obviously political cases that deal with Russia. And when you're talking about those things, I think there is an assumption that is certainly likely at the DOJ that even with these indictments are likely going to be for show, unless they have a really strong case and they're willing to allow the Russians in discovery to discover some of their intelligence gathering operations. And I don't think this is worth the DOJ, and I don't think anyone at the DOJ thinks it's worth giving the Russians in discovery some of the information on their intelligence gathering capacity.
But I mean, even if that's true, that doesn't mean that nobody committed a crime and nobody was covert or nothing happened. All that means is that they might not offer everything, because if they did, then they wouldn't be able to bust up operations like this in the future.
No, what I'm saying is that utilizing past conviction rates in this specific case is kind of a bit of an apples to oranges comparison. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this case is unique in that it deals with the Russians, in that it deals with elections, in that it deals with, you have Merrick Garland saying shit that his own that their own indictment doesn't say. Their own indictment paints Lauren Chin as a fucking victim when you actually look at the evidence. And then you have him using like language that is over the top because he knows that he can't. I don't know this actually. Let me pause. Let me not get too emotional. There might be an indictment that comes down the pipeline further with more evidence, and Lauren Chin very well may be super fucking guilty. But what they put out so far is circumstantial at best. And so you have him saying things that he knows can have the same power without actually having to get a conviction. All the DOJ has to do is put forward an inflammatory speech, and they know that people that work with them in the Aspen Institute and NGOs and YouTube and Google will censor for them and will destroy these people without them actually having to convict.
I want to give some DOJ stats here, because some stats have been thrown out, and I just want to give my viewers kind of a at least from the sources I'm looking at, kind of a more holistic overview. So this is from 2018, okay? So it may have changed in the past 6 years, I'm not sure. But out of the 80,000 people who were defendants in federal criminal cases, 2% went to trial. The overwhelming majority, 90%, pled guilty instead. And the remainder had their cases dismissed. So 8% dismissal rate. So an acquittal rate and a dismissal rate are not the same, right? So acquittal means you go to trial, right? And then you are acquitted. When they dismiss it, it is not counted under that. So again,
that happens like rape cases all the time. Just because there isn't enough evidence, that doesn't mean a rape didn't occur. It just means that they don't have the evidence to secure.
It doesn't tell me what kind of cases were acquitted.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like in general, I'm agreeing with you that a dismissal doesn't necessarily mean innocent. It just means that the state doesn't want to pursue charges either because it's not worth the money, or they got some concession already, or because they don't have the evidence.
I just wanted.
Okay, so here's a question. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Okay, so here's a question then. What's an example? Because I haven't looked too much into this. What's an example of a federal indictment involving Russia, whatever, that didn't result in any guilty pleas or convictions?
What's an example of a specific case, and then you want to discuss that case?
Are there any?
I mean, isn't there the Concord firms that was dropped for I can't remember the exact name of it. There's a New York Times article that they talked about on it. Let me see if I can grab that for you and throw it in the.
Okay, while you're grabbing that, I wanted to give the Dylan
in the group
trying
chat.
to get in, I think, and then I know Nonsmoker has been trying as well. So we'll give it to Dylan, then we'll give it to Nonsmoker while you do that. So.
No, you can go. I have nothing to say at the moment.
Go ahead, Nonsmoker.
I mean, I don't have too much. I kind of feel like we moved away from like a lot of the points I was more interested in the conversation, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, bring him up. Your floor is yours. Bring it back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we could just switch to something else entirely. I mean, like, I kind of want to talk about FARA a little bit. Like, I kind of think it's worth mentioning. FARA, if anyone's not familiar, is like a relatively, or was at least pre-2016, like relatively obscure, rarely used, piece of, I guess, federal legislation to try and indict foreign nationals. And the application of FARA is like very, I would say, inconsistent across the board. There's a number of examples. There's a number of examples of people who do things to try and influence the U.S. population and the outcome of elections on behalf of other governments, namely Israel is probably the biggest offender of all. And there's lots and lots and lots of example of people who spread propaganda on Israel's behalf, yet they are not indicted under FARA. But it seems that everybody associated with spreading Russian narratives is. And I want to know if anyone else has a take on that. Like, why is it that we don't, the federal government doesn't utilize FARA more often to crack down on, for example, people like, I don't know, you can maybe even make an argument of someone like Miriam Adelson, who spent something like $100 million this election cycle. I know a lot of that is through legal lobbying, right? But there's also to consider the fact that she owns a media outlet in the U.S. Or co-owns the Las Vegas Review-Journal. She's a huge supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu. She owns one of the larger newspapers in Israel, promotes Netanyahu's campaign. Someone who's spending that amount of money
Is she an
has that
American
amount of power
citizen?
and influence.
Just for my edification.
What?
Is she an American citizen?
She's an Israeli-born person who I believe has American citizenship. Yes.
Okay, so she
So,
has
yeah,
American
she is.
citizenship.
She
Gotcha.
spends unbelievable amounts of money advocating for the interests of a foreign government.
Which you can do. That's nothing to do with FARA, though, right? Like,
well, I
if you're an
guess that's my
American citizen.
point. It doesn't fall under FARA seemingly because some of her efforts are legal lobbying. But I would argue the amount of money and the amount of power that she wields, the amount of influence she has through various channels. I mean, like, what about Rupert Murdoch and the amount of positive, promotion of Israel's interests that entire media network does, and his close relationship with Netanyahu as well. I mean, like, there's lots of examples. I mean, the Israeli spyware firm, we could go into a bunch of different examples. But I'm wondering, why is it that FARA is never really applied towards people who promote Israel's interests, but it is exclusively almost for people who promote Russia's interests?
Because
Well,
there's
it's
no
not-
evidence
it's
that the
not
Israeli
for-
government gives money to AIPAC. That's it. That's all. It's open and
Yep.
shut. And AIPAC's existed for a long time. U.S. presidents have been at odds with AIPAC at different times in history. Like, we've had the behavior of Ronald Reagan towards Israel when it came to their behavior in Lebanon. We've had Jimmy Carter fighting tooth and nail against fucking Menachem Begin over the Camp David Accords. We've got withholding of $10 billion worth of aid from Bush Sr. and James Baker when it came to the Madrid Peace Conference in the 90s. Like, American presidents have been pretty aggressive towards Israel at different times. Something would have come up by now, wouldn't there? The Israeli government giving money to AIPAC or anything else? That's why they're not under FARA. It's probably because they don't get money from the Israeli government. Also, this Concords case, this was not thrown out just for a lack of evidence, was it?
I literally said it was. That was the case that I was discussing, where I said that it wasn't worth it to the DOJ because they would have to give in discovery the Russians information on some of their intelligence gathering procedures, right? So it's just not worth it to get convictions when you've kind of. The thing is that a lot of this is like, once the indictment comes out, right, to give the DOJ like their due diligence, right, to try and not be as anti-state as I am, because fuck the DOJ, but to give them their due. Right, like if you do the indictment and you make it public and the media is covering it, right, like they've kind of already been exposed in that avenue, right? So some of the damage, just getting indicted does a lot of damage between legal fees and a lot of those things, right? I mean, like you some might even call it lawfare to a certain degree, where just the case itself is going to cost you a lot of money and expose a lot of things, and so it's not worth it to the DOJ. I would say that. Similarly, I don't think that this case, unless there's more indictments coming down the pipeline, right, where there's more information, I don't think when I say it's kind of a bullshit case, I don't mean that the evidence is cooked up by the CIA. What I mean is that it's probably not going to go to trial and lead to a conviction because it's not worth it for them to do so, because they would have to, in discovery, give up information that they probably don't want to give up. And it's way more worth it for them to just say how evil Lauren Chin is, say that these people are like like hint that they're traitors and like let YouTube censor them, let the lawsuits proceed, let their reputation be damaged. And also they get a win for their election cycle, to help their candidate. And then they can just kind of let it go.
No, I completely I feel like you're always like saying about the right thing, and then you have to like shoehorn this bit at the end where it's almost like you just use different words to say
Merrick
that
Garland
the
is
DOJ
in
is just
support of Trump.
It just sounds like you're saying like the DOJ is coping ahead of time because they think the Democrats might lose the election. That sounds like what you're saying. But at the end of the day, like they had a criminal case. Same thing with Concord, because it wasn't thrown out for lack of evidence. It was thrown out for, like you said, like there was a lot of like fucking wacky shit going on around that
they
would have
want to
compromised
do
security.
they want to do the I'm saying that my prediction, unless there are more indictments with additional evidence coming down the pipeline, that the DOJ's goal here is to do reputational damage, to get their money and their businesses hurt in such a way, to harm these people that they believe are at the very least Russian funded bad guys, right? Like it doesn't even necessarily need to be our political opponents. And I'm also saying, if you want to do that, if that's your goal, the perfect time to do that is 2 months before an election. Like that's when you would want to do that. That's when it's going to have the most impact. It's going to get the most news. It's going to do the most damage, and it's going to help you in your aligned goals. If you believe that like right-wing influencers are, funded by Russians and that this is a problem and that they have the wrong opinions, like it is to state that like the DOJ is like this entirely unbiased, unpolitical entity that doesn't have part of that as their interest is just silly.
So it seems like they're onto a crime, but the timing is convenient because it's close to an election, right? Am I just summarizing you more or less accurately, like in a short way?
I would say that the two Russians indicted specifically, if they're not lying, which I don't think they are, the most likely scenario is that they did commit a crime in terms of FARA. Now, to
okay, so my next question is,
how big of a crime is that?
Well, my next question though is that like Tenet Media, how long was this operation going for?
A little over a year, I think.
Like a year. So
I think it's like a year and a half.
So the time it took them to figure out something was going on. Yeah. So the time it took them to figure out something was going on, to gather the evidence, and then to produce the indictment. How long should they have taken to do it? Should they have done it like 2 months ago? We don't know when the
investigation started.
Again, this operation is not that old. Tenet Media has only been around for about a year.
We don't know when the operation started, and we also don't like. I if you want to bring other similar cases and give me a timeline and see if this is within the normal timeline, sure. I'm just saying that I'm not even saying that the DOJ 100% did this 2 months before an election. I'm just saying that would be the perfect time if you were to look into. If you were to assume that their interests and motivation was
less than a year,
damage to conservatives.
Tenet launched in November. Tenet launched in November 2023. I think they. No, wait. Stop diverting, please. It is very unlikely that this was a timed indictment for political reasons. It's like this company's been around for less than a year. They've been doing this for less than a year. I don't know the time it takes to notice something's happening, to gather evidence, and then to produce an indictment. Like.
Again, if they had done this, the investigation start, you don't know. You're pulling this out of your ass.
If they had done this 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, or 4 months ago, people would have said, that's like 6 months away from an election. No, that's 7 months away from an election. The year before the election seems a little bit cookie to me. Come on. Like, you're the one pulling shit out of your ass.
I'm not. What did I pull out of my ass? I said that it's perfect timing. It's called an October surprise for a reason. It's mid-September. This is literally the honey.
I don't think it's going to impact
This is the sweet spot.
October. I forgot about the...
I agree with
I thought this was just maybe like the average time it might take to produce an indictment and you've seen something that's going wrong, but no, I forgot about the October surprise. Fuck me. Okay, like, can we talk about APAC then? Okay, fine, that's fine. I forgot the October surprise.
You're pulling it out of your ass and you know it. You're just saying, nuh-uh. And I'm not even saying that it is true. I'm just saying that if I was going to do the most reputational damage, this would be the perfect time to do it. Yes, there's an insinuation that it might be that. But again, I'm not making any claims that
would you say the same thing about the way? Would you hold the same standard for the would you reopen that standard for the Hillary case when they reopened the case in the Hillary, like just a little bit before the election? Do you think that had political motivations to sabotage Hillary Clinton?
Obviously did. Trump's campaign was lock her up, right? And it was all bullshit.
So you think that the Obama DOJ had a political motivation to sabotage Hillary Clinton's campaign going into the 2016 election?
No, sorry, I was thinking was it Bush? No. Sorry, that bitch has been investigated so many goddamn times. It's hard to
Not
remember which side is which.
Benghazi. I'm talking about
okay,
the
okay,
Hillary
we're talking
email.
about the
They
emails.
reopened it right before the election, and it did have an electoral impact, I think.
I don't I would say obviously it's if the DOJ in that regard is biased in that favor is that probably wasn't the motivation, right?
Oh no,
That was just poor timing.
I'm now
But
alone.
at the same time, I'm
They got
struggling
him.
to remember all of the details of 2016.
It's okay. It's like
Hillary
it's
email
been like
investigation.
it's been a long time. I understand. There's another thing I wanted to say.
Like there's so much shit that has happened there, right? But what I thought you meant like the concept of utilizing that in that time period, like obviously
Well,
that
it's
was
just-
hold on, real quick.
used as a big part of Trump's campaign.
And
was
I,
it there?
again, it's been a while,
Go ahead.
but I believe the Hillary Clinton email thing wasn't the Department of Justice. I think it was the FBI or.
Was it the FBI that reopened the
Yeah,
investigation?
Well, no, I think it was,
right? It was
if I
Comey's
remember
thing?
correctly,
Well,
the
well, let me-
FBI
well,
was
let me ask-
pressured into it by Republicans, right? I'm pretty sure it was Republicans in the Senate
Right
that
before
were
the
like
election?
clamoring for this.
Again, it's been
Like
a
a
minute.
couple months before
Okay.
that.
So
trying like which were almost certainly that hyper fixated on that issue because it would harm
So
Hillary
you're
in
saying
the
that
election.
so you would say the reopening of the FBI investigation weeks before the election was politically motivated, that they did it to try to sabotage Hillary's campaign.
I would say that the Republicans pushing it to the point where the American public and so many people in the media, et cetera, felt that it needed to be opened because of other things going on.
That close before
was
the
politically
election. But they
but
didn't
also
find anything.
what occurred but also you also had right before the election the was it the director of the FBI coming out and saying
It's just
yes, what she did was illegal, but we don't recommend any charges, right?
Can I get to get to my point? It's like for me, we could just say because of where it was that it was convenient. But you could also like if it was in 2022, it would have been convenient before the midterms. If it was 6 months before the election, it would be 6 months. It's still pretty convenient. I mean, the election's right around, right after. I mean, my question would be, what time period
I agree
would
that
it
we're
have
kind
to
of
happen?
always in an election cycle, right? All I'm saying is that
definitely in the
when
Trump
you're
era.
a month or two, I think when you're a month or two out from a presidential election, that is very obviously the sweetest spot to have any type
and
of case or anything.
Don't
occur.
forget, there's nothing more surprising than an
harping-
October. There's nothing more surprising than an October surprise that happens in September as well. Don't worry.
Okay,
Talk
there's
about
there's two other things I want to talk about. I want to respond to Nonsmoker
Like,
from
I
earlier.
don't understand why we're hyper focusing on this. This is silly.
hold on. Well, let's toss it to Dylan, who wants to address something Non-Smoker said.
Yeah, so
I'm curious.
I want to agree with Nonsmoker on principle, but disagree about like specification. So I agree on principle about like the problem with super PAC money and the idea that one person could come in, funnel millions upon millions of dollars into an issue that most Americans probably don't even care about or don't know much about, and they're going to end up having outsized influence on American elections compared to what the rest of the American public believes in.
Obviously, you don't
agree
care
with
that
in
much. You're funded
principle.
by Progressive Victory. You're funded by a PAC.
Wait, there's a difference between taking $1,000 as an open admission that I am a Democrat who's working to get Democrats elected, and somebody funneling tens of billions or billions of millions of dollars into ad space or stuff to impact like issues that people don't care about. There's like
The only difference is scope. The only difference is scope and the amount of money that you were paid. Because
So you
you're
don't
not,
think that
like
so to be
worth
clear,
as much.
does nobody in here believe that like political parties should be able to hire operatives or employees or work with that's like not allowed?
No,
That
I'm
should
just
not
saying
be
it's
allowed?
hypocritical to say that you agree that PAC money influencing
I-
elections
I-
is a problem
wait,
whilst
I
taking
agree.
PAC money. Like that's
I
stupid.
said I agree the idea that PAC money funneling tens of millions of dollars into ad space, into issues that don't matter or don't matter to the majority of Americans or stuff that people
so it's
don't care
okay
about.
because
is
it
that- let me
matters
fi-
because you're talking about the real issues.
Scott, do you like just listening to yourself talk constantly and you just can't stop? You just gotta keep that
I
energy.
like to interrupt hypocrites that are like burying themselves. It's funny.
Yeah, and I think you like to talk a lot. My problem is not with the idea of people hiring people for
streamers, Bill.
campaigns, the idea of PACs existing. My problem with the idea of super PACs dominating political politics, the idea that super PACs are the ones with the big money and the campaigns are actually trying to outcompete the super PACs to outraise, and super PACs, unrestrained, unconnected directly to the campaign, are the ones that dominate American politics. I can have a problem with the domination of political super PACs and also agree that operatives can still be hired, Democrats can still hire Democrats, Republicans can still hire Republicans. I can agree that there should still be a political operation that operates while also saying super PACs
don't have the
cannot
same
completely
principle.
dominate.
The only principle that you
if I
have is
believe
that
that
one
there
is
should be
bigger
some
and
government-
therefore it has more influence. Like that's a bullshit principle.
Yes, that's wait.
Like, and they're saying
to
two
be
wrongs
clear,
make a right. So because the
but
super
you're an
PACs
ANCAP. You're an
exist,
ANCAP. You don't
the
believe in
other
any
PACs
type
need to
of.
exist.
You don't believe in moderation
Here
and
it
a
comes.
degree when it comes
When
to
you're
governance or any of
losing
these
and
things.
flailing
No.
like a little bitch, you bring up my philosophy.
Okay,
that has
Rick,
okay,
no
okay,
meaning
okay,
in my
okay.
statement.
Okay, hold on,
Rick,
hold on. Both of you,
isn't
both of you,
it that
both of you,
Fabian
both
has
of
to-
both of
no,
you,
no, no, no,
both
no,
of you, real
Rick.
quick, just so we can get some.
Neoliberal.
We
But
can
you're
get. We can
neoliberal,
take.
of course you
Okay,
agree.
my God.
Save him, pull him back.
Both of you, really. One at a time, please, right? I enjoy the energy. I love it. I get it. You're both raring to go, right? But again, I want to give Dylan a chance to answer the accusation. Hypocrisy, because you believe that super PACs dominate and you are accepting PAC money. That's the accusation. How would you respond? Once he's done, I'll let you respond, Fabian, but you got to let him finish. Go ahead.
I can believe that a 50% income tax is bad, but still believe in a 5% income tax. I can believe that political parties can hire employees and work with people. I'm a Democrat. I've always been an open Democrat. I've worked for Democratic politics before I was even an adult. 16, 17, 8. I was working before then too. This has also always been very open. I believe that should be able to function, but there's a difference in moderation between a political party. For example, this is why we have limits on personal contributions. Why I am allowed to donate $5,000, but not allowed to donate $100,000. I can say that that limit should exist while also believing that individuals can contribute to political campaigns. I can believe that political PACs can exist, can hire people, can operate, while also not believing that they should dominate American politics and be the main financiers of our system. I can believe both things at the same time.
Fabian, you can
So
respond.
the individual donation cap exists under a concept that I don't necessarily agree with, right? But under a concept that one person's voice, one person's vote should only be able to support but so much money, right? Like I, as an individual, shouldn't be able to give $40 billion to the Democrats, or like, an absurd amount of money from New York City swinging, Virginia's election, for example, blue, right? But that concept is not the same when PACs can receive as much money as they can get, so long as they, fill out the proper paperwork and, get enough Act Blue individual contributions that aren't really tracked very well. The concept that you're saying that this is somehow different because one has more power is absurd. It's not the same thing as a 5% versus a 50% income tax, right? Because the question is, there is an effect that occurs from a 50% income tax that has a negative aspect on GDP ratio and our ability to grow the economy versus a 5%, that it's less effect. You would be perfectly happy taking money from a super PAC if the super PAC was willing to give you money and that super PAC also happened to have the same interests and goals and you had the same interests and goals. You're pretending to have a principle, but you're not actually showing one. You're just saying super PAC's bad because they're powerful. The PAC that pays me, good because I represent good values in the lower guy.
My point was, you completely missed my point. You dodged it like a bullet. My point wasn't that taxes are just the same as super PAC. My point was, I can believe, for example, in small governments, I'm going to be like, I want 5% instead of 50% because I think it's better for the economy. I think it's better in this way. I think it's better. I think the moderation here would be better. I think we can still gain the goals that we need to with this. Because if you didn't have any tax, even if you're against tax, that could mean the system couldn't work. And I think with our sprawling political system that we have, the idea of political PACs existing is fine. It's a question of their scope, power, influence, how much money they can inject into elections, wanting to have a moderation position on PACs and how they operate in our system. I mean, this is like perfectly, I think, morally consistent position to have. You can disagree with it. You should think maybe you could disagree political positions of where all PACs are gone and it's only individuals or no one donates and everybody just goes and votes or whatever. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But me moderating my position on PACs is not hypocritical. It just means I'm not as radical on PACs as you are.
So just to be clear, just to be clear, just to you, Fabian, just so I'm understanding, are you alluding to or accusing what Dylan, myself, and Loner are doing, taking PAC money, to be similar or in the same realm as what Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, and the others did in taking Russian money?
I mean, I would say that there are substantive differences, but for the most part, I would say it's basically the same, right? The only difference that
hold on, Nonsmoker, you think it's similar?
is that
okay.
Well, I mean, like, so the difference is do you believe in the values of the institution or the investor that is giving you money, right? What are the values that are represented there, right? You guys, I would assume, for the most part, believe that the values that the Russians represent are bad and that the values that Progressive Victory represent are good. That's why the Russians don't pay you money and the Progressive Victory does, because you represent their values. And if they give you money, that's money that allows you to stream more, get better equipment, and be able to outcompete your competitors that don't get that money because you put on a better show because you have more money, et cetera, to grow that. That is the goal. The goal, however, you know, assuming that the Russians didn't do this hoping to get caught, it wasn't some 4D chess move, right? If the goal is just to boost voices, they're doing the same thing. They just have different values. And so the concept that one is evil because the values are evil is a perfectly fine thing to have, but it's not consistent with the concept that super PACs are bad because they have more power when they're doing the same
let's give that.
thing.
Let's give that the retard test then. Okay, so let's say you're in America in 1940 and Progressive Victory exists as it is now. For all we, as far as we know, it's not funded by any foreign governments. Okay. Would someone taking money from Progressive Victory
do your due diligence?
Would someone take money from Progressive Victory in 1940 in America be equivalent to them taking money from Nazi Germany in 1940 in America to do commentary? Would that be the same to you?
I think in 1940, if you were taking money from Progressive Victory, you would probably be pretty reasonably known to be a communist sympathizer. Right, and I would say
don't introduce. I know. Don't introduce.
So yeah, it would be just as bad.
No, wait, sorry. Don't introduce new variables to dodge the question. I mean, the Progressive Victory of today that is not linked to the Soviet Union or any foreign governments. It's just a left-leaning within the system group.
Right, but their mission
would it be
statement
morally
clearly
equivalent to them
states that
taking
their
it
goal
from the
Nazis?
Their mission statement clearly states as a goal that they want to push and train social justice activists, and that they want to create a progressive wing that is radically left in our government to force the DNC to move.
Okay, sorry.
Left. So to say that it's just like a left thing, it's kind of bullshit, right? Like, it's not a neoliberal thing.
Okay,
it is quite very much super left wing. In 1940s standards, right? You asked the question. If you asked in 1940 standards, that would be very.
I think this is.
Why do you have to reframe the question? Why can't you just answer it?
I'm not reframing the fucking question.
Holy shit.
The question is, would it be as bad as the Nazis? Yes.
But you're assuming that this is okay. Do you think Progressive Victory has some kind of goal to institute central planned economies across the United States, like the Soviet Union? So they're not like. So it's not equivalent. So it's not equivalent to taking money from the communists in the 1940s. Okay, so we've got that out of the way. Stop introducing new fucking parameters. It's a hypothetical with isolated fucking variables. I'm just asking you, Progressive Victory.
Answer the question.
Germany.
You don't like the fucking answer, right?
Yeah, I don't like the answer because you have to answer my fucking question. Yeah, I don't like answers that don't answer my question.
Progressives. They're very similar.
We've gone
factory beautification.
We got it.
Union that ever existed.
Holocausting 6 million Jews, invading countries, fucking north, east,
west.
Yes,
I agree. Socialists are evil. Yes.
Okay,
what do you want from me? You asked an
back in a little bit.
Socialism.
I thought this would be
wait for the Progressive
Victory
Lebensraum. It's coming. Okay, Progressive Victory is going to launch all kinds of invasions.
Look, and just for my audience's sake, if it does come to light and you have evidence that Progressive Victory is receiving money from an enemy of the United States, let me know, and I will quit Progressive Victory that day, and I will look into recompensating people.
I'll even release my communications.
Wait. Sorry. I need to get this. I need to get this answer from someone who's not completely fucking compromised. Non-smoker. Same question. Progressive Victory.
Well, no, I mean, listen,
or Nazi Germany in the 40s. Which one's worse? Taking funding from them.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, nobody likes Nazis. I understand what you're trying to say, and that if
answer the question.
Given that
you
binary,
obviously haven't been on Twitter.
Well, given that binary, right? Of course, I would not consider what Progressive Victory is doing now, or in fucking some imaginary 1940 scenario, the same as accepting money from Nazi Germany. No, it's not the same, of course. But I think the argument, or at least where I agree with Fabian, and maybe we don't agree as much as I thought we did, but it's the idea that people in media of all different sizes, whether they're independent content creators like you guys, all of us, right, or mainstream news media figures, are pushing someone else's agenda, right? Be it the Russian one or be it the Democratic Party's agenda. And there's something, the reason it's controversial, I think this is the reason so many people were critical of PV, is the idea that many of the viewers were under the impression, many of the viewers on Twitch were under the impression that, okay, I watch Dylan, I'm hearing Dylan's point of view and Dylan's perspective on all of the issues. Then it comes out that Dylan accepted money from this kind of sketchy, shady PAC, which, yeah, maybe their politics, well, just in shady in a sense of we don't know the origin of the money, right?
Public filings, you can see the money. What do you mean?
Well, no, but I mean, like, we don't know who's bankrolling Progressive Victory, right?
You can even see, like, my stuff's been leaked. You can, like, see everything. I don't know what the fuck.
Listen,
like,
I don't even think
you can't see individual donations under like 25.
You can even see how much money I'm making. Like, it's all been leaked.
Right, but I think the idea is that people get upset because they feel like, okay, now I feel like Dylan isn't speaking as Dylan. Dylan is speaking as someone who's sponsored by this big money entity. And it's kind of similar with Tenet. It's like, okay, well, these people in Tenet made all this content, but they're not making content that they really believe, the views of or whatever. They're pushing some other narrative that someone else, in this case, a foreign government wants to forward. And that's why it's an issue. It's like a dishonesty that the viewer sees with the content creator, the media outlet. It's like, I can't trust them speaking with any integrity. They're accepting money. That's the similarity. It's not even the similarity of the politics or the message or whatever. And I think what Scott is saying is, okay, Dylan and I agree that like super PACs, and we all agree it's on a much bigger scale, right? They have undue influence, right? They have too much power, too much influence in terms of swaying public opinion, and they often determine the outcome of elections, right? Dylan can say that, but at the same time, he's accepting money from this PAC, and in a sense, he's kind of, guilty of the same thing. And in a way, you could argue he's proliferating someone else's message, I guess is the point, right?
Yeah, but you don't actually believe that, do you? You don't think Dylan or my message or my politics or Dylan's politics have changed since we got involved with PV?
No, look, I think, to tell you the truth, you guys, no. I think PV doesn't pay you enough money for you to control your entire narrative, and I don't know either.
No, they don't control any of our narratives. Like, they don't give us any directions to what we're to.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know either of you fucks individually. For all I know, there's a price tag where they could. I have no idea. But was
400K a month?
Wasn't that a whole thing of like, how much money would you accept to read Mein Kampf on stream or something like that?
More than you got.
Maybe
right?
you
You
guys
can read
have
something on stream. That's just literature, isn't it?
Yeah.
But maybe my point is, maybe you guys have a price tag, maybe you don't. I don't know. I don't really give a fuck. The point is, I happen to think that they're not paying you enough anyway, but I think there are smaller content creators or people in that PV orbit who they want social acceptance, they want Destiny to like them, they want attention, they want to get their little streaming career off the ground, that, yeah, they'll totally toe the fucking line, 100%. And, I think there's a lot of content creators like that, a lot of small ones, for sure.
You understand how you're equating? So what you just read there is you're equating social pressure online, or people who want to make friends in the content space, versus taking money from a sanctioned foreign government that is actually kind of adversarial to the United States right now.
Well, the problem here,
the way in which I'm equating it is that people are, for whatever reason, whether it's financial incentive or social incentive or both, in the case of PV for smaller streamers, they potentially could be spreading narratives that they don't 100% believe in because it's convenient, expedient, and beneficial for them to do so. And I think in the same way, people in, mid-level conservative alternative media would be happy to accept money in those totals from whoever the fuck, and would be willing to spread narratives that, as long as they don't go too far from their core principles and their audience's principles, yeah, they'll report, whatever about Crocus or any other number of like sketchy lies or, that the Russians want them to.
I would argue you could do this with literally $0. And the reason I say this is, look, anybody that is like, we're all streamers here. I think everyone knows that there's a little angel and a little devil on your shoulder, right? And that little devil is whispering that if you say something that know your audience is going to like, or that is going to potentially cause drama, or that might cause some conflict that is entertaining, right? That might not necessarily be your honest opinion with just your best friend on the back porch having a few beers looking at the stars, right? Like that there is audience capture. And when you're talking about politics and you're talking about, you know, political polarization that has gotten, you know, you could say extreme, maybe it's not extreme, that's kind of a relative term, but certainly more extreme than, let's say, 20 years ago in American politics, right? That you don't even need, like, how did Tim Pool become famous, right, to even get offered this much money? Tim Pool became famous, as Dylan Burns was setting out, by being hyperbolic and saying dumb shit like Civil War, right? Like by knowing that the audience that the biggest size of the audience are people between 85 to 115 IQ, right? Like Slavoj Zizek is not as popular as Tim Pool. You know why? Because normal people can't fucking understand all of the concepts that Slavoj Zizek is saying. But normal people can listen to Tim Pool. Well, you know, or cocaine. I don't know what it is, but this nose is fucked. But I mean, from the concepts, right? And so, like, even then, people dumb down what they say as a specific goal to try and get normies to understand it. Like, people change and are captured by a bunch of different pressures. Plenty of conservatives are very careful about what they say because they don't want to upset YouTube and get demonetized, right? You look at like that bullshit whatever podcast where they just bring on whores to look dumb, and then they bring on, like, you know, a conservative to make the whores look dumb, and then it's all fun. But like multiple times they've brought up Israel-Palestine issues and they immediately shut it down. Is that because they're evil? Or is it because they know that they might get fucking demonetized by YouTube if they start talking about Israel-Palestine, so they don't want to talk about it, and they know their core audience just wants to see whores get made fun of? Like, this doesn't even need to be money to have this influence. And so, like, the greater conversation where, like, there's this magic thing with FARA that the DOJ kind of goes, these are the real bad guys because these are the enemies that the state says.
Fabian, real quick, just don't you think that makes a difference?
The difference.
Though,
yeah, I do think it makes a difference. Here's the difference:
funneling money as opposed to a American entity just engaging in the process. The difference is that there is the entity that is funding this specific viewpoint doesn't align with the state's interests. That's the difference.
Well, or the interests of the people, you know, and or if the interests of the foreign government are counter to the interests of the people. But like, okay, I don't know how everybody here feels about guns, right? In light of the most recent school shooting, right? It's an uncomfortable thing. Well, consider
whichever one you think he's talking about,
the
that's the
firearms lobby spends controlling, you know, the political system and putting people into office who are totally, you know, have totally fucking insane views about guns and think there should be no regulations whatsoever.
Yes.
You know, I mean, that's a problem for regular people. That's counter to the interests of regular people and our safety, right? I know there are people that agree with that view, but I think most people generally have like a more rational view on guns than that. It's a serious roadblock to like serious federal legislation to tackle the gun problem, right? That's an example of how a lobby can work against. I mean, oil and gas companies have a shitload of power, money, and influence, right? And their interests run totally counter to those of a regular person because of fucking climate change. And I mean, you could go down the list of the ways that American lobbies work against the interests of regular people all the same.
Agreed. The oil companies really want green energy in the form of solar panels.
Okay,
I'm going to skip over. Like plenty of lobbying groups are against the interests of most people. Okay, I'm sure. Yeah, obviously. But at the end of the day, as well as that, we have foreign governments like Russia who are trying to pay money, millions of dollars. They're not doing it for free, paying millions of dollars that we know about to try and fuck with discourse in American politics so that they can have an easier time invading Ukraine.
What Russia wants is for us to stop supporting Ukraine. It's that they don't want regular working people to suffer and be miserable.
Well, I mean, a little bit.
Apart from regular Ukrainians.
I mean,
no, you could say the exact same thing about progressive.
Hold on. Let's give it to Dylan. Dylan had a thought. Let's give him the mic for a moment.
I will say, I don't think the Russians, in and of itself, is to make Americans suffer. But I also don't think that they particularly care if in their goals that they make Americans suffer. For example, I think everybody in here is probably anti-rioting in general. Like, don't burn down your local CVS. Don't burn down the local courthouse. Probably not a good idea. The Russians
burn down the local courthouse. That's okay.
Okay, well, except for him, he'll burn down the local courthouse.
But not your local CVS, no. Don't destroy businesses.
The
Destroy state
Russians
institutions if you're going to burn
would
something.
organize with the Internet Research Agency a Black Lives Matter protest on Facebook, and then organize the counter protest. So there would be friction between these two groups. So they would conflict. There would be violence. There could be something. It would cause disunity in the United States. I don't think the goal of that is to make Americans suffer or make all these people fight because they want to see them hurt. I think the goal is that, if generally speaking they want disunity and friction and problems internally usually cause suffering. I don't think they care about the byproduct. As for the stuff we've been talking about up till right now, I do want to reemphasize that what we're talking about here is a covert sanction entity funneling people without publicly labeling their money, without publicly disclosing their money, and then people being financed without them knowing or with them knowing. If we're being favorable towards them, we're going to say without them knowing, and financing their organization. This is a little different than the fact that both of you, because there was no indictment, knew that me and Lonerbox took money from Progressive Victory because it was publicly filed. Much of it has been leaked. And I've been working in Democratic Party politics since before I was an adult. And I actively work and will continue to work in Democratic Party politics if I can. I do think that there is a distinction here. And the distinction is that voters and individuals do not have all the information necessary to make an informed decision. And as much as I want consumers to be able to look and say, oh, this has cyanide in it, I'm not going to eat this product, or oh, this has something I'm allergic to, I think the same thing should be true when consuming your political information, or when you're consuming stuff on, for example, a foreign war where thousands upon thousands of people die every day.
Okay.
I want to olive branch this. Can I olive branch this?
Please.
Well, non-smoker first, and then you can olive branch. But first, just because I need to make just a little money, a couple bucks from Andrew DeVere. Viridian is bad faith, so assume others are. Don't know what that means, but fair enough.
That was the last person that said that I was bad faith that paid you. And then they said he's bad faith.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Thanks. I made a little money. Okay. Now we're going to give it to non-smoker, then Fabian. Then I have one more question, and then we're going to take a closings.
I mean, I think it's worth mentioning, look, there was probably, there's evidence, right, that Russian interests have attempted to interfere or influence the U.S. political system using extra legal methods before the war in Ukraine. But it might be worth mentioning that legal Russian lobbying, where you could register as a FARA agent, has been seriously hindered by the sanctions placed on Russia since the war in Ukraine started. That's one thing. But in addition to that, I want to, it's like a clarifying question for Dylan. That BLM, anti-BLM riot scenario, are you referring to something hypothetical, right?
No, what I'm referring to is a real thing that happened. So the Internet Research Agency, which was actually Prigozhin, remember the Wagner guy who was yelling on all those videos? Before that, that's what he was known for. It was like organizing and running stuff like that. And what they did is they would make Facebook groups that would organize, hey, here's the pro-Black Lives Matter rally. And then they would organize a counter-protest right next to that rally. So then there would be disunity during the hot summer, we'll call it.
Right, 2020.
Summer of love.
I guess, I agree that there's obviously a component, I mean, we talked about that earlier, of these Russian influence operations where I think they focus on existing disunity more than they do create it. Those specific examples, you could argue, or it's more about creating it. But I guess the point I just want to keep coming back to is, the Russians have a real interest in a certain political party coming to power that's more favorable to their interests in general. And it's similar in many ways to, I think, a lot of lobbying efforts that you could argue are counter to the interests of a lot of Americans. But in the case of the Russia stuff, I would argue, and I know everybody disagrees with this other than Fabian, that ending the war in Ukraine would be beneficial for most Americans. It would be, deflationary for one thing. It would be less tax dollars spent overall on a foreign conflict that doesn't benefit us one way or the other. It would reduce the likelihood of a potential nuclear conflict. I mean, I happen to think that Russia's interests in this case align more closely with the interests of working people in America than the oil and gas lobby or firearms lobby, or which, by the way, the firearms lobby probably has a counter, the opposite view of Putin on the Ukraine conflict in particular. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like, okay, all of these people are fighting for, influence over my political system. I have very little as just an individual. So whose interests align most closely with mine?
You guys want to respond to that
So-
real quick before we give it to Fabian?
I mean, I don't want to divert into talking about why it's good to support Ukraine because I don't want to make this a me debate and like focus on my area. But he threw out some talking points, so I'll just throw out some counterpoints. We made an agreement with Ukraine for them to give up their nuclear arsenal in return for us making an agreement with them that we'd come to their aid in a situation like this. I believe that America's credibility on the world stage has taken a lot of hits. I would like to help, or not me specifically, but I would like it to be rebuilt to some degree. And if we're going to rebuild it, that's going to mean delivering on our promises. Europe is our #1 export market when you talk about American manufacturing and American goods actually exported overseas. If we want to retain the American manufacturing we do have, we want to keep access to the European market. Russia wants to dominate the European market. Part of the reason they invaded Ukraine in the first place is they didn't want them to join the European Union and be making trade decisions for themselves. I also think that Ukraine, by assisting them, they've been able to reestablish grain corridors to get food to places in sub-Saharan Africa where it is needed. And that means not only lessening a refugee crisis, but also lessening the humanitarian disaster in places like Sudan and other areas where horrible violence and horrible starvation is going on right now. I also think that the United States, largely speaking, isn't really spending that much on this war. A lot of it is our old reserves, and the reserves that we are sending, much of it's Vietnam-era equipment. Most of the stuff I've seen in Ukraine that's American is stuff like M113 troop carriers and stuff that my grandfather used to use in Vietnam. So I think relatively speaking, considering how much damage Russia is taking compared to how much damage we're inflicting upon them with no loss to our personnel whatsoever, I think for us, it's a relatively good cost-benefit scenario. When it comes to America's solid interest and not even talking about the morality of stopping an army that's filling mass graves across Ukraine. As for one last thing I wanted to talk about, we mentioned earlier that it's, the creators, well, the difference is when creators change their opinions based upon money. That's the thing that's probably most insidious. For example, if somebody was to like, I'm against TikTok, we need to ban it, and then got a donation from a big businessman and said, never mind, TikTok's great, I love TikTok, it's always been good, it's always been Gucci. And we do know that at least with the situation with TENET, that creators were taking words from them that were lies on the Moscow terror attack. And we know that not only Benny Johnson pushed it directly from them because they asked him to, but we also know that other creators like Tim Pool pushed it. You don't know that's not true?
The indictment is right. Well, first of all, nothing in the indictment is actually a piece of evidence. It's a claim.
We also have the Benny Johnson broadcast where he lies.
The Benny Johnson video in question occurs before the date that they're asking. It's one on X. Now, if you can show me one that occurs after the date in question and that he produces additional content, but it actually shows, and then Founder One, it's so fucking confusing to read that shit. Just say their goddamn names. They were going to be leaked anyways. It's so annoying. But anyways, like I want someone to just change Founder One and Producer One. Like I need a Chat GPT bot to send it out.
You can do that in a Word document, dude. You could just find replace.
Yeah, right. Like I need to do that. Right. But anyways, right. Like what we know is that Lauren presumably speaks to him and speaks to her contact and says, yes, I spoke to him about it. So we don't actually know for sure whether or not that video was produced because they asked for it or if he was going to do it anyways. But I think that's a moot point. And the reason I think it's a moot point is because even if they were to like refuse to do all the things, they would just lose the money and somebody else would get the money, right? Like I don't actually think that you changing your opinion because of the money is the biggest problem here. What I think, because at the end of the day, if I have $100,000 or I have $10 million to give out, right? And you change your opinions, right? Then I'll just fund someone else that can get higher editors now that they couldn't before, that can get better microphones, that can get a better studio, right? Like at the end of the day, the money is going to follow the opinions, and the opinions might change because of the money, but even if they don't, someone else will just get the money, right? So it's like the money is kind of the source of the opinion, and the money will just change hands whether or not the creator changes their opinion. Obviously, it does have some effect. And so I kind of wanted to olive branch here.
Wouldn't that be like true with like all crime? Like if someone was like, well, of course I'm going to sell like the fentanyl because someone's going to buy, or of course I'm going to sell the illegal firearms because somebody else is going to sell them anyway. Like, I mean, it's still a problem. You're participating in the system.
Hold on, pause. I think that is probably one of the most principal issues with why the war on drugs has failed over and over and over again. Because no matter how many people we kill,
my point wasn't about the war on drugs.
That the drug market. My point wasn't that.
Hold on.
Shows how I'm right. No, I'm saying that is why it doesn't work,
That's
because
not
that black
engaging
market,
good
because
faith. I'm
that,
not even gonna ask.
Okay, fair
that's,
enough.
what do you mean that's not engaging in good faith? You're saying, but wouldn't the
engaging.
black market
My-
for drugs go away if we crack
Oh
down
no,
on
no,
it?
no, I know what you're.
actually.
I know what you're saying. So, do you
To
think
be
it should be
clear,
okay?
if there was like child trafficking, we would just be like, well, you know,
Dylan,
it's just
Dylan,
okay. So.
Dylan. I feel like I think I know what you're saying. I think you're saying, do you think it should be legal for the Russian state to do a Tenet Media kind of operation without disclosure? Do you think that should be legal?
I think that you should be that it should be perfectly legal until the moment that you claim that you're not funded by any outside sources, or that you're not funded by the Russians, or et cetera, when asked, that immediately becomes fraud, right?
So if they go through a shell company and don't say anything, that's fine.
Lie by omission.
Listen, what I'm saying is that, like, look, if you knowingly accept money to do whatever broadcast, right? I don't think we can engage in this like thought crime of like, what is good money? What's the good guys? What's the bad guys? You know, like, oh, the oil lobby is bad because I disagree with their opinions. What I'm saying is that I don't think you should mandate that every source of funding be publicly available for everything. I do, however,
we're talking about foreign governments.
That if I mean this broadly, right? I would not make a distinction here. You might, but I won't. Right. So what I say is broadly, I don't care who funds who until you lie about it. The moment that you lie about it, then you are defrauding your viewership. If your viewership goes, hey, who are you funded by? And they go, I'm not going to answer that question. That's kind of an answer in and of itself. But if they say, oh, I don't get any outside funding, and it turns out they do, well, then you defrauded your audience, right?
Okay. So
they spent time and gave you. So
to be clear, so them going through a shell company, but not saying anything about it, that's not lying to you.
Well, I mean, if they don't disclose who or where their funding comes from, and they don't answer the question, then yeah, there's no lie. That's just them securing payment and not telling you about it. It's only when they lie that they've actually defrauded you, right? Like there's a substantive difference there. Like, take whatever money you can get. But if you then go on stream and say, I'm not funded by the Russians, and you went through a fucking shell company to hide the fact that you're funded by the Russians, you have defrauded your audience.
Okay, I have one last question, because I know we are kind of circling the drain.
Getting ready for the presidential debate.
And yes, the presidential debate, we will be coming out. We're not ending the stream, right? We are going to go into that. I got some people already waiting backstage for that. But I did want one more question, then we're going to get to closings, because I am very curious. According to the indictment, and the language used in the indictment, commentator 1, commentator 2, and others that were implicated in this were deceived. They were tricked. They were lied to in a very real way. That aside, right, or keeping that in mind, how much actual blame should be levied on these deceived commentators for pushing Russian propaganda unknowingly? How much culpability or blame should we put upon them? I'm not even talking legal or necessarily legal or civil blame, right? But as a community, as viewers, as people who know of them and talk of them, does that make sense as a question? It's a little late, right? So my brain's a little fried. But
how much responsibility do they bear, basically?
Yes,
yeah?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I think the commentators weren't getting paid enough to think that there was a big issue going on. I think for Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, they should have known better. Yeah, there's I don't know if there's a criminal thing going on there.
What's the line on that for you? Just a curious, like, how much is enough money that people should have known versus how much money is like, oh, then I don't. Where's the line?
If you're someone like Tim Pool and these kind of like this fairly shadowy anonymous philanthropist comes to you for a weekly thing, I don't know exactly, but I there's like some kind of blurry line, and 100K a week is way over it. Like,
fair enough. What are some other thoughts on this?
Yeah, I would say that it's kind of funny because money is relative. Again, I think this is a trotted out bullshit line. Because the 100K a week is worth a lot less to Tim Pool than what some of these other creators were being paid, because of just how much money Tim Pool has and how much clout he already has, right? Tim Pool knows that he's getting overpaid because he's bringing clout to Tenet Media. Like it's his brand and his name that is going to grow Tenet Media, not and maybe Lauren Southern, but other individuals, like oh god, the guy that just got banned on YouTube, I forgot his name. Right, like he's
Hold
not
on, the guy
clout
that
to Tenet Media.
deleted his channel off of YouTube and then blamed YouTube for banning him. We're talking about Taylor Hanson.
Is that what happened?
Is
that what happened?
Hold on, just real quick with the super chat.
I wasn't aware of that. Yeah.
So $5 from In Pursuit of Knowledge says Fabian says conservatives are careful what they say when Taylor Hanson lied and blames cancel culture. So yes, in the thread where Taylor Hanson claims that he was banned, YouTube replied to that, and their counterclaim is that, well, no, you deleted your channel.
That's fucking hilarious. I love that. That is so fucking. That's such a slimy piece of shit thing to do.
Yeah, just
what a fuck
when
on.
he claimed that, like he's like,
it.
right, like
yeah, it's like he's literally trying to create his own Streisand effect, right? That's hilarious. Fuck that piece of shit. Again, fraud, right? Because
assuming YouTube isn't lying, right? Assuming YouTube just isn't like fucking lying here, right?
No, I mean, of course, but what I was saying here, right, is that like, in terms of culpability, right? Like when you are a victim of fraud because you're dumb and you don't do any investigation, right? Like I don't think it's a crime to be dumb, right? What I would say is that I do think Tim Pool deserves some reputational damage for being so easily deceived. But at the same time, I do think the left takes that a little too far in terms of trying to harp on the money and also just discounting the fact that he trusted his friend, Lauren Chin, who was either deceived or not deceived. But yeah, I do think there's some culpability for the stupidity there. And if it comes out that he knowingly received money and knew that there was something sketchy, then I think he has defrauded so many people that like his finances should be destroyed because he should be paying back a lot of super chats.
I want to get Nonsmoker and Dylan's thoughts on this as well. Go ahead, Nonsmoker.
I think they should all be shot. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I don't know.
Why do you gotta say that on YouTube?
Twitch.
Why do you gotta say
We're
that?
talking about a lot of people getting banned right now, my guy. Like, come on.
You know what I'm saying? Throw them in jail. I really don't care.
I give a fuck about my channel,
they
though.
knew.
So-
I'm sure they knew. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sure they knew that money was coming from questionable sources and they didn't care. And they were fully willing to put two and two together that the questionable sources were also kind of mandating through some sort of chain of command to push pro-Russian narratives. I'm sure they figured it out. They're not fucking retarded. Yeah, they're culpable. I don't know. You know, I have no interest in defending any of those fucking people for any reason. So
okay. And last but not least, what's Dylan's thoughts on this?
Man, I'll say on one hand, like, I don't really know if they were deceived. It says that Tim Pool and Dave Rubin's deceived. They're the only ones that they say in the indictment specifically that they think were deceived. We don't really know about Lauren Southern. We don't really know about the rest of the cases. But let's assume best case scenario. And I will also say that I have been in the content creator space enough to know that these guys love being on the defense. Okay, almost all of them love being on defense. They love being in the sites. So they can be like, I am under attack once again. I am under siege by the deep state. And so seeing them all say, I will not speak further at this time, like one after the other, makes me think, man, what's going on? I'm just asking questions. But no, I obviously I can't know. But it does make me think. As for if they were deceived, would they hold any culpability? Lauren Chen, it's hard to know because we don't know specifically how much she knew. If she did know what she was doing, I think she deserves prison time. Because she's working with the sanctioned entity.
What do you think?
I'm not a judge. I'm not the person who would be deciding that. Okay. But I do believe that she should face legal repercussions at the very least. I said at the time she should be in front of a judge because, of course, we need to find out if she's actually innocent or not. I'm not going to just throw the book at her. But if she did do this with the Russians knowingly and then deceived all of her friends and got them hooked in it and screwed them over, not only is it a question of like culpability, it's a question of like morality because you hold no loyalties to anyone. My goodness, not to the Russians, not to your friends, only to yourself. My God. As for if the people that didn't know, I think there is, if they don't know, there should be, as Fabian said, a reputational hit. If you call yourself an investigative journalist and you start getting offered all this money, and RT has always functioned as, we will offer you above rate what everybody else will offer because we're RT and we know the reputation that comes with us, so we're going to offer you more money than everybody else. And that's how they pick up a lot of journalists. And so for people who know those signals or know those red flags, maybe they would have seen. It's not crazy that Tim Pool wouldn't have known those, just because I don't think he's particularly intelligent about these types of things. But there should be a reputational hit. Nobody should trust him on foreign policy issues. Nobody should trust him on investigative issues. If he puts this much effort into investigating who's giving him $100,000 per episode, one episode would be enough to fund my operation in Ukraine for an entire year, then I think he should ask some questions. I think he should do some follow-up. And when he finds out that, oh, that isn't the case, that it was actually this financier, it was actually the Russian government, he shouldn't be spending all this time painting himself as a victim. He should be saying, I'm sorry for adding credibility to an organization I shouldn't have. But nobody's saying that. Everybody's just a victim now.
Sure, really quick, Dylan, just on that note, right? If 100,000 is going to fund your whole operation in Ukraine for a year, and then you get an offer, right? For Lauren Chen comes up to you and says, you know what? You have to put out one video, one episode where you say, fuck Ukraine, right? And then you can use that money, right, that you get, that $100,000 to do everything pro-Ukraine.
I'd make
for the rest of the year.
sweet love to Ukraine. That's what I'd do.
Okay, fair enough.
Can I just say, sorry, you asked me earlier about what would be a reasonable amount to make
Sure, yeah.
simple size. I looked up that Travis Kelce for his advertising because he does a lot of adverts, right? He's done like a few hundred commercials in the last year. He's done commercials for McDonald's, Nike, Old Spice, Papa John's, Pfizer, State Farm. He made, estimated according to Forbes, $5 million in a year from those commercials. $5 million. That's just a bit over Dave Rubin and Tim Pool for that. Come on, these guys are not. Tim Pool made this comparison like it was a normal thing. This is really normal to get deals like this and that's not doing a commercial for someone. There's he didn't have exclusivity. They didn't apparently tell him exactly what to say for each video and everything. He just do a stream that you can use on your own channel anyway. Nah, that's you see a deal too good to be true.
No,
it ain't.
He could once he was published by Tenet Media. Only the old episodes of the Culture War were on his YouTube. So I don't think he could. I don't know for a fact, but I don't think he could produce it himself on his own channel. And also a different firm was handling the advertising for it. So very clearly he knew that he was giving up his brand to this company to be utilized for it. And obviously he's giving up the money that he would have gotten from growing the channel. But I mean,
are you sure? I'm pretty sure it was non-exclusive.
Well, there's no other Culture
in exchange
War
for a
podcast
fee
episodes
of $100,000 per video, Commentary 2's production company granted U.S. Company 1 a non-exclusive, non-transferable license during the applicable license term to display, transmit, and distribute licensed content.
Okay, but that is the claim.
That is an amazing deal. That is an incredible deal.
That is an amazing deal.
He's acting like it's a normal thing as well.
Right, but what I'm saying is if that's the case, why does he not have any Culture War stuff on Timcast or Timcast IRL or any of his other channels other than old videos? Right?
I guess because he already got his regular schedule.
Right, I don't know. It just seems off to me.
Whether or not he made the choice.
It doesn't seem to match what he did with it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we'll see.
Hold
we'll
on.
have to wait and
we'll see. I don't know.
We'll see if this ever goes to court. I doubt it will.
But this is the equivalent of Taylor Swift's husband taking fucking commercials from McDonald's and shit like that. Yeah, and he's earning about the same amount. Fuck me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this was we explored a lot. Obviously, this is a big thing. There's a lot of routes to go down. We didn't go down every single route we could have, but I hope everyone enjoyed the content. And if you like this content, the content's not ending for the night. After we give each of these lovely individuals an outro, what we're going to do is we're going to transition and we're going to attempt to watch the presidential debate live. We're not going to be doing this on Twitch, unfortunately. So Twitchies move to either Kick or YouTube, right? But we'll get that done. If you've enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Really helps the channel out. If you'd like to...
Breaking news. Tim Pool said on Ben Shapiro is not exclusive. I'm so sorry. He said it with his own human face. You can see it. He said it was not exclusive. Okay.
Well, fair enough. Now we know.
Fair enough.
Thank you for the breaking news. But yeah, if you like the content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching this on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. Really appreciate it. Share clips with family and friends. I love you all. We're going to start with Nonsmoker. We're going to let Lonerbox have the last word. Nonsmoker, give us your outro. Tell people where you can find you. All that. And all their links are in my description on the YouTube. If you like what they had to say or hated what they had to say and want to find them at some point. Go ahead.
Right. So twitch.tv/non_smoker. I remain thoroughly unconvinced that the most dangerous force or entity attempting to sway or influence U.S. public opinion is Russia. I'm pretty thoroughly convinced that there are many, many, many other interests who not only are more antithetical to the interests of working people than Russia, but also wield a tremendous amount of power and influence that far exceeds Russia's. They also spend a lot more money. I'm much more concerned with that. I happen to think that Tim Pool is a fucking idiot, and I have no interest in any of the content he produces. And I think whatever money Russia spent supporting him or Dave Rubin to basically, get really uneducated, uninformed people to try to wrap their head around Russia and Ukraine was probably wasted. That's a very dumb audience. What a stupid waste of money. And so I will say that, I think that there needs to be, first of all, FARA needs to be totally overhauled. There needs to be a total reassessment of how we apply these standards across the board, because it makes no fucking sense. Since 2016, they've been almost exclusively used to target Russia's influence, not 100%, but mostly. I happen to think that no media should be censored, because the greater diversity of opinions means more opportunity for people to educate themselves, which I think is better. I disagree with the Walter Lippmann view that the public is just the dumb masses unable to think critically for themselves and decide for themselves. So I'm not afraid of propaganda being out there. I think people can understand propaganda for what it is. People can understand misinformation for what it is, do their own research on their own. And I know that because they see propaganda and misinformation in the mainstream news media all the fucking time, which is why alternative media is growing and growing more and more every day. So with that, I'll yield the floor to someone else.
Just real quick, just for full disclosure, if RT and Lauren Chen had offered you money, would you have taken it?
How much?
Fair enough. Dylan, what do you got?
First, I want to thank TENET Media and Dave Rubin and many other content creators for doing one thing, and that is making New Norm a great animated, only on X series. Thank you, Russian. It's good to know that Russian taxpayer dollars, instead of getting their soldiers good uniforms, went to making sure Tim Pool could run his fucking skate park. Okay, so, first thing, complex operation. This is how it keeps getting referred to by Tim and others. It was not that particularly complex. While there were shell companies, while there was, people who were trying to lie to them or deceive them, presumably, it was not a particularly complex operation. They didn't create a fake identity that they could look up online. If they just Googled the people that they had, they couldn't find anything. Any determined digging would have thrown a million red flags. And so they didn't do digging. And so this should not just be a question of where does Tim Pool get his money? Where do all these creators get their money? What due diligence should they do? It should also be a question of what due diligence do they put into reporting? Because if you don't put due diligence into where you get your money, there's also a question of how much research you put into something when something comes down your feed on Twitter and it pre-confirms your biases. It's stuff you already want to believe. This is a real war where people are dying, and people die every day. People lose lives, and I would hope that when people get their information about the war, that they go to people who are reliable, either on the ground sources, either video footage that proves what's happening, independent reports, instead of listening to people who know nothing about the war, who have never been to Ukraine, who know nothing about Ukraine, who know nothing about the war, who are getting paid by the Russians to lie about the war. It is pretty disgusting that they took this money and they have no apology, no problem with it whatsoever outside of man, this really sucks for me. But it's because they don't really care about the issue whatsoever. It's for views, it's for content, and it's not an issue that particularly motivates them. The lives of these people are really just a talking point for a check from the Russians. Anyway, outside of that, smoke out the Russians from the media space. Get them out of there. Get them out. I'll be your Joseph McCarthy.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Thanks for suggesting this topic, by the way. If you guys don't know, Dylan DM'd me about it and said, hey, you should do a panel on this. It was good advice. Thank you.
No worries.
Fabian, please.
First, I would like to say Joseph McCarthy did nothing wrong. He didn't go far enough. McCarthy was a hero, and we should all celebrate him. He is not the House Un-American Activities Committee. You should Google the Pumpkin Patch Papers. You should Google what actually occurred, and you'll find out. But anyways, what I would say, the first and foremost thing I would say is anybody that is making claims about these things as if they're factual. This happened, and then this happened, right? Which, has occurred on this panel. That they're full of shit because you're just trusting the DOJ to be honest about the Russians. And like, that is just, I think normal Americans that aren't hyper partisan even would laugh at that concept, that you would just immediately trust. And I think that's good. I think it is good that Americans have slowly realized that the FBI, the NSA, the CIA, the DOJ, name any other three-letter agency, are not your friends. They represent the interests of the state. They represent the interests of the corporate elite. They represent the interests of political players and powers that make billions and trillions of dollars. And this money that they're getting paid, even though it might be astronomical to a lot of us because it would change our lives if we got $100,000 a week. I know it changed my fucking life. It is a drop in the fucking bucket against these power players such as, yes, the Russians, but and the corporations and the same people that want environmental regulations in the United States and the UK, but don't want them in Bangladesh so that they can, fucking control these trade routes and snuff out entrepreneurs because you have these regulations that they don't have to follow. And there is a corpus of interests that are misaligned with the American public, with your individual. And so when someone says this happened, these guys are bad, I think what I see more than anything, and this is opinion. I'm not going to say this is fact. I think what I see is two power players, one being obviously stronger, the West, right? Vying to destabilize each other with misinformation or with just pushing narratives that cause people to hate their fellow Americans. And we are focusing on all of the wrong things. And so it saddens me, really. It saddens me to see how people grasp onto this. It saddens me to see right-wing commentators immediately chin under the bus over an indictment from the fucking DOJ. It saddens me to see the left basically do exactly what the Russians want, which is hyperbole, take everything the DOJ says as fact, and then attack, your fellow Americans instead of realizing that like you're not sitting at the table of a game that's being played. So yeah, I think these people are somewhat culpable for their stupidity. And at the end of the day, I think there might be some fraud involved, and I think that is wrong. But there's so many political interests that are infecting your day-to-day life. And I think it's way better if people just take a step back and realize that you shouldn't be trusting any of these fuckers, and you should be doing your own goddamn research, and you should be grabbing people on the left and on the right and from other sources. You should be reading fucking philosophy, and you should be getting multiple different sources. And when you realize that they are constantly saying things that contradict each other, that they're all fucking full of shit and they have audience capture. That's how you get real big. Okay. You don't get big by constantly telling the truth. If someone's got 1 million+ subscribers, they're probably bullshitting you.
Okay, well, thanks for coming. Last but certainly not least, Lonerbox.
Seems to be the case in about 2011. Putin was kind of caught with his pants down stealing an election. I think people in Russia were up in arms about it. Hillary Clinton and the United States were very critical about it at the time. And I think from about then on, because Russia used to actually have not that bad relationships with America, especially over Afghanistan and the WTO and everything else. But around that time, Putin got very big fucking mad and decided that like over time, America was going to become more and more adversarial to Russia. So that's around the same time when RT starts expanding their efforts across Europe and the United States, basically with the idea anything that sows chaos is our line. The UK riots, one of the seeds of that whole thing was disinformation from that was partially spread. One of the first spreaders of it was a Russian fake news organization. They hate the West. They hate the United States. They want to sow chaos. They would rather that they voted in a bunch of shithead governments that are more likely to align with their interests. As far as the DOJ goes, I seem to trust the indictment more than anything that some random alt media commentator might say about it. So I can totally see why people don't talk too much about like Russian interference in terms of like election campaigning, and why like it doesn't always get as much attention as some people would like it to have, because at the end of the day, it doesn't always look great to just blame, even if you lose an election, and even if Russian influence actually caused the difference, what are you going to say? Like, oh yeah, you voted against us, but only because you were so retarded that you were duped by Russians. It's never going to work. At the end of the day, these decisions are born at home. Russia exploits them, but they have to be dealt with at home as well. So,
well, thank you for being here, Loner. Always appreciate you. Gang, that's our show. We're not ending the stream, but these gentlemen have other things to do, I'm sure. So thank you again for coming, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
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 Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Wick,
Peace.
do you want to take some Ukrainian government money?
You know what? I would, actually. I don't think that being paid by a foreign entity is necessarily bad, as long as you disclose it. And as long as, like, it's if Britain offered to pay me money to, I don't know, right? It really depends what they were paying for. But yeah, sure. I'll take some Ukrainian money.
I mean, what's wrong with content creators weapon smuggling for foreign governments, right?
True.
Not that I would do that. Anyway,
really,
have a good one, man.
Okay, see you later, buddy. Bye. I would, though. Like, look, if NATO came and was like, Wick, I want you to fund, we like what you're doing, and we're going to pay you some money to keep doing what you're doing. I'd be like, hell yeah. I would tell y'all. I'd brag about it. I'm like, fucking NATO thinks I'm its strongest soldier. Okay, gang? Okay? NATO thinks I'm badass. I would be shouting that shit from the rooftops. But yeah, I'd take that money. Our interests align. If I found out that Russia was trying to give me money, that would be a problem for me. Our interests do not align. Does this make sense? We getting this? But okay, don't go anywhere. We're gonna change it up a little bit, because we are no longer going to be doing the TENET debate, right? But we're going to be talking a debate that's happening in about 15 minutes. Kamala Harris and Donald J. Trump will be debating live on stage. We will be watching that live. We will be watching that live on my YouTube and on my Kick. Twitch, I'm sorry. We're going to have to take you down for that one, because it's very more likely I get struck, right, on Twitch than on the other platforms. If for whatever reason YouTube goes down because they strike me or something, we're risking it a little for the biscuit, okay? Right? It's fair use, because we're going to be commenting on it, but, they got their bots out there looking for these things. If, for whatever reason, YouTube goes down, find me on my Kick at WickTV, and we'll be watching it there. So, yes. I know, no Twitch, what the fuck? I know this is bullshit, but I don't want to lose my Twitch. I want to stay, right, monetized on Twitch, and so we have to stop on Twitch. But let me provide that. If anyone wants to provide the link to the YouTube to you Twitchers, or the link to my Kick, please feel free. Here's the deal. I am going to bring on some of the guests we'll be having, and I'm going to use the restroom. So they will be entertaining you for the next few minutes. Wick on Kick is a banger title. Well, yeah, okay. But let me bring on some of these bad boys.
Oh, snap. Wick drew me in here. I did not consent. I didn't consent.
It's okay. I'm doing it anyway. You know what? I'm just going to bring everyone who's backstage. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't know if all of you are going to stay for this, right?
Sure.
But I'm going to bring you all on for now, because I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and you guys are going to entertain my audience. And Sansol, who is going to be here, right? Sansol, if you want to start getting the stream up, right?
Oh, is that my responsibility
yes,
again?
That's your responsibility again. Why do you think I invited you? But we are going to close down Twitch soon after I get back to the bathroom. So if you are on Twitch, remember, Kick or YouTube. But I'm going to use the restroom. Be good. No slurs. Sansol, you're in charge till I
What
get
is
back.
a slur?
Well, before
One second. I have to figure out where we're watching this. I didn't realize that he didn't tell me this. I have
Just
to find.
remember, you can't. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of way of streaming this live. If we're just saying chuck it in the fuck it bucket and we're all getting banned, or if we're just going to like, I don't know. All I know
if you're streaming this to Twitch, you need to end your stream now.
Well, the way around. Hold on.
Can I ask
There's a way around that. All right. This is what you do.
Oh,
I don't like this. Anytime Admiral Gibbs says there's a way around it, this sounds like January 6th about to happen.
This is.
I mean, Gibbs does know a lot about trying to get around shit. He's a big son of a bitch.
It's true. You know, us big boys, we know. Hey, I'm gonna grease you up right now. Then here's how we do it. You just don't show it, but they can hear the audio. It's not covered on the protection thing because you can.
Wait, did Twitch make an announcement saying any broadcasts of the debate is like verboten? Is that what happened?
No, but in the 2016 election, it happened. The 2020, the primary and the like.
I might want to do this
election.
as a martyr so that I can go on Twitter and be like, I got banned, I got censored.
I got it. I did it.
Now am.
Well, there's an actual logical way around it, which is you just separate the audio from your VOD track in OBS, and then it won't be in your VOD, and nobody ever goes after you.
Oh, look at the fucking tech genius over here who knows how to fucking separate that. Oh, wow. Look at you. You're
all right, Sansol, carry on. You're in charge.
Are you doing it? No. Really quick question. I'm interested. Are you doing it directly in OBS, or do you use voice meter for that? Do you use voice meter, or?
I'm pretty sure you can do it through
is
OBS.
how you would separate the sources into OBS, and then in OBS you would separate the browser source or the Discord source out of your VOD track. But I actually just have a microphone that comes with software. Lets me split it now. So
wait, really quick, Parallax. Can I ask you a question? Can you like go like?
That's what I was about to ask. I wasn't sure. I was just
because I can't tell if it's your. I can't tell if you're sick or if you have like something's wrong with your mic.
Frog in the throat.
You sound like a frog.
I think it's just the frog.
Get the frog out.
Okay now.
Yeah,
frog's still there.
Yeah.
That frog is out.
I couldn't tell if it was your microphone.
Be careful tonight if there's any frog running around in your living room or something.
Okay.
Well,
I'm back.
Let
me kill Twitch.
Yeah, I gotta
in
figure
Minecraft,
out how to stream to.
All right, I will nuke my Twitch stream.
You don't have to like that. It's your call, right? Like,
no,
it's how much risk.
No, it's
you're
a bad.
willing
It's
to
a
take.
bad decision. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, it's a bad decision.
You know what?
You will
Look,
get
I'm not
clapped.
monetized on YouTube or Twitter, so you know what? I'm gonna nuke my my Twitch stream. Okay.
I'm just gonna cover the stream with a flag. That's what I'm gonna do. A big old American flag waving.
American flag just.
And then they
waving
can't.
In the wind. Okay.
Are you guys
Yeah,
gonna
just
be
waving in the wind.
Does anybody
but
know?
while we're waiting for this, and I think Lactoid's going to be joining us hopefully soon. Tiberius, did you have any thoughts on the last thing we were talking about? Because I'm assuming that's why you jumped on.
Oh, I was just hanging out in your backstage. I didn't have any particular reason to be here. I was just hanging out.
Oh.
I don't even remember what the last thing we talked about is. Like, last time we talked was months ago, if I remember right. So
I meant the last show I was just doing, like just now.
Oh,
but if
no,
you weren't
I'm
watching
sorry.
that, you were just literally hanging. You were not helpful.
Me.
Yeah, like me and
Hey,
Tyler were
real
catching
quick,
up. It was
Can
great.
somebody tell me if this is not going to be allowed to be streamed on X or not? 'Cause I usually multi-stream.
I
to
don't
X.
know about
I
that.
have no idea about X.
Here, one second. I gotta mute.
It's still Twitter, by the way.
Twitter.
Okay,
It should be
fine.
fine on
Can't
Twitter.
Hey, I'll give him
I'll just
X
take it.
when
I'll just
actually
take
he
it.
makes it something that's worth a damn, because this is a joke. What the hell
It's the
happened to
best.
X? X is a nightmare, dude. Like,
It's an
what the
improvement.
hell? It was so bad, and now it's so much worse.
I think it's a drastic improvement, personally.
Like, there's certain things I like about it. Like, the community notes seem to be more of something that I've seen while it's been X over, like, over what it was with Twitter. But holy Christ. Like, just the outright nonsense that I see. Like, it used to be just left-wing crazies. Now it's left-wing crazies, right-wing crazies, and people who think the earth is flat crazies. Plus the bots. Like, holy crap, dude. Like,
And lots of porn.
Wait, the Earth isn't flat?
There's a shit pile of porn too now.
It's
Wait,
hollow.
what?
Yeah,
We
there's
all know
porn.
it's hollow.
And like it is really Stardust. Stardust posted something about this yesterday. It is really creepy knowing that porn is specifically being circulated because dudes are no longer using their alts. They're just straight up engaging with it on their main accounts.
Part 1, yes.
Our-
Part 2 is that I guess because Pornhub is now blocked in like half the red states, they just take to Twitter.
Get it where you get it, I guess. Okay. Well, with that, we're going to kind of winnow it down to the people who I specifically reached out to and talked to. There will be a semi-open React panel after this that you are all welcome to join. But for now, I'm going to start winnowing the group. So give me a moment. Okay.
All right, tell me, is the stream working for you guys?
Yes, can you guys see
Yep.
that, dear viewers on YouTube and on Kick? Can't hear it quite yet, but that's fine because we don't need to right now.
Oh, well, I don't. Well, I just want to test
we
it.
don't. Yeah, we can hear it. The test
Okay,
worked.
cool.
Before we begin though, and I'm gonna close watching your stream for now, just so we can talk. Right, but keep it on, keep watching when it
I gotcha.
starts. Just let me know. Does anyone know where Lactoid is? First of all,
No.
I'll DM him. Okay,
These are questions.
what are we looking for tonight? What do you think will happen? What do you think needs to happen? What does each candidate need to do or convey to best help their election, to best win over voters? What are your initial impressions, or not initial impressions, but what are your initial thoughts going into this? What do you expect to see? We're gonna start with the Doghouse Show, and we're gonna work it our way around. But what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so I think that what we're going to see from Donald Trump is he's not going to be able to stick to a policy position. I think what we're going to see is he's going to be focusing primarily on the debate itself and how unfair it is. I expect to see when a question is asked, a dodge comes from it, and it goes on to what he wants to talk about, which likely has to do with immigration. I think we're seeing a lot of talk about immigration come from Donald Trump, whether it's asked or not. I think we're going to see a lot about some of the lack of Kamala's policies, even though I disagree with that sentiment. I think that's what's going to come from Donald Trump. I think we're going to see Kamala Harris do really well on policy and sticking with that. I think she's going to try to throw some zingers. The question is whether those zingers come off as cringe or whether those zingers actually stick. It is a possibility of a 50-50 split of it being one or the other. I think this is all for Kamala Harris to win, but it could also be hers to lose if she comes off a little too cringy and trying to fit in a little bit too youthful.
And I want to, again, we got about 5 minutes before this is scheduled to start. They usually start a little late, right? So it's not entirely right, but conciseness is what I'm looking for here. So Sansol, same thing. What are your thoughts? What do you think each candidate needs to do? What do you expect will happen? Give us your thoughts.
Kamala needs to get Donald Trump to call her the N-word. I think that should be her only goal tonight. After that, really, like Doghouse said, it is Kamala's to lose. Donald Trump is definitely the underdog going into the debate in terms of who's going to win the debate. I think that it's Donald Trump's going to go up there. He's going to try and do his usual shenanigans. He's not going to say anything of any fucking value whatsoever. He's not going to say anything of any substance. And then all the conservatives are going to heel clap along with him. So let's watch.
Okay. Lactoid, so you weren't here for this, but the question at hand is, what does each candidate need to do, and what do you expect will occur? Go ahead.
Yeah, do you hear me okay?
Yep, you're fine. You're doing great, buddy.
All right, so what does each candidate need to do? I don't know. I think that Donald Trump just needs to just do his thing, as he always does. I don't expect him to do anything more or anything less. I think Kamala will do fine. I actually do agree with the prediction Rob made, Rob Noor. He said that he predicts Kamala is going to probably do a little bit better. It's probably true, but it's also possible that she could shit the bed, I guess, if she locks up or says something really dumb or tries to go for like a I'm speaking when nobody's speaking. That could probably be a memeable moment. So as long as she avoids memeable moments, I think she'll be okay.
Okay, Gibbs, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, someone brought up the border earlier. I really hope that, in the words of like a Houston legend, Jim Adler, that Trump just hammers her on the fucking border like repeatedly, over and over, especially with the new Front and Island stuff that's happened.
Sorry,
Like,
I don't mean
in the
to
last 48
interrupt.
hours.
Like Jim Adler do what?
He hammers them. Hammers the
Oh, okay.
Texas
Yeah,
ham.
sorry. It peaked so much. I thought I was like, wait, he
Yeah.
didn't even say hammer. Okay, go on. Sorry
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
it's the whole thing. Sorry, anyway, but yeah, so I hope they just like hits her on the border repeatedly. I think he needs to do that. I think he should talk about his time in office. Kamala, I mean, really, I think for her keys to win, she needs to lay out some policy. Like, I feel like people don't really understand what is her, right? Like, I feel like that would be a good thing for her to do. As far as Trump, I think the muting the mics thing helps him quite a bit. I mean, maybe it'll cut down on his off the cuffs. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think maybe keys to victory for Trump is don't call her the N-word. That's the key.
Don't call her the N-word. That's the key. I love it. I love the commentary from Gibbs. Thank you. Last but certainly not least, well, it will be me, but average debate enjoyer, Tyler. What do you have?
So, as a residential moderate and
Remember
centrist,
concise. Remember concise. But go ahead.
A minute and 30
We're
seconds. Yeah.
What we're looking
until
for
debate.
both of the candidates. We're looking for Kamala to define herself, and we're looking for Trump to try to define her. She's the unknown. Trump's had 4 years of incumbency already. We already know what he's going to do. We don't know if Kamala is going to be a repeat of Biden, if she's going to be something out of the Obama coalition, based on some of the people she's brought in, or we don't know if she's going to be her 2020 political instincts from inner Democrat policy. We're going to look for defining Kamala and Trump just not blowing it.
No N-word, no blowing. Okay, Trump has his marching orders. So for my
60 seconds.
Yeah, for my we can't have another debate like it was the last time. If Kamala shits the bed, if she flubs this and fucks it up, I don't know. That's a huge problem. She needs to at least do as good as Trump, right? She needs to break even, right?
Yeah.
I think that ideally she would communicate, right? Because a lot of people are looking at her for the first time, right? But I think the stream's about to start, so we're going to transition to watching that. Try to keep interruptions during the stream itself to a minimum, though we will be commenting as they go. Afterwards is when we're going to get the react, baby, and that's what we're going to get to go. So let's transition to that.
I'm going to crank the volume all the way up so you guys can adjust it yourself, okay?
Is that something that folks will be watching carefully?
He's now, of course.
Are we streaming it through Discord?
We will be back with you. It's the top of the hour now, 9 o'clock on the East Coast here in New York and in Philadelphia, the room where it's from tonight's first and perhaps last presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
As we've noted, this will be the first time these candidates have met in person, and it's happening on a debate stage. Also, the first debate since President Biden left the race over the summer and Harris became the Democratic nominee. A lot has happened in a very compressed period of time.
Yes, it has, and we have a few moments until the debate starts. We will join it. ABC News is broadcasting
Mute
it,
these
but
guys.
we will simulcast it right here in its entirety.
I don't care
it's
about
taking place at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
You want me to
until
mute?
mute those guys
Okay, gotcha.
until the actual debate starts. Right? I don't care about their commentary. Right?
Can I just say, like, one of the things that as a left cuck boy, okay, that's really terrifying here is that the Democrats get held to unbelievable standards. Trump can go up there and like say ooga booga, and literally no one will fucking care. He could just sit there and stammer for like half of the fucking debate about too many brown people coming in from the
console.
Oh, are we starting? Oh hell yeah, let's go.
Oh.
I'm assuming these are the moderators.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's big.
It's for Trump.
They're old. They got.
Let's go.
Are they gonna shake hands?
Well, she went to shake his hand.
Oh wow, she went all the way over.
She went first.
How classy.
Because he wasn't going to.
How classy.
Starting with the economy.
And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Cooking them.
And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas.
That's because he can't read.
Some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns. We got
That's a third of our
masks. We did
population,
things
guys.
that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance.
They forgot to unmute his
many
mic.
of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice
They're
President
drilling.
brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
That's a good follow-up.
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi!" exclamation point. When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country,
one's in chat if you think Kamala
millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals.
He's pivoting to immigration again.
Too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart
After
and
birth
strength
baby
of
executions.
6
Okay,
Supreme Court
that's his point.
justices, we were able to
The
do
ninth
that.
month
Now,
thing,
I
though, was
believe in
right.
The exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's
She knows
understand how we
Kamala's
got
getting
here.
bashed, and she has to
Donald
like,
Trump
I got you, girl.
hand-selected
Yeah, I
3
mean, he
members
didn't
of the
imply
United
that.
States Supreme Court with the intention that they would
Let's see if
undo
she
the
fact checks
protections of
Kamala
Roe
at
v.
all.
Wade. And they did exactly as he intended.
She needs water.
And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
Huge point.
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that.
Huge
A
win
12
for
or
Kamala.
13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Where's the fact check on that?
Again, it's a lie. I'm not
Well, I
signing
mean,
a ban.
I'm
and
sure
there's no
we'll
reason
see.
to sign a ban because
Trump is not
we've
tied in any way to
gotten
Project
what everybody
2025.
wanted.
Yeah, where's the fact check on that?
He is. Don't- shut the fuck up.
Everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie.
He ain't wrong.
As far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress.
I
She'll never get
want
the
him
vote.
to answer
It's
that
impossible
question.
for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans?
No, I really want him to answer
terminated,
that question.
And it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that,
Why isn't
that
he
they
answering
talk
that
about
question?
abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans.
Answer the damn question.
He can't answer the question. He won't answer the question.
Young people
You don't
and
want
a lot
to.
of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
This is bad.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization.
Lie accusation.
The
Take a
IVF,
drink.
I have been a leader. In fact, when they
been a
got
leader,
a very
guys.
negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing,
Trump,
you should
fertilization
ask,
leader.
will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th
He's a
month,
natural
7th month?
aphrodisiac.
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you
That's
answer
the
the question?
problem.
Hold on, no, she should. Hold on, she should answer this question too.
You could do
She should answer
abortions
this
in the
question
seventh
too,
Settle
month,
yes.
the 8th month, the 9th
There we go,
month,
Trump.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia.
Why is your
the
fucking
governor
mic
of
not
Virginia said we put the baby
Yeah, I know what
aside
happened to
and
mic
then we
muting.
determine
It's
what
only
we're
for
going to
Trump.
do with the
They're
baby.
like, Mike
Trump,
Newton? That's
thank
not
you.
We're going
content.
to turn now to immigration and
She didn't answer.
We
Hold
know
on,
it's
no,
an
make her
issue
answer the
that
question.
Republicans,
Make neither of them
Democrats,
answer the
voters across
question.
board, in this country.
Wow.
You were
Should run
tasked
into
by
that question.
President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration.
he's
This past
salivating
June,
now.
President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to
stealing
allow
his
us
lines.
to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response. Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people.
Man, I'm going to file a lawsuit for whiplash. Holy shit.
To the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Oh my God! What's going on?
He's so fucked. He's so fucked.
He's telling them.
He's so down bad, dude.
He needs to just keep hammering the immigration. He's hammering.
Lola, run! They're coming to get you.
The reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to
That's right. That's goddamn right.
And ABC News did reach out to the city manager.
Damn, Gibbs, you're coping hard right
this
now.
This is content, baby.
Pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals.
This is what I wanted
the
to do.
Immigrant community.
Well,
all
I've
this.
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what
We'll find out, motherfucker.
Extreme. You know, this is
Ooh, that was
reasons
cringe.
why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney
Bush did
and
endorse her.
Congress member Liz Cheney. And if
I'm
you
still
wanna
reeling
really
from his
know
answer just
the
now.
inside
Sorry.
track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear
Lola, where are
already,
you at?
just ask people who have worked
Lola.
with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term.
Don't get eaten, little
And
Lola.
when we
Don't get
listen
eaten.
to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Except for one.
Well, Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the
Are there no commercial breaks in this motherfucker?
well. President Trump, you called this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country.
I
You
got
say you
thoughts.
would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they
2023 was up from
votes,
2022.
but it's not worth it.
We don't have the
because
full
they're
2024
destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof.
Empirically
and we have a
wrong.
new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime.
Tell them.
It was
This is actually a real criticism.
Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
That's also true. Also fraud.
Well, I think
Damn.
you're so
Cooking
rich.
them.
Coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes,
Here we go.
economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big
she's
court
trying to
appearance
rattle
is
him.
in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York. And the
Can't remember all the people who were prosecuting him.
And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization,
because of
and they
Trump
used it,
dick
and it's
suck
never happened in
fucking-
this country.
Sorry.
They used it to try and win an election.
Oh, that's why?
Fake cases.
President Trump
Wasn't an illegally appointed
Vice President
prosecutor?
Harris on this notion of
say
weaponization
that.
of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate
Destiny's
the Constitution
booming
of the
right now
United
with this
States,
reference,
that
by
he
the
would
way.
weaponize the Department of Justice
Booming.
against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Oh, he's trying.
This is the one that
He's trying.
weaponized, not me. She weaponized.
What
I
happened to
probably
Micah?
took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy.
Yes!
I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't.
No,
you wanted
he just
mandatory government
accused her
buyback
of being
programs for assault
responsible
weapons. Now
for
your
his
campaign
assassination
says
attempt.
you don't.
I want
You
everyone
support
to
Indirectly,
decriminalizing border
indirectly.
crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse
check
sources
true.
of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me
Drill,
tell you,
baby,
I was
drill.
a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was
I don't
able
care
to buy
about the
our first
hardworking
home when
mother
I was a
shit. All right,
teenager.
I understand.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not
Humanizes
everybody
them.
got
It's nice.
handed
I like it.
$400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was
Shut
a
up, bitch, I'm talking.
Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now.
Oh, shit!
Does that sound
I'm
cool?
speaking. He did the I'm speaking thing.
She
Okay.
went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up.
What was the question
to where
again?
I was, because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were
Whether they'd been fracking.
quadrupling.
It was
doubling.
asking-
You
no,
saw
it was
what
asking
happened to
Harris about
gasoline.
it,
So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election,
Oh, they haven't even asked him a
they'll
question.
Go
He
back to
just
destroying our
They asked
country.
him if he
Going
wanted to
Oil will be
respond to
dead.
any of her
Fossil
claims.
fuels will be dead. We'll go back to windmills. And
I
we'll
thought he
go
cut him
back to
off.
Solar.
She did,
where
but
they
that was
need a whole
basically-
desert to get some energy to
To
come
be fair,
out.
her,
You ever
her
see a
response to the
solar
flip
plant?
flopping
By the
was,
way, I'm a
well,
big
like,
fan
look
of
at my
solar.
upbringing.
But they
Yeah, it wasn't much.
Oh, yo, thank you for the $100,
400
Adosity. I'll read it
acres
in a
of
second.
desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you.
We
have
need
an
a- we
election
need-
in
we
just
need a
56
break
days.
so we can talk about this.
And I want to talk about the
I
peaceful
know,
transfer
seriously.
of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy and the role of a
Killed him with that
president
transgender
in
line.
a moment of
and the
crisis.
aliens.
That
Mr.
was so
President, on
fucking
January
stupid,
6th,
dude.
You told your supporters to march to the
Tell the
Capitol. You
truth.
said you would be right there
It's
with
not
them.
even funny.
And they're gonna
It's
take
even
your
like-
guns.
Saw what played out of the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home.
Oh,
Is there
shit.
anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control
Oh,
police
no.
officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people?
Oh,
She allowed
man,
to pour
this
in.
is
She was
bad.
the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in
I just wanted to
Seattle?
ask, did
They
you have
went
any
into Seattle.
regrets?
They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed
Just
up
answer
for a
the
speech. I said,
question.
I think it's going to be big.
He
I went
can't.
to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor
Just
put
answered
it
it.
back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big
Well, watch,
rally,
I'm going to
or
ask her about the other
whatever you
thing.
call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say?
Here comes another lie.
People on each side.
I bet you he fact checks this one.
That when it came
You
to
think he's going to fact check? Yeah.
He's going to fact check this one.
Surely. Hold on.
True.
I'm going to take a hit if it don't.
She's right.
Stand by.
Wait, where's the fact check?
So for
Hold on, we gotta wait till she's
watching
done.
who
There.
remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn
I got the hit
the
ready for
page.
fact check.
And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in
Fact check
our campaign
true.
for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos.
The mods are so
And
bad
to
here.
end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where
No fact check, like I thought.
Well,
One
he's
Charlottesville.
interrupted the
That story
possible
has
fact
been,
check.
as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the
I didn't
Capitol.
fact check 2025
Why
either.
are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing
God.
it?
He really cares about the border,
I would be
dude.
very proud to do it. I would say we
It's
would
his
both-
only thing
He also
has
needs to keep
left.
hammering the border. That's what
I'd
he needs
like
to keep
see her
doing.
go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington,
He's
D.C.
losing
and let her
his
sign a
mind.
bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really
No
brings
fact
this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that.
Oh
We said,
my
"Oh,
No, he did not.
I said sarcastically. Look,
Did you watch the Lex
there's
Friedman
so
debate?
much
That
proof.
was not
All you have to
sarcastic.
do is look at it, and they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost
He shouldn't be
75
digging
million
into
votes, the
this.
most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these
Lex
people
actually
are
sometimes
trying to
watches my
get
show.
them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them
Hold
to
on,
come
Lex
into our
Friedman, if
country.
you're in chat, which you sometimes are, was he being sarcastic when he said that?
Lost by a whisker. We didn't quite
No,
make it.
he wasn't.
No,
We should
I'm
just
asking
point
Lex
out here as
Friedman, 'cause
clarification,
sometimes
and you know
he's
this,
in my chat.
You and your allies, 60 cases in
Lex,
front of
if
many
you're
judges,
listening,
many of them
I'm
Republican,
calling you out. I
and
want
said
an
there was
answer.
no
We didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system
It's not a technicality,
where a
it's
person in an election doesn't have standing?
key.
The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President
You think she's going to get fact-checked a single time?
Coming election
Entire
just
debate?
weeks away. He said, when I win,
No fact check. Super biased.
Donors,
It's like a
voters,
single time.
election
You guys think
officials.
so?
He says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law,
If
which
Trump
will include
stops,
long-term prison sentences.
you know,
One of your
interrupting-
campaign's top lawyers
interrupting
responded, saying,
the
we won't let
moderators.
Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused.
What a fumble.
About fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong
Victor
man. He's a
Orban?
tough
Victor Orban, is that
person.
the guy you're going to go with?
Smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole
He's a
world
Putin
blowing
puppet.
up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They
Dude,
were
that's
afraid
not
of
a
him.
good
China
endorsement.
was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him.
Hitler thought
North
I was a
Korea
strong
was afraid of
president,
him.
right? Like,
Look at what's going
fair.
on with North Korea, by the way.
Orban's like a horrible fucking person. He's a
I
dictator.
ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline
But
in
under
the world.
you.
Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president.
That's pretty bad.
But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be
telling
running
him.
instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did?
He wants
you
Biden
talk
on that
about
stage.
Oh,
access to
he's
democracy.
telling him.
He got 14 million votes.
It's a
and they
front
threw him out of
democracy.
office. And you know,
Threw him
I'll
out.
give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes.
He's
And
told
when
facts.
she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get
No, you're not.
Turning
You're not
now
okay.
to the Israel-Hamas war and
Commercial break.
hostages
Jesus.
are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7th,
Tricky question.
Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert.
Hassan's mauling right
Women
now.
were
Hassan's going
horribly
crazy.
raped.
Okay.
And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
What about Hamas?
President Trump, how would you negotiate with
that was a bad
Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the
Oh wow, they're
hostages
actually going to
out
ask
and
both
prevent
candidates
the
for the
killing
same
of more
question? Holy
innocent
shit.
civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about
Just
that one.
gave Hassan,
Israel.
gave her the
At
Hassan
same
vote.
time,
Hassan
in her
vote,
own
Mike
way,
from PA.
she
You're all
hates
voting
the
for her
Arab
now.
population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich
Soundbites galore here.
Saying it like that.
What they're doing is they're spreading that money around.
You're not
Look
from
at
New
what's
York?
happening with the Houthis and Yemen.
I just never heard him
Look
say
at
it like
what's
that.
going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice
The
President
Logan
Harris,
Act.
he says you hate Israel.
He's giving them hands
That's
right now.
absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that.
She just lost a
He's
son.
trying to, again, divide
Hassan's like getting
distract
whiplash.
It's okay to lose.
from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators.
I don't know about that one.
Wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin
he's weak, but he's a dictator?
he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine.
Just Bergen now,
It is
bro.
well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand.
You should ask him about that $10 million from
Who
Egypt.
is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her. last week.
He's really
Said, "I hope
big
she
on the
wins." And I
border
think
thing.
The moderators need to
because
stop
what
He needs
from
to just
the
keep
way
nailing
is
it. I mean, there's no answer.
absolutely
He hasn't got an answer.
It wouldn't have
Strategy, it
happened
happens
with
every
me.
debate,
The
unfortunately. for everyone.
leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this.
Oh my God, thank you.
Oh God.
presidential
Okay,
debate
mute
from the
the
National Constitution
commercials.
Center.
I don't give a shit. Wow. Okay, I'm going to use my privilege as the host of tonight to say this is amazing content. First of all, I think that Trump is really pushing the border narrative. He is very much doubling down border, right? I think that's his motto here. I think every question he tries to tie to the border. However, I think, and my Republican colleagues, my conservative colleagues might disagree with me, but I think he's doing such an unhinged way that they're coming to eat our dogs, right? Is not going to land with voters. It's not going to land with the audience. I think it's a loser rhetorically, but we'll have to see. I think it'll play to the crazies. And I boosted this and I asked my dear viewers, I put a tweet out asking Lex Friedman, who sometimes watches my show, if he thinks when Trump mentioned on his podcast that he lost, and Trump mentioned he lost by a whisker. That's his words. In his debate tonight, he has said that was sarcastic. I'm very curious if Lex Friedman agrees with that assessment or if he took him at his word at face value. So boost that if you can on Twitter. I don't usually ask for Twitter boosts, but I'm asking now. If you're watching this, if you are subscribed to my Twitter, do it. But quickly, concisely, let's go to Blackwood first, and then we'll go around.
Skip me.
Skip you. Okay.
Somebody else first.
Doghouse, go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think one thing that I've noticed being mentioned time and time again, and I think this was done on purpose by the Kamala Harris campaign, is they are mentioning the American people. And I think it's intentional. I think that she is stuck very precisely to the policies that will affect the American people. She has been very coherent, very straightforward. Donald Trump has been all over the place. He's not been very coordinated. However, depending on how you're reading that, you could say that he's being authentic, whereas Kamala Harris is being rehearsed. So,
okay. Next, Sansel, quick.
I think that Trump was really floundering at the very beginning of the debate. He picked it up a little bit in the middle of where we're at right now, and at the end, he started going off about eating dogs and shit. And I think that I think something's getting to him because he's starting to interrupt a lot more. So we'll have to see if he calms down after this. I think that there's a couple of questions that neither of them would answer. That is kind of disappointing, but yeah.
Gibbs, please.
Yeah, I heard some people talking about how tired Trump might look compared to Kamala. He's definitely not getting the Biden treatment. He's coming out there, he's attacking, he's swinging for the fences, whether you think they're landing or not. Yeah, I mean, he's doing what I hoped. He needs to keep hammering the border and hammering how bad she is on foreign policy. I don't know. I don't really feel like her attacks are landing as much, and Trump's doing what I hoped.
Okay, Tyler, please.
Whew, man, I think that based on the two criteria that I gave, I don't think Trump's blowing it. A couple of his comments were a little out there. The dogs one's probably going to be clipped and passed around to show a little bit how crazy he is.
Yes.
He did trail off a little bit unhinged once or twice. Otherwise, he's pretty disciplined. He's 80-90% on message, and he's really sticking it hard to the border because this is the most the border has ever been an issue outside of Republican politics. So, of course, he's going to. This is his signature policy. Harris is doing a decent job defining herself. She hasn't given me much more detail than what she's already been giving for the last few weeks, though. So it leaves a lot open for Trump to keep trying to define her, and you see him taking the chances to with her old policies. Let's see if it works. We'll see the after polling.
Lactoid, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think the moderators here are
super biased.
I think they're biased, and I think that that's going to become the new angle of attack here. There's not really, the dog soundbite is bad. I think that there's going to be plenty of soundbites that the Trump campaign is going to be able to use. I think that overall she is probably doing slightly better, even though I don't think it's a complete disaster. And just to back up my belief, Polymarket now has them both tied. Trump's dropped 3% roughly since the debate started, and then she's gained 3%. So they're tied.
Question:
Yeah,
he's only been fact checked like 1 or 2 times, right?
Dude, he's been fact checked 4 times. She hasn't been fact checked once, despite blatantly lying
Though
twice.
to be fair to the moderators, Trump keeps interrupting the moderators when they try.
Even when it hasn't been that, like it's not even just the not fact checking her. It's also like he'll be like, "Why don't you ask her this?" And okay, well, that's a good question. Why don't you ask? And then they won't ask. That's like happened at least twice on like several times.
Trump,
Like, well, okay, you asked me this.
Yeah.
So what has frustrated me about Kamala, if I may, real quick, right? Kamala refused to answer a question that was about abortion, right? Like there was an abortion question which she was asked, "Hey, will you?" I forget the exact question. I wish I'd wrote it down.
Support it up to
Trump had to ask that. They didn't even ask that. Trump had to ask that, and they refused to hold their feet to the fire on it.
Yeah, that's
well. To be fair, though, he also refused to answer a question about the national abortion ban. He needed to.
He also dodged that. Yeah.
Into this conflict, Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy. That it's in America's best interest to do so. Arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening.
I think
we're
most
in
nations
for
still have
250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150.
They're like all ramping up. It takes
they
a
should
minute,
be
but
forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason?
Trump.
He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up.
I told you guys, the Republicans would be seal clapping along with the most retarded shit that he says.
He's cooking them
for Ukraine to win this war.
I think it's a fair point. Where the fuck is he? To get this war finished and just
on vacation for 3 weeks. He's on the beach.
Because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine
also didn't
in
say
this
how he would
moment,
do it.
but also
Just say,
as
"I want
Commander in
Ukraine to
Chief,
win." That's
if
all.
elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be
For
any
sure, you're
different
right.
from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor
right there.
and what you think is a
Yes, it is.
friendship
Great line.
with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight, Afghanistan.
I want him to
in the last
respond.
hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now.
Got a little snappier the second
Eventually,
time.
you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons.
He's not
Nobody
gonna
ever
use
thinks
them
about
'cause he's
that.
not that
And
stupid.
eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country.
They
She
muted
goes
her mic
down
more
as
than
the
they
worst
muted his mic.
vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate.
Here we go, baby.
I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries,
Mute his mic.
28 countries
What's
at the
the point
time,
of this?
to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying
They have
almost
given Trump
all of
way more
NATO.
grace.
We were being ripped off by European
That's fair,
nations,
they
both
have.
on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible
mic.
jobs that he's
Yeah,
ever
I
seen
agree.
done.
They should
Thank
definitely
you.
do it
I
now.
want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to
Political
ask the
photo
Vice
op bingo
President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this...
Say what you mean. Say it with your chest.
As president, invited them.
I heard him.
Call him the N-word.
David, because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he
Just 2 minutes, Tyler. All right, 2 minutes.
Members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban.
A lot of them.
Because the Taliban was doing
with
the killing.
snipers.
I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was killing American soldiers. That's what he just said.
But I got involved.
Biden's doing 9/11. Trump's getting involved with the Taliban. Wow, what's happening?
Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was
I like that negotiating tactic. It's a good one.
It was good. We were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment.
He totally had to make
and
that
just
up
to
out of his
finish,
head.
they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment
Was
in the
it
history of our
terminated
country.
at any
And by
point?
the way, that's why
Now he
Russia
wants to move on.
attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black."
Why is
I
this
wanna
a
ask
debate
bigger picture
topic?
question here
Honestly,
tonight.
the question.
Why do you believe
love
it's
it.
appropriate to
I love
weigh
it.
in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out.
Oh no, she's doing it again. Fuck.
Say
She's
that.
doing it again.
And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think
Such a
it's
dumb question.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently,
definitely
over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated
That was a flop.
because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's
She forgot
remember,
the
this
name.
is the same individual who took out
Real
a
estate
full-page
mogul.
ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5.
Not true.
She was trying to
Took
come
out
up
a
with that name. She couldn't
full-page ad
remember.
calling for
Fact
their
checker.
execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency
They are giving him so much
in the
grace.
history of our country. There's
They just
never
let him
been
run
anything
rock
like
top.
it.
He's not interrupting her,
Destroying our
though,
country.
like at all.
And they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person
no.
ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back
They were
years,
never
40, 50
acquitted of
years
that, by the
ago.
way. It was dropped.
Because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this.
Cut his mic.
Immigration.
She is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad that she can't get away with that.
He's tired of Biden more. He's tired of that more.
Briefly.
See, they got her mic.
Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer
I'm
is
glad
a
we
new
cleared that up.
generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction.
He's asked why they're not doing it now.
Their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue
Is this the end of the debate?
what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream.
No, she's just highlighting that he's not talking about policy at all.
Payment of $25,000
I don't know. I feel like he should say, you have a plan, I have results.
That's
what he should
the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight,
step
as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
To defund the police.
Why are you
So now they're getting to the next question, dude.
Everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
no.
has a plan to
He's
not
just going with the
allow
crazy.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere
Can't
else.
stop the
That's
crazy.
what her plan
He's
is.
telling the facts. This is what they're taking from us.
No, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no,
He's speaking to us right now.
I'm
I'll be
sorry,
listening.
we're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president.
Not letting
you have
her
long vowed
go.
to repeal and replace the Affordable
those
Care Act,
biased mods,
also known
y'all.
as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote,
Still waiting on
unless
that
we
one
can do
fact check.
something much better. Last month,
Maybe
you
Trump
said,
just
quote,
says
"We're working on it."
more
So
retarded and
tonight,
fake shit.
9 years
Oh, I
after
got
you
a few
first
things written
started
down
running,
Kamala
do you
got
have a
really
plan,
wrong.
and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats
Didn't
came
have a
up,
plan.
They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it
You had
as
nothing to
good as it can
replace it,
be,
you
never
dumb
gonna be
fuck.
great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration.
The best
We read
people.
about the
They
bad
all
ones. We had some
decided
real
that they
bad
didn't
ones
wanna
too,
endorse
and
you
so do they.
afterwards.
They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
Concepts of a plan?
We come up with something. I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous.
Oh, yeah.
You
Here we
should
go.
you should have just let
As it
it
relates to the
ride,
Affordable
honestly.
Care Act,
Just let 'em say the
understand,
crazy shit.
just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it, pass this prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance.
Have you had a
That's
plan?
another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers.
We understand that, right?
Any
it's a tax
auto
on the
worker,
American
whether
people.
it's in
It's effectively a tax. It's not actually a tax.
any other place. What they've done
yes,
to
it's
business
effectively directly attacks on the American
manufacturing.
people.
If you don't buy the
agree.
product, it doesn't
is
affect you. It taxes
horrible.
everybody.
We
gets
have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid
I think
to do
he's
it.
definitely looking a
Between
lot
him
stronger
and
in the
his
foreign
son.
policy.
They get
than she
all
has
this
so
money
far.
from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential
I don't
debate
care about the
from
commercials.
Philadelphia.
Okay.
Back in a moment.
Again, point of privilege. This was a terrible segment overall for Trump. There was a couple missed opportunities at Kamala's end, right? But being asked, what's your plan? And saying, well, I have the concepts of a plan, is laughable. It's a laughable answer. It was perhaps, of all the things he said tonight, the most ludicrous. And
The funniest.
again, right? He keeps making these there's no other word for it. Insane statements. Kamala's gonna take all your guns. Kamala's gonna bring in the people to eat your dogs. Kamala's is a Marxist, right? These are, we just have to say it, insanity. It's insanity.
So real quick on the first point, if you look at what he was saying before he said that I have concepts of a plan, what he said was, we don't have anything better right now, but if something comes up that is better than Obamacare, I would take it. But as of right now, I'm just going to run it the best way I could. I could have let it rot from the inside out, but I have a responsibility to the American people. So instead, we're going to run Obamacare better than the Democrats could. That was essentially what he said. If a better plan comes, I'll change to it. But as of right now,
such a weak answer, dude.
It is a weak answer, but it does provide a little context.
Fair.
And what was the second point you
Kamala is bringing in people to eat your dogs, and Kamala's a Marxist. and
Yeah,
Kamala's
the
going to
Marxist
take your
thing.
guns, all your guns.
take the gun. So
like,
on
look,
the-
I get that.
She
I
is
get
gonna
that.
take the
Look,
guns. She is. Yeah, I don't
she's
know.
not
I
though.
ban, yeah.
You can
So she
understand.
is.
Hold on.
Advocated for an AR ban.
That is not
Yeah,
taking
yeah,
all
yeah.
your guns. You understand?
That is taking guns. That's taking guns.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's not what he said. He said Kamala's going to confiscate all your weapons.
Yeah,
your
but
guns.
okay, here's hold on.
This is
Wait,
saying.
hold on. The
he didn't say
argument
weapons. He did say guns, right? Kamala's going to take all your guns means he's going to like this is what he does.
It's a
He makes
stepping stone.
insane
Did he say all your
statements.
guns, or did he say guns?
But hold on, it's a stepping stone, Wick. We all know it. So the first they start with the AR, next they come for the next thing, next they come. So that's what
Not
he's
even
saying.
that.
It's like it's already on the website. You can start with this.
The
If
assault
that gets
weapons
through,
ban-
we're coming
Yes,
for more. Like
The assault weapons ban would have banned all semi-automatic weapons
hold on.
that went through Congress.
Okay, hold on. I can provide like a clear fact on this because I've looked into the assault weapons ban since 2019. Okay, literally I've been checking into this since I started politics. Basically, the assault weapons ban is what Kamala Harris supports, and that's why when she started to go into it, I was like, please don't go into this. This is not a winning issue. Do not go into it. Because what it does is it essentially bans all AR-15s. However, it bans them from being purchased. Any AR-15 that has been in place sent before that bill goes into place would not be confiscated. No,
She
they would not be taken.
co-sponsored it. She co-sponsored that
yes.
to ban semi-automatic weapons, all of them,
From being
handguns
purchased.
included.
Yeah,
Yes.
but again, if you own an AR-15 or not an AR-15, I'm sorry, if you own an assault rifle, right, and the ban goes through, they're not going to take it. Like, look, I'm against
Yeah,
an
but it's
assault
the
rifle
first-
ban.
it's
To be
first
clear,
step,
no, I
Rick.
just
It's
want to be
the
clear.
first step.
I'm against an assault rifle ban. I think that's a bad policy. But this idea that they're going to confiscate your weapon is
Oh, come on, Wick.
I just
Come on,
don't think
Wick.
it's preposterous to say
It's
that
just-
like things she endorsed and co-sponsored while she was in Congress are her actual stances. Because
Yeah,
like these are things she actually endorsed.
And like you act like it's like not like common for you to start with one thing and then you start doing more and more draconian things after that. Like this is
Said
clearly
that
the
about
start
like
of the
the
agenda.
COVID lockdowns and the.
I mean,
COVID
I would agree
passports,
with the
and they
COVID
said that
lockdowns.
about-
I would listen. Yeah, I would
no,
agree
they
on
said
that.
that they were going to keep on.
You know, it's a
getting worse
test
and
or
worse.
something. You know what? I'm just saying, and like people are like bashing some of the insane
Every single
statements
time
Trump is
someone
saying,
says
right?
the government's just going to keep on and keep on and keep on, it never fucking happens. But you guys keep
No,
on warning it's going to happen, but then it never fucking
You know,
happens.
it doesn't happen until it does happen, and that's the problem, right? You never know when it's going to go. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
but
it sounds
on
like
this
a
one, I
cop
get,
out,
like-
but it's like a slippery slope, you know. I mean,
Look,
and
I
like,
wouldn't
what
be
he does-
complaining if
slippery slope, but
Kamala
you
was
have to
saying
actually
Trump
show
is a.
that this is something
Look,
that happened.
I mean, to be also on the flip side, I think he's dominated her foreign policy. She's been not look good in foreign policy. That's definitely surprising. Something I think he's like surprisingly looked a lot stronger than I thought he was going to look on. And he's tied it all back to the border very well. So he's made foreign policy a domestic issue because most people don't not like vote on foreign policy.
He's tied
so,
economy to the border as well.
I'm sorry,
and
but
he's tied economy, and so I think he's hitting some key ones there.
If you think that
and a lot of
I would fix everything with one phone call, fucking foreign policy is good, like you're actually fucking retarded. But
yeah, let's hear the closing statements.
Yep.
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
And when it ends, please join us for analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break it down.
Skip the analysis.
As we enter
we are going to
to
analyze that
Election Day,
shit.
we'll go
Okay?
back to the debate and
Team
closing
whip.
statements.
Okay.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
Good.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with
pretty sure
Russia
Putin probably
and Ukraine.
is in constant
We're going to
communication
end
with
up
them,
in a third
probably.
world
What he
war,
said
and it'll
about
be a war
ending
like
the
no
Ukraine
other
war
because of nuclear weapons,
is
the
the Logan
power
Act
of
violation.
weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate
Okay.
here in Philadelphia at the National
I don't
Constitution
care about
Center.
this. We're
I'm
going
Lindsay
to
Davis.
close the stream.
Yeah.
I have so many things I want to
Wow.
say.
Yes. We all do.
I
We all
took
do.
notes as well.
I know.
I got a whole notepad
You and I took notes.
full of notes, right? It's crazy. But before we get into that, I just wanted to remind people, if you've watched this content and you haven't liked the stream, why not? That seems like something a Marxist Putin lover would do. Like that stream, right? Subscribe to the channel. This is going to be semi-open. I do want to give all the people here a chance to have their say a little bit, but as we go, we will be bringing people on throughout the night. If I know you, we had a little kerfuffle, a little incident with unknowns recently coming in and doing naughty things. And so I'm going to vet a little bit of the callers tonight, unfortunately. And I'm sad I have to do that, but this is what we have to do. So yeah, so first of all, before we get into initial reactions, I did get a wonderful super chat, a few of them. One for $100 from Audacity to say, can you feel my love rising from the heat above? The only way to make sure America heals is a forced union between Kamala and Trump, live stream 24/7 on MTV, brought to you by Cabela's. Love in the Oval Office, special guest Bill Clinton and JFK skull. Thank you for the $100, sir. $10 more from Audacity. TBF, the worst withdrawal this presidency was the Chase Bank glitch. Hey-yo. Thank you for the additional $10. And then $2 from Fates, Canadian dollars, to say foreign funding. Thank you. Okay, that said, initial thoughts. Let's start with Tyler, and I'll end. So Tyler, thoughts?
Okie dokie. So as I was saying, there's two things that the candidates have to earn. I don't think Trump blew it. What you were saying earlier, Wick, about these preposterous things. What he's doing is trying to define her by her 2020 policies, what she endorsed, what she co-sponsored, and trying to use that to say, look, these are her political instincts. She's lying to you. She's a phony. She'll tell you whatever she needs to, but these are what she goes for when she has her chance to vote. So it's fair in terms of branding somebody who's rather vague about her policy. She gave a lot of vague words. Like the closing statement was a good point, like opportunity and like the housing. I like her housing policy. I like her small business policy. She sounds like a moderate, like neocon, neoliberal. She basically came out as a conservative tonight on a lot of things, but she sounds moderately good on those issues. It's just, I didn't get any detail. I want more. I want more of what she's going to do. She never said what she's going to do to fix the border. The reporter asked her a squish question that basically said, immigration was up for the first 3 years, but as we know now, it's down about 75%. You're doing a great job. You want to comment on that, or did I take care of it for you? It's like, it was pretty fucking crazy how the moderator kind of gave her that softball, but went after Trump. But otherwise, I think she did a really solid. Republican expectations completely blew him out of the water. She had a couple moments where she stammered and stuttered, probably didn't nail home her points as good as she should. There were a few missed opportunities where it looked like she was building up to a good insult and then just fumbled the ball. But other than that, I think she did very fucking good. And in a perfect world, I could easily see myself voting for her. Trump, I don't think really said anything preposterous enough that he made people think any differently of him than they did going into this.
Okay. Thank you for that. Gibbs.
Yeah, so first note I have is that I thought the bias was pretty egregiously obvious. One caveat to that, they did let Trump talk. Like, I will say that. Like, they didn't cut him off. They let him answer and rebuttal. Surprisingly, Trump wasn't really, like, butting in very often. I think somebody must have coached him up. So I was kind of impressed that, like, he would yell at the moderator, but he wouldn't, like, interrupt her, it didn't seem like. Also, I don't know if what I would do if I was on a presidential debate. Maybe this is why I'll never run for president, among many, many other reasons. But if someone shushed me on a presidential stage, I think I would probably have lost my shit. I don't know. I'd be like, shush, quiet, and I probably would lose it. I'm just saying.
Wait, when did that happen?
Yeah, he told her quiet, please. Like,
Yeah,
in the
he
middle
did.
of one of them.
There's 2 times that he used that.
The second time, it was more like 2015 Republican debate.
Anyway,
Yeah,
excuse me,
it
Jeb.
was pretty. It was pretty bad. I thought she looked nervous, but then she hit her stride really going into it. Some of the good ones I thought was the Trump sales tax she had going. I did wonder about why they didn't ever fact check the Project 2025 thing. He did exactly what I hoped he would do and hammered the border repeatedly. I think that's something, and then y'all kept saying the insane thing. Well, here's what's interesting to me is like, I've been like watching a lot of my normies people on the feed and they're all like resharing this. Like, this is exactly what we've been saying. This is exactly. So it's almost like there's like people that he's saying what they've been thinking. And it's just like, I don't know whether it's a good or bad thing, or if it's like saying he's only pandering to certain groups. But it's not like it's just in a vacuum. There are definitely people that are thinking what he's saying out loud, and they're like, finally, somebody that's saying this. Yeah, the gun stuff, I wish they had gone into more. And I don't know. I think the biggest thing I think he did that was a really good thing was waiting till the end, like after she didn't, and so when she didn't have a chance to rebuttal, was sitting, well, you've been here 3.5 years. Why didn't you do anything? Ending it on that note was a really high note for him, I think, to end it on. And her not being able to answer that. That's, I think that was good strategy on his part.
Yeah, because she couldn't, well, fair enough. Yeah, like, it was literally the closing statement, but fair. Lactoid, please.
Yeah, so my general analysis here is I think Harris did generally fine. I think she did do better than Trump, which I predicted before this debate. Polymarket more or less reflects this. They're tied now, but beforehand he was up on her 3%. So he's dropped 3%, and she's gained 3%. So that's significant, right? That is a significant reflection of kind of how the betting markets can take in this, and I do think that we're going to see projections reflect this over the next coming weeks. I don't think it was an absolute catastrophe, though. I think this is not like Biden's obliteration in the last debate. And keep in mind, a lot of the people that are going to be saying that Kamala just crushed him are the same people who are saying, yeah, Biden did pretty good last time, which, we were saying, no, he didn't do well. And we turned out to be correct on this. But as one of the people who was correct on this, take my word on this, Harris did, I think, overall win this debate. But it wasn't a complete catastrophe. I think both sides did dodge questions at times. Trump did his normal thing of kind of going over the same points over and over again. He was more energetic, I thought, than in the Biden debate, which I think did do him some favors, but obviously his opponent was tougher. The dogs point was a bad point, but it was also sort of hilarious. And so I don't know how well that particular point is going to work like politically for Kamala, because they're going to show that and then people are just going to laugh and remember Trump. The moderators were absolutely biased. And this is, I think, how conservatives will cope with the fact that Kamala did win this debate. I think even the moderators weren't biased. Kamala would still probably have done, edged it. But the moderators were biased, right? We saw constant fact checking on Trump, but Kamala wasn't fact checked at all. Very fine people comment, which I've debated on Wix multiple times, which was admitted by Snopes to be a lie, which the people who I've debated on this told me that, yes, it was a lie, and apologized to me for saying that I was a liar by pointing out that it was a lie. That wasn't questioned at all at any point during the debate. Project 2025, the lies there weren't questioned at all. The fact checks against Trump were also somewhat questionable, like the FBI one. Trump actually does have a point that the recent FBI crime statistics are omitting some data. And, it's not exactly clear. Yes, the statement of the FBI is that crime is overall down, but it's not exactly clear when you factor in the missing data if that is the case. Also, it did quote, it didn't sound like sarcasm. I don't think that's a proper fact check. If the moderator believes that it doesn't sound like sarcasm, seemed pretty ridiculous. Her policies were not dug into. Trump actually had to ask the 9th month abortion question. He did dodge the abortion question as well. And then she dodged it, but the moderators didn't do anywhere near the same level of grilling on her. They asked him the same question 3 times over, and he didn't answer it. He had to bring up the 9th month abortion question, which, by the way, his vice president did sign a law that allowed abortion into the 9th month. But this wasn't gone into at all. She looks like a reptile a little bit when she smiles. I don't know if you guys see it. I saw this multiple times.
Hold on, that's a let him finish. But that's a left turn from the analysis so far.
Well, I'm just going over my notes, right? Because I noticed this multiple times. Like she did this thing, especially. She did this.
What's her eyes blink like sideways instead of up and down or something?
They could have. Like I noticed it multiple times. It was especially apparent when Trump said the "I'm talking" bit. and she did this weird smile, and she arched her neck back, and she smiled, and she looked down, and she looked just like a lizard. It was very unnerving.
I was convinced after DeSantis, so maybe if she's on the other
Yeah.
side, I wouldn't be too surprised.
She did look very lizard-like. But the last thing I'm going to say real quick, Hassan was brought up, and Hassan said something on Twitter that I actually think is kind of a good point. He said, quote, "The immigration panic narratives make Trump sound insane, but the fact that the Dems aren't countering even a little bit of this narrative is genuinely alarming." Trump kept going back to immigration because that's his point. That's what he does. And yes, it was obnoxious at times, and it was tired at times. But did anybody actually hear a substantive rebuttal? Did anybody was there anything that was presented on one of the most pressing political issues of the day whatsoever from Kamala? I can't think of a single thing.
The moderator
and the moderators didn't even really push her too much on that.
She said that her policy would be the one that Donald Trump shot down. When she was hitting on that point, that's how she led into it.
Defaulted to legislation.
The bipartisan bill.
Yeah,
she defaulted to the legislation. What's the DHS going to do? What's the executive branch going to do?
Did she talk about that at all, or did she just
that's how
I'm going to do
That's
it?
how the topic when the topic brought up, that's how she opened with it. That I supported and wanted a bipartisan bill that would do
and I
X,
would
Y,
bring
and Z.
back that bill if put in my desk, I would sign it. That's how she led into it. So she did answer that question.
I'll have to go back and rewatch
but then
that
then
point.
it went
really didn't
into-
sound like a solid answer. 'Cause
then it
I
went
thought she
into
deflected by
crazy
talking about his
territory, like
rally sizes, right? That's what I thought it was.
No, that was later on a little bit. Yeah, that shit was a little bit funny though.
Is that it, Lockwood?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sansol, please.
I think that it wasn't a total disaster for Trump, but I think that he did a couple of things that are going to get memed into oblivion. I think that that's probably not something that's going to look good for him with the eating of the dogs and shit. I just don't know why, if that was something that he decided to do just right then, or if for some reason, like, he has Zika babies as his fucking, like, debate handlers, and they told him definitely talk about eating the dogs. I don't know whose decision it was, but it was fucking crazy to do that. So that's a massive L right there. I think Trump, at times when he started getting more combative, sometimes it seemed a little bit justified, but the more he did it, the more it felt like he was being a little bit of a bitch. Listen, I'm a little high. I'm just gonna say it like it is. He acted like a little bit of a bitch up there sometimes when he kept on interrupting constantly. The moderator should have reeled that in. And I also think that they should have pressed the two of them on those couple of questions that y'all talked about as well. Yeah. But other than that, I think that Kamala came out on top. Probably like I for expectations going in, I would say she probably performed about like a 7.5 to an 8 if I'm being super generous. Trump was at he wasn't at Trump 10, man. He wasn't at Trump 10. He was like at Trump 4.5, 0.75.
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else from us, Sansol?
No.
4.75. Okay, you just riding.
4.75.
You riding the wave. Okay.
I think Sansal's at a
Brother, I'm high, okay?
Yeah, no, I get you.
I give him
Okay.
6.2 out of 8.3.
There you go.
What do you got for us, the Dockhouse Show, please?
Man, let me tell you what. So first of all, let the record reflect that I was correct, that he was going to continuously go back to the immigration issue. Hold on one second.
Okay. Well, while he's gone, let me just give my thoughts.
Sorry, my dog was whining.
Oh,
and I
okay, he's
could
back
hear it. It
now.
was
He's back
3
now.
minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, yeah, she was let the record reflect that Trump was going to continuously go back to the immigration issue. I had a feeling he was going to continue to do this. The other thing that I thought was really interesting, and I don't know if anybody else noticed this, is that she would continuously look at the camera. She wanted to speak to you, and this was definitely a debate coach thing that she was like, they were telling her, look at the camera, make sure you find it, make sure you're speaking straight to the American people. She continuously used that word, the American people. I think there was another word that she used. Let me get it pulled up here because I had it pulled up. She said...
Was it opportunity economy?
Opportunity economy was a big one. She used opportunity economy a lot. And so what I felt was this. At the end of the debate, it was down to two things. I think Trump started with his debate coaching and then just slowly lost control of it. It was like a runaway train. He just like, I'm going to go off script. Screw it. I'm throwing it away. And then I think that Kamala Harris ended up taking her debate coach serious, like her debate prep extremely seriously. So it's a tale of two different cities. Do you like the off script kind of candid response, or do you like the scripted response? The thing about Donald Trump, though, is that a lot of his policies, it was basically, I'm not Kamala. That was something I kept picking up on. And his conclusion, his final response was exactly that. It's like, she messed up the economy. She did this. She did that. And you're kind of left, okay, great. She did this. What are you going to do? And it was nothing. It was just, she's messing it up. She's messing up. She's starting foreign wars. She did this. It's like, that's cool. But I expected that because that is how Trump's campaign is operating right now. It's all on mudslinging and little policy. And he's got, the thing about it, which is crazy, is he has a policy up on his website. But I didn't see much of that. It was very, very watered down. So it depends on how you viewed this. I think you take away from this that, in my opinion, Kamala won. I think she won this on policy. She won this on speaking to the American people. And I think she was much more composed than Donald Trump, who the moderators, let me just tell you, let him get away with a lot of stuff. Just let him go on and on and on. It's like, you're sitting there. Why are you not cutting off? Like, what's the point of having a mic cut if you're not going to cut his mic? I didn't see anybody get their mic cut, except, if I'm being quite frank, Kamala Harris felt like she got her mic cut a few times, or at least it was muted. And it's like, so you could say that they were biased because of that one fact check, but they definitely gave Trump a lot more leeway in that debate.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. So, going to echo a few sentiments here. Policy-wise, and I have extensive notes. I can share it with the class if anyone wants to see. But the biggest thing that Kamala did that impressed me at first was her being specific about certain policies. Obviously, debate stage is not a place to go into grand detail here, but the $50K tax benefit for new businesses, that's a good plan, right? When she talks about her, let's see, the border bill and citing the border bill, also specific policy, a good plan. You can not like these things or like these things, but these are solid points. Unfortunately, as the debate went on, specifics went out the window, policy went out the window, right, for all these things. She did return to it a time or two, right? But Trump, in comparison, there was no policy prescribed. Not a single policy, except for he would end the war in Israel and Ukraine. He doesn't tell us how, except for he would make a phone call and it would stop. Other than that, he did not talk about specific policies at all. He made several claims, such as, I actually won in 2020. He doubled down on that. He said that what he said during the Lex Friedman interview was sarcasm, quote unquote. When he talked about our country has gone to hell, me try to overthrow the government. What about all the illegal aliens? Was a wild deflection, a wild dodge. Talking about afterbirth baby executions. Talking about they're eating the dogs. Kamala will cause World War III. Kamala is a Marxist who will end our country and make it Venezuela on steroids. These are all very extreme things to say with, I don't think, any backing whatsoever. So again,
What do you mean no backing? What do you mean no backing?
Okay. Do you think Kamala, honestly, be honest with me, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think Kamala will cause World War III?
Yeah, some of that. Yeah, I see her as much more likely to start World War III, in my opinion.
No, he didn't say she's more likely to start World War III. He said Kamala will cause World War III.
Yeah, I mean, it's a conclusion that I could come to.
Okay, I don't take that seriously.
I
mean, I don't care
don't.
if you take it seriously. I
don't
like,
think
this is what I keep
voters do
saying.
either.
I think that you're wrong, and I'm going to tell you why I think that you're wrong. It's real simple. There's a large segment of the U.S. that y'all are just dismissing, and like Trump is saying these things, and this is what they're thinking. Like they're like, hey, like I've been thinking this for a while, you know, and like now whether or not that's going to play well, we'll see. But there is a large group of people
Do you
that
think
like are
he
coming
was
to these
being
conclusions.
sarcastic
Like,
when he said on the Lex Friedman interview that he had
No,
lost by a whisper?
it's obviously dishonest. Some of the things you mentioned, others are hyperbole that are kind of fair game, but there are definitely things you said that are flat out dishonest, and it should be
Can we
pointed out.
well, hold on. The one thing about Trump though is he's already has his policy established, right? And like I know you were saying, hey, he didn't go into detail. My thing is like we pretty much know what his policy is. Sure, but like, well, okay, that's fair. Yeah, you should have mentioned it. But he definitely like we already know what his policies are prescribed. I think there's just a difference. Like you don't have to hold him to that. Yeah, hold on. Just I don't think there's a
his policy.
Yeah,
is
I don't.
get rid
Yeah,
of
we
the
can look at what he's already
Mexicans,
done previously.
Build the wall.
We have Agenda
Don't eat
47.
dogs.
Like don't eat
Don't
dogs.
eat
Yeah, you're
dogs.
right. Sure, but my point is, it's not like Kamala, where we are very like new to what her policy is,
Kamala.
and we're like guessing. Yeah, Kamala, whatever her name is. I'm just saying, Miss Harris, President-elect Harris, or wannabe-elect Harris, or whatever she's gonna be. Who knows? That person. Listen, we don't know what her policy is. Like, it's very like vague, right? You know, it's nebulous. We've argued about it, and she's kind of put forth some stuff, and so we have to go off her record, which is still nebulous. And so I don't think that she really get like.
What's
Yeah, she named
nebulous
specifics.
about her record? Like
She is pretty. I don't know what her stance on immigration.
You know what her stance is on like everything is. Honestly, like tell me what's her what's her voting record in Congress? Do you know it off the top of your head?
Wait, can
no, you're saying that it like
no, you don't know it off
the
the top of your
reason.
head.
No,
So, like, don't play like
I
you
didn't
know
say
her-
that I knew it off the top of my head, but you said that it's
Yeah.
nebulous. But
Yeah,
like,
it's
if
nebulous.
it's
You know it. You don't know it. You don't know.
I read her policy page. It
What,
looks
how,
like
what does
ChatGPT
nebulous mean to you? Is that just like,
had-
or is just like
Harder to
any
find.
fact that's anything in the world that is an unknown fact to you is nebulous?
No, I mean hers is hard to peg down. Nobody really knows what it is.
I mean, you can go and look at her voting record. Like it's public fucking records.
What is she going to do on the border?
Exactly.
She said that she's going to. She supports the immigration plan.
That's what
that
Congress
they were,
is going to do.
Okay,
That's what
wait,
Congress
wait,
is
wait.
allowing the
Go,
president.
okay, hold on.
What is her DHS going to do? What is her border policy going to look like?
I can address this. So one of the things that she's looking to try to do is trying to reform some of our justice system for like the judges and things of that nature. She's also looking to bring back the bipartisan bill as well. That's part of it. I could go back to her page.
That's not what the president is. I want to know what her DHS is going to do.
If you want something like that, then I would have to go and look at exactly when she talked about immigration.
Yeah, Trump's policy page says that he has what executive orders he's going to do, exactly what his DHS is going to do. We don't even know like what.
Can we acknowledge? Because I have to go in like 2 seconds, so I really want to ask this.
Yeah, I also need to leave. Unfortunately,
I'm very curious.
Yeah, I understand.
Very curious.
I see you guys waiting backstage. We'll pull you on after. Yeah.
I'm very curious what y'all's opinions are, though, on these potential Logan Act violations, because I thought that was really interesting how he's like, oh, yeah, I've talked to the president of Ukraine or something. And then he was like, at the very end of it, he's like, I will go and talk to President Putin before I even get into office. I'm like, I don't know about that, Chief.
Well, no, it was stronger than that. He said he's on the phone with world leaders all the time. They call him on contact.
Yeah, you're allowed to talk to world leaders, but if you're negotiating something political, it could be a violation.
Yeah, that just raised red flags for me. Well, first of all, it's eminently believable to me that him, Putin, Viktor Orban, all these people regularly talk. That is eminently believable to me, right? He didn't mention which leaders, right? But I can see it. And he's the one that said it. So yeah, Logan.
I'm sorry, I don't believe him. I think he talked to like Viktor Orban, and he said that shit to him, and now he's exploding it to. I talked to all these leaders, all the fucking. He talked to one fucking leader, and they told him something that he wanted to hear, and now he's sucking his own dick over it. Okay.
I don't think there's ever been any report of a bad relationship with Zelensky. I don't think they've ever said anything bad about each other.
There was a controversy.
I mean,
if
there
recall
was
correctly. If I recall
about
correctly,
Trump threatening him over the phone to investigate something.
Yeah, he said it was a very fine phone call, and Zelensky didn't say anything negative about it.
Yeah, because he was terrified that he wasn't going to get the weapon shipments because Russia was already inside of Ukraine.
4 days later.
Oh, I love that.
Speaking of that, the best thing he did was the story about the photograph.
Last thing. I will say this. I loved how detailed Kamala Harris was. on like what kind of aid she gave to Ukraine, where she's like, I gave them M1 Abrams, I gave them javelins, I gave them this. I was like, okay. Meanwhile, Trump's like, the Taliban took you out with a sniper. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, what? Oh, why so specific?
It is good because
I just think he tacked it on at the end because snipers are scary.
At Trump's rallies, one of his points that he's been saying at his rallies is that he was the one that started selling Ukraine lethal weapons, and Joe Biden stopped that in order to negotiate with Russia. So her saying we're selling them lethal weapons kind of cuts his point out at the heels. So it's good.
Okay.
Yep. All right, well, guys,
I know you gotta go. Where can people find you guys?
I'm the Doghouse Show. You can find me on Twitter, X, TikTok, because I'm blowing the fuck up on TikTok. I'm becoming a TikToker, which I do not like. And I am also on YouTube. So wherever you want to find me, just search the Doghouse Show and just make sure it's not like a questionable website. Because I promise I am not doing that kind of stuff yet. Okay. Anyways.
Thank you for coming. I'll see you later. Sansol, you have to go too. What's your thoughts?
Yep. I'm a retard that likes to talk about the fucking news, and that's about it. Do I need to say anything else?
No. Thanks for coming.
Alrighty.
Bye. Okay. With the rest of your staying, let's bring on the backstagers.
Lactoid, do you really think that Kamala, I'm looking subject to subject, I got it pretty even between
Wait, I wanted Sansol on when I got in here. I was going to tell him.
I'm talking, hold on, just to be clear, like I'm talking on just overall debate performance. That's going to include just part of it's going to be, just feel as to like their overall demeanor. And yeah, I don't know. I do think that there was points that he rambled.
Oh, for sure. I just think
I feel like he also did a
Well,
pretty good job
let's
flipping
turn
some things.
Lactoid, so that's
like the
great.
Taliban one. When she came out for the Taliban one, and he returns with his little story about, we sent the leader of the Taliban a photo of his house. I think that's going to hit home with a lot of Americans who are going to go based. Right? Like, that sounds like a good
I don't know if it's going to hit home, but it was fucking hilarious. But
I think it's going to be good for the TikToks, for
Mr.
sure.
Gibbs, I'm speaking. Okay, God.
You can speak now. Now that I'm done, you can speak.
No, I'm kidding. I love
I do
you.
want to hear
love
from the
that
new
Trump
people.
got
We're going to
that
start
in.
with Jeb Tan, but I want to hear from Jeb Tan, Econoboy, Cameron, and I want to hear from Vigilante as well. So we're going in that order.
So
go ahead. Give us your
quick
thoughts.
hits, nuanced points. I wanted to rail against Doghouse. The idea that the moderators were biased towards Trump is hilarious. They were clearly biased toward Kamala. I think any reasonable viewer would agree. Kamala, I think even you, Wick, pointed out just outright factual, like easily debunked lies that she, if there's I think the vibe was if Trump said something that was debunkable with one sentence, the moderators were going to jump on it. Seemed like Kamala could kind of say whatever she wanted and they wouldn't jump on it. Like, probably would have been clear. For the record, Trump has never endorsed Project 2025. For the record, Trump has never endorsed an abortion restriction from any of these individual states that you're claiming. For the record, Trump never called Nazis good people in Charlottesville. These are very easily debunkable one-sentence things. They never did it. They did it
Well,
to
they
Trump.
asked him, to be clear, Jeb Tan, they did ask him, would you support a national abortion ban? And he never...
That's not what she said, though. She called state abortion bans Trump abortion bans.
Sure,
so that's easily debunkable in one sentence, and they didn't do it. So the moderation was swayed Kamala's side. So here's my debate performance wrap up. I think Kamala won the debate. She did it through debate prep. I think she lost the forest through the trees as far as what her goal in the debate was. Right? Because she won the debate, but she won the debate based on things that win you a debate. And they're kind of the things that make people say debates don't matter. Debates matter, but you have to understand that there are win conditions for each candidate in a given debate that are not the same. Donald Trump's sort of win condition here was to bop Kamala on the head and say, bad girl, you don't know what you're talking about, you're nothing, whatever. And that would have won him the debate. While Kamala wins the imagery of the debate by doing that to Trump, she doesn't do what she needed to do. I mentioned this, I think, on one of your posts. Kamala needed to show flashes of greatness in terms of what she lays out for the future of the United States in terms of policy. There was a disproportionate responsibility on her part to outline and flesh out a policy platform that is consistent with her previous views, that was not the same as Trump's responsibility as someone who's already been president, and they've already seen what kind of policy happens under him.
That's my point.
She didn't do that. And this has been the biggest flaw, and this is what I predicted the Nate Silver prediction change. I predicted sort of the loss of momentum she was going to have, because what Kamala has failed to do consistently is when the lights are brightest and when the most attention is on her, she does not take advantage of that and outline a clear policy vision for the future that's going to get undecided voters to say, I think Kamala's next 4 years are better for me materially than Trump's next 4 years. And she continued that tendency in this debate where she focused on attacking Trump, focused on getting the good quips in, and she had really great quips in certain parts of this debate. She didn't I don't think I could name one policy that I didn't know of specifically of Kamala's before this that she clarified here. The small business one included. She's already said that. And the issue is Trump has a better small business policy. Trump has a largely better housing policy.
Chip, who did you think won overall?
Overall, I think in terms of who looked better in the debate, Kamala won, but I still don't think she did what she needed to do for her campaign, which is really what materially matters.
Okay. Econoboy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that Kamala definitely clearly won. I've been trying to find polls on, sometimes it seems weird, like in previous presidential debates, they would have a focus group or they would have maybe some immediate polling that gets released. Maybe, budgets got cut or something. That just hasn't happened in the last couple of debates. But we can look at betting markets, though, and the betting markets on Polymarket flipped from favoring Trump to back to a 50-50 race. And in terms of the prediction on who they think the polls will say won the debate, that's almost 100% chance that they'll, say Kamala will win. And I think that that's probably right. I think that in terms of aggregately speaking, who will the public think won this debate? I think that they'll say Kamala Harris. Overall, I kind of disagree with Jeb Tran. I don't really think that the policy is going to play that big of a role in this debate. I mean, unfortunately, when you're running against Donald Trump, on one hand, it almost gives you license to run a slightly less policy-focused campaign. For instance, when we look at the undecided voters, there was a poll that got released. I think it was a CNN poll, or at least CNN reported on it, where undecided voters, just undecided voters in this poll, they said, which candidate do you need more information on before making your decision, right? And only 20% of undecided voters said they needed more information on Trump. About half of, undecided voters said they needed more information on Kamala. But I think that your point that, she didn't bring up anything new in the debate. Well, I don't think debates are necessarily places to lay out new plans. They're places to reiterate your plans, often for the first time in front of a very, very large audience. Obviously, the amount of people watching a Kamala Harris rally where she's outlining specific plans that she has in office is a significantly smaller audience than probably the tens of millions who are watching a debate stage. And so I think that she outlined those things probably fairly enough that, she gets a decent boost from those people. And this is reflected in at least the betting markets currently. People are going to think that she won this debate. And overall, I think that she did a pretty serviceable job. And, I think we're just back in a 50-50 race, with maybe some momentum gained after this from Kamala, marginally speaking. The biggest, I think, effect that debates tend to have like this is probably fundraising, right? I think that you'll probably see a decent fundraising haul for Kamala, at least relative to Trump, on this night. And that'll probably be good headed into the last several weeks of the campaign.
Okay, Vigilante. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Cameron. Go ahead, Vigilante. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I definitely think would agree that Harris won. I think Trump has had this thing recently where he's pretty much been rambling like the racist grandpa at like a Thanksgiving dinner, and that trend kind of continued tonight. And I genuinely don't think most people are going to want to vote for somebody who rambles like a schizophrenic retard like that. So, and as far as the fact-checking stuff goes, I mean, there might have been some stuff that's Harris said incorrectly. Generally speaking, there wasn't enough. There wasn't remotely close to as much stuff that as to what Trump had said incorrectly. The NBC actually has a thing. I DM'd it to Wick. All of the highlights and fact checks that they did over the debate. The very first thing that they posted on that, while they didn't say it in the debate, was actually fact-checking Harris.
Okay. Is that your thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. Cameron, what you got? Cameron, your time to shine, buddy.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised to hear that you guys all think that Kamala won. I thought it was pretty 50-50. Maybe she eked it out, but I think it was fairly noticeable, especially in the beginning of the debate, that she was really nervous. There were a couple misspeaks, like the time early on she said she referred to Trump as the former vice president. That was a bit awkward. And maybe people don't catch that. They're listening at home. Maybe they're not paying that close attention. But I'm not sure.
She's done that before too. she's made that exact same gaffe before, calling Trump the former vice president.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit weird. The like kind of the meta stuff. There was like one point in the debate where she kind of like was raising her voice over and over. I'm trying to find it in my notes here. It just there was a couple meta things that like while she was talking or while Trump was talking that just didn't really. I don't think are gonna come. It's gonna come over really well with people. As far as like Trump's performance, I mean, it felt like the same thing we've been listening to for the last 6 months. I don't really know what to say. It's all the same talking points.
Yeah, I think he started a little more 2016 Trump than I think the Act 1 was really strong for him. Act 2, Kamala started to take over, and then Act 3, I think he maintained where she floundered. So I could see how you could find it 50-50. I will say in terms of clippable moments, rhetorically, I think that's where Kamala wins. But I have to poke at Econoboy's thing. You bring up 50% of voters wanted to know more about Kamala, but then you immediately followed that with she didn't need to lay out anything new. That if voters want to know more about you, you need to lay out something new.
No, that's not true because you're assuming they already know what there is to know about Kamala. And what I'm assuming, which is probably much more accurate, which is that these undecided voters probably don't know very much at all about Kamala.
Yeah, but
so
if they know anything,
it's a new plan to them, not new to you as an informed voter.
Sure, but I'm not like you don't need to be that informed of a voter to know Kamala's 6-point platform. Like she has 6 outline policies, and I think it's again I keep devolving into football terminology because season has begun. But it's sort of like if I need to get more points, right? If the voters are telling me I need more points on the board, I'm not settling for field goals. I'm throwing for touchdowns. Like I'm not going to assume they just must not know 2 of the 6 policies I've already laid out. I'm assuming they want more in general. So I'm going to lay out a couple more just in case so that I can cover my bases with the people who may not have known what I already had and the people who did know what I already had and want a little bit more. She did the opposite. She actually stripped herself of the underlying Biden policy platform that she could have leaned on by repeatedly in the debate separating herself from Biden. So if anything, she made it seem to certain voters like they know her actually a lot less than they thought they did. Because they thought, I'm getting a continuation of the Biden presidency here. I voted for the Biden ticket. That's like you said this, Econoboy, and I've heard you say this. People are happy with Kamala as the candidate because they voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, but now Harris is separating herself from that ticket. She was saying, I'm not Biden. I'm doing a new thing. I'm a new generation of leadership. So now if I'm a voter if I'm one of the 50% of voters who did feel comfortable with my knowledge of Kamala, I'm questioning that now because I was comfortable with my knowledge of Kamala, not because of her voting record. Her voting record was terrible. She missed 55% of her votes as a senator. I'm wondering who she is even more now because she's now telling me, oh, you can't count on what I've been supporting the past 4 years because I'm now separating myself from that ticket.
You don't think that was a good move, though?
No, not at all.
I don't. Well, not. But specifically with the fact that she brought up the military, like pretty much all the talking points from the DNC, right? Because I know, like not everybody watches the conventions, but I thought that was really good on her end. Was bringing that up again and like moving more to the center. I feel like that's going to go over really, really well.
Okay. Before I answer that, I do want to hear Econoboy too on it. I don't want to like.
Yeah, I mean, I just really think that we might be greatly overestimating how informed, especially the average undecided voter is. I mean, if you like at this point, if you are undecided on Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, you're probably part of, disproportionately, let's say, part of the 85% of Americans who wait until like basically the last couple weeks of the election before they really start to clarify their opinion. And given that, we'd be about 8 weeks out as of today, about 7.5 weeks out. No, I think exactly 8 weeks out. given that, I mean, I just think that I know from all of our perspective, the idea that like, oh, the average undecided voter doesn't even know the 5 or 6 concrete things that Kamala's proposed. I really don't think they do, right? And I think that for her to come into a debate, and basically just repeat at least, I heard maybe 4 or 5 of those 6 things that you referenced at the very least mentioned in this debate. I think that's probably smart strategy. After all, typically candidates are encouraged to stay on message, right? Typically in presidential debates, people don't introduce brand new things they haven't introduced to the public before. At least maybe you could give some examples of that. I just don't think candidates typically do that. Well, yeah, but Trump he's lost for the last almost decade in politics. He's won the one presidential election. And
he's been in 2 elections and he won one of them.
Well, no, but his message in his party hasn't been very successful, down or up ballot, right? And so I think that overall his messaging strategy isn't really that.
But we can't attach to party, right? Because here's the thing, right? I agree with what you're saying. Most of them may not know her policy points, but what do they know about her? These voters that are saying, I want to know more about Kamala, what is their impression of her? If they don't know her policy points...
I can jump in.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's very quick, very quick. They know her as a continuation of the Biden presidency, but she just separated herself from that. So now the voters who are saying they need to know more about her, they know less.
A quick question
because she's saying I'm not going to be a continuation of the Biden presidency.
Hold on, a quick question of clarification on the question of when the 50% that say they need to know more about her, are they talking about her policies or are they talking about her like vibes, right? Like
I don't think
probably a little bit of both, depending on.
I don't think it was specified. I think it was just more sort of vaguely.
If you wanted to know about, so here's my thoughts on this. If you wanted to know more about her as vibes, like Vibe Mala, I think she did what she needed to do. I think she was very, like you said, rhetorically effective, and she showed people who she was on the debate stage in that kind of way. But if you're talking policy, as I said, I heard specifically maybe 3 policy points, specific ones she brought up before the debate overall devolved from policy into they're eating the dogs, right? And so...
Well, okay, hold on. The moderators helped it devolve away from policy.
I'm not here to defend the moderators. I am mad that the moderators
her points were not policy related.
I'm mad that the moderators didn't force Trump to answer on the will you veto or sign the abortion ban, and I'm mad that they didn't make Kamala answer what about the 8 to 9 month abortion thing. I think the public, the audience, right, the voters deserve to know their specific stances on those questions, because for a lot of people, abortion is a big issue. And I think that the voters deserve to know a clear, concise answer, and neither candidate gave one in this. Like,
inflation is their number one issue, and she dodged that question too right at the beginning of the debate. That's what I think her weakest point was. Inflation is people's number one issue with a bullet, and she completely dodged the first question of, do you think people are better off now or under Trump?
Wait, let me. So specifically with the abortion thing, you really can't blame the moderators too much, because they did try to hold Trump's feet to the fire on that one. They asked the question multiple times, but where you can blame them is, I think Trump specifically said, "Why don't you ask her about this?" Like the 9-month question, which is true. Like they didn't ask that question, they didn't push her on it at all, and they just let her get away with it completely. Now. So yeah, it's Trump's. You can blame Trump for not answering that question. The moderators were really, they tried to get him to answer that question, but I think you can blame the moderators for not going after Kamala for not answering the 9-month question.
The next one needs to be moderated by me. Okay, I will do the best job.
I agree. Sure. You do a better job than they did. Kamala did support mandatory gun buybacks in 2019. It does seem since then that she's backed away from that position. So
and a full modern sporting rifle ban as well.
And then last thing, and I'm gonna say I kind of the Onion has been fucking tweeting some shit about this debate. You can go check out their Twitter page right now. The Onion, this is one they just posted. This sounds like I actually did a double take because I thought Destiny posted this, but it's fact check. Trump, people don't leave my rallies. True, they're carried out in body bags.
Yep.
Damn.
The left turning down the temperature as usual.
I mean,
we're not talking about the biggest news of the night. Taylor Swift
Look,
endorsing
hold on.
Kamala.
No, hold on. About the
Wait, she did?
Hold on.
Oh, what a
Did she?
surprise!
That's what
I
people
thought
are
she
really
was gonna
talking
vote
about.
for. I thought Biden cookie Taylor Swift was going to vote for Trump.
Secret Republican Taylor Swift.
For me, I don't care about the celebrity endorsements. I know people care. I don't.
Millions of Gen Zers do, though.
I want to push back on this. Oh, so much for turning the
Why they
temperature
shouldn't
down.
vote.
Once again, we have to look at what Trump did the whole time was turn that dial up to fucking 11. Kamala's going to eat your dogs. Kamala's bringing in the transgender.
Kamala was way more aggressive.
Kamala's letting in the people who will eat your dog.
You know what I mean?
Kamala
Kamala almost got me killed. Can we just acknowledge that on live stage, Trump blamed Kamala for the attempt on his life, right? He put blame onto Kamala.
Indirectly.
And Kamala said that he was a threat to democracy again and doubled down on it. So, I mean,
sure,
again,
that's
the
one,
inflammatory rhetoric, her rhetoric is far more inflammatory.
You know what's really funny?
He blames him for supporting Nazis, right? You
No,
this is raise the temperature.
Also, she said we're not going to do name calling, and then she immediately went to name calling. She said, "Oh, well, he's going to be the one name calling," and then next sentence, "You're a disgrace." Like that. What? Like, come on, like it wasn't even.
Hold on.
Doing it. This is really a case when I'm looking at this where I think she might have won the battle per se, but lost the war. Right? Like y'all were just talking about what is the average.
Well,
person
she's been losing the war.
Look for sure, right? What does the average person look for? Right? These clippable moments by Trump, like y'all are like maybe they're memeing or like oh maybe they're bad, they're whatever. I think a lot of these clips are going to come out as winners. Like, oh, they're taking transgender illegal aliens or whatever, like that surgeries, like in prison, like that's gonna play. We're gonna see that play a lot. Now, I don't know whether it's gonna play good or bad.
I agree. That will play.
Yeah, like now I don't know whether or not y'all think it's gonna work, but like the average person like watches these, and some people are gonna be convinced. I don't know. She dodged these things, and you gotta remember. Whenever people watch this, a lot of the things people is other than clips.
Wait, yeah,
if that plays, hold on.
He's right.
I'm almost done. Hold on. And the last thing here, right, is in like when people they remember. They only remember the very endings, right? And I think Trump with this strategy at the end, with hitting her with that like 3.5 years, you've done nothing, and she dodged the inflation thing, and she dodged the immigration thing all night, didn't present plans for either, and then he hits her with this. I think that's going to be playing in a lot of people's mind, where like over the next couple of days, we're going to be going, oh, damn, I wish we got that answer.
Okay.
And like we never got it.
Here's
I think
what's
it's going to be
playing.
like
I'm calling it now. I'm making an official prediction.
Wait, he was right about the trans surgeries for illegal immigrants in prison, though. He was right about that. Let's clarify.
People are going to look that up and go, oh shit.
People are going to look that up, and the first article is proof that she absolutely supported doing that.
Right.
That is 100% true.
And like that's gonna people are gonna look this up and go, surely it's not
Kamala
real.
is even laughing, but that's
up,
the issue.
Yeah,
People
that's what's gonna happen.
And then they'll look it up and they'll be like, oh shit.
Oh shit, he wasn't lying to us.
Here's what again, hold on.
You called him unhinged for saying that. Is that actually is true? You guys
it's true.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why people don't believe the lefties whenever
because
we sit here, y'all
again,
let me ask you that. Wait. Now that it's been discovered that Kamala does indeed support trans surgeries for illegal immigrants, do you take back like the question of
illegal immigrants who have been in prison?
No, it's
illegal immigrants who have been imprisoned.
Again, we have to go back to the tape and listen to what he said. He didn't say she supports this. She's doing it. There's a difference, right?
That's supporting doing. It's your semantics.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Means supporting it. She
again, here's what's going to be saying.
She's not down there doing the surgery.
Hold on,
Gibbs. Okay.
Yeah, she's not. Literally
You know what the normie's going to care about, and this blows all of your talking points out of the water when Trump doubles down on I actually won in 2020, almost all the country is going to laugh him out of office or keep him this idea that he is just doubling down, claims he was saying it out sarcastically. It was sarcastic that he said he actually
issue number
won.
8.
He lies over and over again, right? And you guys
no one cares about that issue.
Nobody cares about
that
anymore.
In your mouth.
Undecided voters.
Everyone cares about
undecided.
I'm the only one of us
voters
out
don't.
here
It's issue number 8. It's issue number 8.
I think, and talk to actual voters, right? And this is the number one. Well, it was surprising to me. One of their number one issues was democracy. They did feel that democracy was on the ballot. People care about this.
Wait,
lot of
hold on.
Republicans
Cite your source for that one.
From what I've seen,
it's issue number 8.
Yeah.
As far as I'm seeing on Statista, it's issue number. The idea of the 2020 election is issue number 8. Inflation is like 80% number 1. Like it's not even close. Even second place is really largely irrelevant. People don't give a fuck about anything but inflation. Inflation and immigration.
Except for women. Women care about abortion. more than
First time
anything
in my
else.
lifetime
Sure, yeah,
that
women
more
care
than
about
just
abortion, but
Republicans-
Kamala's got them locked because
First
she's a
time in my
woman.
lifetime that more than just Republicans care about secure border. It's crazy how much like
And
that's-
it's funny. It's
you know,
funny.
I think
One
you
of
guys
the
are-
Trump quotes that was made is like, "We had a lot of good people on my administration." Yeah, but they're all endorsing Kamala now. Let's be clear.
No.
All are
To be-
endorsing
to
Kamala
be specific,
now.
Dick
he was
Cheney's
not
endorsing
talking about.
Kamala.
Yeah,
but he
Dick
did such a
Cheney,
good job
Democrat hero who all Democrats have always loved.
That's a pretty sign that the Republicans have lost their way. The Republicans have been
It's a
destroyed.
sign- or-
They are no
that Trump
longer a
and Trump
puppet
is y'all like
power.
Dick Cheney?
It's a sign that Democrats
Yeah.
are now the Republican, the neocon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. You saying that that's
You
a
guys
sign
are
that
in
Trump
an
is
echo
losing.
chamber. Yes, it's a
No,
sign that
Wick,
that
all
he
prediction models. Hold
absolutely-
on. Echo, hold
all
on.
prediction models.
Wait.
You got Nate Silver, and that's it.
60s. No, that's not true. That's not true. Actual statistical models all say that Trump wins. Current general polling.
Name
say-
one other than the Nate Silver one. Name
We
one.
don't know after. We
keys-
don't know that after today, though. We gotta wait.
The keys
That's
say
true.
that
We didn't need
Kamala
to wait till
wins.
after today, but I'm pretty sure even the they say 90% of prediction models say that the Pennsylvania winner wins the election, and Donald Trump is up on 4 different major polls in Pennsylvania.
Hold up.
So that'd be at least 4 prediction models that show Donald Trump winning the election.
So I'm looking at the Real Clear
winning Pennsylvania.
Politics election 2024 average. Harris is
Yeah, you're
up.
looking at one that says Kamala wins. I'm sure you can
is
find one.
tie. Like again, name one other than the Nate Silver model. Just name one.
There's not right now. But
I mean,
I
it's,
just-
it's obviously
hold
a
on.
really close election. I think that it's also bizarre. I think to argue about like who's really winning when truthfully we're just going off of polls and this is 8 weeks out, right? So a lot of things can also change. I expect the polls to be, let's say, marginally wobbly. I mean, the truth is, I think that we're going to go into election day where Kamala's polling at 48%, Trump's polling at 47%, and nobody knows what the fuck's going to happen on Tuesday. That's probably what's going to happen the Monday before the election. And it's probably going to take a while for the votes to get counted. The only scenario where that's not true is, to be fair, if we've seen what we've seen in the last sort of several, national elections, either midterms or presidential elections, where it seems like Democrats in some states outperform their polls in a way that sort of might, tip the balance of power. You could see Kamala,
we're gonna play
maybe she's
that game,
polling. Hold on, maybe she's polling,
Republicans win
49,
whenever
49.
Republicans
just to
win
finish the
whenever they're
sentence.
less than 5% down in general polling. So if we're going to use general
Well,
polling
that's not
trends,
true.
Trump is due for a
No,
landslide
I think it's
victory.
only
Yeah,
That's not
3%.
true though.
it is
Hold on,
true.
I think it's only 3%. Is at 50%. But let me get in here, Wick, to just talk about this real quick. Kamala Harris came out as a neocon tonight. When you look at her stances on the economy, she was talking about cutting taxes. She was talking about the child tax credit, which is a Republican thing for decades. It's always been a Republican plan. And then she talked about building houses. So she talked about
I got a piss over
supply side economic. So then you go down to the Ukraine effort. She wants to fund 2 foreign wars, and she wants an effective, strong, lethal military. Those are legit neocon talking points. She wants to promote free trade. She's going against
But
protectionism.
those are liberal ideals. Yes.
Liberal is both. I would argue both candidates are loosely liberal.
Trump is
to
not a
degree.
liberal.
Yes,
Trump
he
is an authoritarian.
He's a conservative liberal.
Both candidates are.
He's not even close to
neocons.
authoritarian.
He tried to overthrow an election. He's an
Dictator
authoritarian.
on day one. Average debate enjoyer. Dictator on day one. And he
about
called
that.
Nazis very fine people. So I mean,
I'm not talking about that either. I'm talking about the slate of false electors, fraudulent electors that he hatched a plan with his legal team and things. He tried to throw the election.
Sounds like some conspiracies you got going on here.
January 6th.
And then his number
vice
2 person
president.
said, "No, that's not going to work. That's not."
Yeah,
legal,"
he
and that was
failed
the
at
end of
it, but he tried.
Yeah, thank God. And that was it.
He tried to overthrow the election.
Well, his number 2 person this time around said he would support a plan like that. So.
He floated the question.
Well, no, JD Vance, I think, said literally he would say that he would expect the states to submit the alternate states of electors, which is to say he would expect the states to throw out the democratic will of their people and just submit whatever they think should be the right state of electors, which is obviously a pretty crazy thing to say. But.
Which is stupid, but moves the needle of the election 0%. It's a very stupid thing to say.
Well, yeah,
and
but
it's wrong,
Jeff,
and it
you would
should move
agree
the
that
needle more.
this debate is, let's say that Kamala comes out and wins this debate 55 to 45. She doesn't get more than 1% bump from this. Like, this debate just is not going to make that big of a difference.
This is what I was saying. This debate. Here's the issue.
win
'cause
conditions
people
are quite a bit
No,
different.
stop. Yeah. Hold on. people said this. They're doing this with Kamala's whole big marketing push at the beginning, and now this debate. The debate could have moved her more than 1%. It's not gonna because she didn't do what she needed to do with the
his win
debate.
condition
There
as
is
well.
no realistic.
Like
Trump did not at all. Trump looked bad in this debate.
No, I think he absolutely hit. I think I disagree with you like on that part. I think that they had different win conditions. I think that maybe this is why I'm saying it's like she won the battle but lost the war. Like I think he's got the clippable moments. People were arguing whether he's gonna look tired and be a Biden when he compared to Kamala. He looked lively tonight, boys. He came in there swinging, throwing punches, looking a little bit Trumpy of old.
But he did throw punches, but he didn't throw punches.
He didn't look like an old man. I mean, I think he hit all his win conditions, and like I think this is like a Pyrrhic victory. Hold on, I think it's a Pyrrhic victory for Kamala at best. Like I think it's gonna hurt longer.
Trump's win condition.
I'm just telling you the facts. Like
Trump's win condition is
dismissed this transgender thing, and we looked it up just now, and it turned out to be true. Like that's what's going to happen is people are going to remember these things.
Yeah,
and they're going to go, oh, well, maybe he's not crazy.
But
crazy
Trump's
like
win condition. Trump's win condition is in fact Trump's win condition is the rhetorical win, and he didn't get it. So he didn't get his win condition.
No, but I think Jeb,
he absolutely is win condition. He absolutely is win condition.
What's his win condition? It's not a
I think you're underestimating.
His win condition is rhetorical win, and he lost.
He defined Kamala as he did exactly what he needed. He had several.
I think
he hit them all.
I think you guys are underestimating just how how polarized the electorate is right now. So as an example, Joe Biden had a complete debate meltdown leading into Donald Trump getting shot, and the polls did not move, but more than a point, right? Those were two unprecedented things that happened in American history, both favoring one candidate. Polls barely moved, right? Now, obviously, Joe Biden had a lot of internal party.
Primary polls moved a lot.
Well,
primary polls did move quite a bit.
Of course, right? There was a lot of internal party pressure.
Or not primary,
but that's
state. Sorry, state polls moved quite a bit. General debate.
That's like base pressure, I think, to get Biden to drop out, right? But I think that let's say that Kamala has, I don't know, we can imagine some reverse, let's say on the reverse end, some incredible performance, right, compared to Donald Trump. I don't think she was ever going to gain more than a point or two from this. I think that number one,
if she clearly defined what she needed to do is a couple things that she didn't do here. She didn't need to run away from the Biden comparisons because she can't. You can't detach yourself as his current VP. You can't detach yourself.
Jeb, you have to take the informed voter hat off, though. Kamala laying out a 10-point policy plan is not the thing that wins her.
No,
but whatever you don't, you have 3.5 years of doing nothing and no plan. That looks real bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying lay out a policy plan. I'm saying unite yourself with Biden, who has a policy plan even uninformed voters already know of because they've been familiar with the past 4 years. You're the one looking with an informed voter perspective. Uninformed voters only know Kamala as you are a continuation of Biden. You are his vice president. But she said you wanted to know more about me? Actually, I'm going to take away the only thing you know about me, which is that I am a continuation of Biden.
I just fundamentally disagree that was one of her win conditions. I don't think that she needed to lay out specific policies more than she did. And I think that there is very little...
I didn't say specific policies. I said she needed to lean on Biden and confirm that she is a continuation of Biden and support that.
I think she needed to lay out some policies.
I don't think tying herself. I don't think tying herself to the president that has a 35% approval rating is the winning strategy.
Here's the deal, right? Honestly, from a strategic perspective, being vague, even though I don't like this, to be clear, but being vague about what your policies are,
strategic
is a
vagueness
win condition. Because
Econoboy literally told us the evidence why that's not the case. Voters wanted to know more. They didn't want vagueness.
But they don't want specific policies. When they say they want to know more, they don't care about what is your gun control policy.
Jeff.
They don't care.
They don't know more.
I would like to know
do, Jeb.
gun control policies.
Because Econoboy made a very good point here about siloing. We have really siloed. So this is the first time when we saw Kamala Harris take over Joe Biden. We saw about a 3 to 5 point bump in the polls. That was the only bump. About 5% of the double haters or non-decided shifted to Kamala. Other than that, there was a zero convention bump. This is one of the smallest convention bumps since we've had conventions. So he's right. There is a lot of siloing, a lot of people that already have their minds made up. We have about 15% of voters that are both double haters. Now, this idea that they're uninformed voters that are just picking it up, Yes, those are some of them, but I reject that that's even a large amount, let alone the majority. I think a lot of the double haters are well defined. And
I think there's a lot of undecided voters. I like uninformed and uninformed ones.
I am an undecided voter. I need to know her border policy, and she has not given it to me in any way besides, oh, this is what Congress is going to do.
Her border policy is
Well,
open borders.
no, I disagree. I agree with the Democrats that she clarified pretty clearly she just is going to push the same bill we already had, which is what I said she should do. She should attach herself to the Biden policies as much as she can. But
she said,
Vigilante. Let's give Vigilante some space.
In certain spaces, she was attaching herself to Biden's policies, like immigration, but there's also a lot of other places where she shouldn't be doing that because her and Biden's opinions are relatively different. Israel-Palestine is one example of that. Abortion.
Oh yeah, she gave a terrible answer about Israel-Palestine. That was.
I don't get me wrong. I think her answer on Israel-Palestine was fucking awful.
It was as bad as it could have been.
What?
She said in the same breath, Israel is killing innocent Palestinians, and we're gonna continue giving them weapons. She didn't blame Hamas once for the innocent Palestinian deaths. No, she didn't.
Hold on, stop. That's not true. The first thing she said was mentioned on October 7th, where Hamas, and I even commented on this because I think she just lost the Palestinian deaths. Right? So that Hamas came in on October 7th and killed 1,200, I believe was the number that she used, and raped innocent Jewish people, innocent civilians, and raped.
And then she said, but too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. So that is separating the two ideas. That is not blaming Hamas for the Palestinian deaths. That is saying that is basically saying Hamas attacked.
Do you not think they were civilians?
That was Hamas attacked. Hamas attacked. Israel overreacted, but we're going to continue giving them weapons. It was the
Jeb
worst
is too
answer.
debate bro-brained. All right, that's what we're learning.
It's not debate bro-brained.
Nobody is dissecting these statements like this. I think when people hear
is saying too many innocent Palestinians have died is a condemnation of Israel. Are you fucking kidding me?
I think what people hear, they're not going to hear the dissected statement. No, it's not. I think that what people, I gave her a B+. Like, I don't think this was an unbelievable performance. So I don't think I'm particularly biased in this regard, despite my stylish hat that I'm wearing. But no, I just think that people aren't really like dissecting the statement as analytically as you. I think that what people hear when they hear something like Israel has the right to defend itself, but listen, I think what people, sort of median person hears when they say, oh, Israel has the right to defend itself, but also there's too many innocent Palestinians getting killed and this and that. I think what they hear is, oh, this is a person who has like a relatively moderate view on the conflict in the region, right? I think that's generally the takeaway that people are going to have. There's just like no way it's not an impactful statement for the overall debate.
Here, I made notes on this. She called for a ceasefire. She acknowledged Hamas atrocities, and she called for a two-state solution. It's a milquetoast answer, right? But it is I don't think it's a harmful answer, or the worst possible answer she can give. I think
a milquetoast answer is,
and it's again called for a ceasefire, acknowledged Hamas atrocities, and calls for a two-state solution.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the things she also said, like Israel has killed too many innocent Palestinians. That is a condemnation of Israel.
Yes,
but if you hold that view, how can you justify giving them more weapons?
Because you can also recognize that if you don't give them weapons, a worse outcome will come.
No,
they are literally
both bad. Like I don't understand why you're having trouble.
Oh my god. Here's what you have to do as a politician. If you're going to continue to support Israel, you have to say too many innocent Palestinians have died as a result of Hamas's guerrilla war tactics. You have to clarify that you're placing the blame of Palestinian deaths on Hamas. No. Otherwise, if you're blaming innocent Palestinian deaths on Israel and then saying, I'm going to continue giving weapons to Israel, you're saying the U.S. is going to continue to help Israel kill too many innocent Palestinians.
She never mentioned Hamas by name once.
Yes,
not one time. You're right. Not one time. No.
She mentioned
October 7th, Israel was
she said every Iran proxy but Hamas. Basically, she said like.
And she also criticized Trump.
I was kind of surprised she left out Hamas, to be totally honest.
She also criticized Trump for allowing Taliban agents to negotiate at Camp David, while Democrats historically have allowed Hamas terrorists to negotiate at Camp David. She very clearly avoided Hamas in every conversation they could have been brought up.
It's very clear what her stance is. If you watch, she busted out the maps and said Israel cannot go into Rafah. They're causing too many casualties. She's been blaming Israel for the casualties in many past statements.
So again,
I
don't disagree
Trump
with
rightfully
that. Hold on,
pointed
stop.
out
But
her
you guys
issues
are
on-
just ignoring everything she said around those things and pretending they didn't happen.
No, I'm not.
She initially
No,
stated
I'm not.
at the beginning.
I'm saying they're
right,
not
that Hamas
enough
attacked
because
them
you
on
have to
October
blame Hamas for the deaths. You have
No,
to.
you don't. You're looking at.
You
You're looking at.
do. You can't. You can't give Israel weapons
Jeb,
and then
hold
say
on.
they're killing innocent Palestinians
you are
themselves
looking
on
at this
their
upon-
own.
You are looking at this on partisan lines. There are a lot of people who
Not
are.
at all.
You are. You're.
What's
there are a lot of
partisan about
people-
what I said? Point it out.
The partisan line is the pro-Israel side. There, you're not
No,
factoring in
what
people
about
that
what I
are
said? Don't just say pro-Israel. What words did I say that were partisan?
saying that you have to condemn Hamas for the deaths of the.
If you
Palestinians.
want to give Israel weapons, you can't say Israel is killing Palestinians all on their own innocently and then give them weapons. You have to say Palestinians are dying and it's not Israel's fault. That's why we're going to give them weapons.
It's either
You
way,
can't give them weapons to kill innocent Palestinians.
The answer that she gave was playing both sides, which is
That's why it was the
smart.
worst.
No, it's a centrist answer.
Yeah, no,
It's
it
just
was for
generally
sure.
speaking,
Centrist
No,
doesn't mean
look,
good. There is good
I can give you
centrism
a
and
worse
bad
answer right
centrism.
now. I think
No,
the
this is-
worst
no,
answer
this-
she could have given was like, no, actually, fuck Israel, let them die.
I
mean, yeah, there's a lot of worse answers she could have gave. That's for sure. Yeah.
No, so here's the issue with there's good centrism and bad centrism. Bad centrism is Israel is doing an evil thing, and we're going to equip them better to do
hold
that
on.
evil thing.
This is you're getting.
There are
This is
two
you know
worse
what's happening
answers.
right now, though. Y'all, you know what you're doing. This is kind of like what, like I think that Econo Boy and you were initially hitting on. What you're doing right now is getting lost in the weeds, right? Like the average voter is not going to sit here, especially uninformed, like the uninformed one, especially. And I know a lot of them. They're not going. I could sit here and break down the way in our debate it was said this way. It should have been said. No, they don't. Hold on, but no. I just listened.
Israel's killing innocent Palestinians, and I'm giving Israel weapons to kill them.
I don't care. This is the average person. They don't give two
It's
shits
so
about
simple.
this. Hold on. They don't give two shits about how it was phrased by her in the thing. Like, listen,
Gibbs is so right.
I'm pretty anti Kamala, but I'm not over here going, she said it wrong. But okay, that's not a dunk. The average person. The average dunk
I don't
though
even like
is
what
for
she
the people. Yeah, I don't even like. Yeah, it's total. This is not a dunk. You're getting the average person doesn't give a shit. That's
I'm
why
not
I
looking
keep
for a
saying.
dunk.
That's why I
I'm
keep
saying-
saying. Hold on. This is what's important. You're getting lost in some shit that don't matter. When like the argument should be is how
I've
is
called
Trump's,
this election
how is
to a
Trump's
T so
insanity
far, but I'm
comments,
losing sight
quote
now.
unquote,
All of a sudden.
going to play out over the thing? Is this going to be like tomorrow he gets memed to death, or is this going to be a thing where like these play out and it's like a Pyrrhic victory? Like she might have won on some of these things and like maybe got away with getting away with some stuff by being nebulous or vague. But is it like Trump nailing her on a few of these things gonna be like the long con play, or is it gonna play badly because it looks like batshit insane?
Okay.
And I think
Even,
that's something.
even
gonna
Jeff
happen.
thinks that Kamala won the debate. To be fair,
Yeah, I mean, like everyone but
and
Cameron
my
here.
thing is, I'm thinking of the uninformed voter. The uninformed voter is being informed by this debate, and they're being informed by Kamala that Israel, because she didn't say Hamas, Israel has killed too many innocent Palestinians, and then immediately being informed also by Kamala, we're going to continue to give Israel weapons to kill innocent Palestinians instead of what she could have said. And I don't know
how is
why
that moving the needle, though?
disagrees
Like,
with
what
it.
is this doing?
Based Kamala trying to 100% the political compass during the political
Gibbs,
debate.
that's not an argument that what I'm saying is wrong. It's an argument that this question didn't matter to
I'm
begin
saying,
with.
yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's my argument.
Sure, whatever. That doesn't mean
what
she
you're
didn't
saying
give
is
the
just-
worst possible
just
answer.
Definitely wrong. Definitionally wrong.
It's
her answer
not.
was
She's
milquetoast,
saying Israel
certainly.
killed too many Palestinians and we're giving them weapons to continue doing that. She is saying the United States is giving Israel weapons to kill Palestinians. And uninformed voters are the most
You were
susceptible to that
reading
message
into
because
this
they have
so much.
no.
and
Yeah,
make
Jeb, I think
believe.
you
I'm
are
saying in
reading
the
way too
simplest
much into
terms
this.
exactly what she said.
Yes.
This is the simplest interpretation.
No, it's
is
not.
They are
Again,
listening
I gave you
to
the
just
simplest
words she said.
interpretation that most people are going to get take away from this. She called for a two-state solution. She called for a ceasefire, and she said Israel. What was this? Oh yeah, Israel was attacked on October 7th.
No,
by
that's
Hamas,
not
and I
simpler.
acknowledge
That's
it.
just ignoring two other things she said, which is Israel
No,
killed
you
too
are
many innocent
focusing- like, you
Palestinians,
have
and we're
found
going to
a
give them
tree
weapons.
in the middle of a huge forest.
You're just
and you
ignoring
are
two
sitting
things.
in front of that tree.
those
You are
two
picking up
things-
that tree, and you are saying, "See, look at this one tree in this whole beautiful, majestic forest that almost everyone who isn't autistic is looking at, right?" And you have
Bro, if
decided.
you're saying only
Wow.
autistic people
Yes.
care that Palestinians are dying, you're insane. You're insane.
Do you think that's
if you
what I
think
said?
innocent, Israel is killing too many Palestinians. Israel is killing too many Palestinians is not an issue on voters' minds.
quite an
You're
accusation.
insane. It's more severe. It's more important to voters than the two-state solution. Less voters care about a two-state solution than care about Palestinians dying. There are two media narratives at play that most people know about. One is Israel defending itself, and the other is too many innocent Palestinians are dying. The two-state solution is not even on 10% of voters' minds.
Hold on real quick. I'll let people in the audience and people who view this after look at how he rephrased what I just said, and then you can make your own judgments of whether he's
I didn't
interpreting-
rephrase it. I'm
whether
just
he's
pointing out what you're
interpreting,
ignoring.
Kamala's statement correctly or not. I'll let the audience.
I'm saying what she
But I
said,
wanna
which is
give it to
Israel
the new
killed
guy.
too many Palestinians, innocent Palestinians, and we're going to give them weapons to do it.
I want to give it to Rampage Paul, and we have a hard cap on this because I'm.
Yeah. So really quick, Jeb, I feel like what you're talking about, like when you're going, like Gibbs was saying, going down deep into the weeds here. I feel like the reason
It's
why
not
Kamala
that
Harris
deep.
won.
It's two very
Well, no,
simple things she said.
When I feel like when Kamala Harris, like what she did tonight, it speaks so well to the layman of the person of the American you're talking about that you think that she's losing here in this type of conversation. I think in every topic tonight, the normal layman, the uninformed, like political voter out there looked at Kamala and said this was an absolute W, and I think we're gonna. I don't know how anyone else sees it differently.
Materially.
Well, like materially, you're talking about how with the Israel-Palestine thing, I think she, like what Wick was talking about, she did do a fairly well answer. She said we need to do this, that, and then the other thing with with the hostages, as well as like with the ceasefire, as well as like fuck Hamas. Like that's what she did say tonight.
She didn't say Hamas one time.
Well, okay,
not once.
That's fine. That's fine. If she didn't.
It's
say
not
Hamas.
fine. If you have to make up what she said to say she gave a perfect answer, then she didn't give a perfect answer. So those voters,
you're just like
Rampage.
This is like issue number like 500. Like, listen, this is all hold hat.
Rampage.
Like,
Their
there's
number
way
one
bigger
issue is
issues that
inflation.
people
Hold
care
on,
about, like-
Gibbs.
the tape.
Their
I'm
number
pretty
one
sure
issue
she
is
said Hamas.
inflation. What did she say about it? Give me that, Rampage Paul.
I'm sorry. Ask the question one more time. I heard.
So
I couldn't hear you.
the undecided voter, you guys keep pretending to be thinking for the undecided voter. Their number one issue by literally a historic margin is inflation. What did you say about it?
She said several things that would help people afford. Okay, number one, she talked about her housing subsidy. She said, "Oh, we're going to help you get
Has
into a
nothing
house
to
if
do
you're
with
a first
inflation.
time." It actually does, because if
There's a lot
house
to do with
prices are
inflation.
going up and Kamala gives you more money to afford a house, that helps you deal with rising housing costs, Jeb.
No,
that has
no,
to do
'cause
with
that-
inflation.
that-
I'm
no,
reading
they're reading-
potentially a lot into
Sure.
that statement, Jeb.
But
But maybe we're both guilty of that.
They've heard that.
$50K for small businesses, startups.
What that
She said,
that
she
has
said
nothing to do
we're
with
going to
the
help you with the
individual voter.
cost of raising a child
She
with
also
a
said that
$6,000
Trump's
credit.
tariffs led to worse inflation, or led.
Yeah,
was
she did say
responsible
that
for
as
it.
well.
So she
Trump had a
said
pretty
Trump
good cooker of a
wants to
comeback
do
with that,
sales
though.
tax. Yeah,
With
and
the
then
whole,
Trump.
you didn't take them off if they were so bad. Why
Exactly, yeah.
Look, you're saying she said
They
nothing
didn't
about
revoke
inflation or cost, though, and she did, though. She talked about
Yeah,
the
no,
cost of
true.
raising a
What
newborn
new?
child. She talked.
What new? What new?
Oh, Jeb, the
New.
goalposts
Doesn't have to
shifted,
be- yeah, it
shifted
doesn't
to the
have to
left,
be
to the
new.
right.
I don't understand.
At the
I'm so
very
confused.
beginning of my statement, I said, you even affirmed voters wanted to know more about Kamala than her regular 3 or 4 policies she's already said. And
I
she
thought
did
you said
not
she said nothing
elaborate
about
any
inflation.
further.
And
I
she
don't
did.
think
said,
the
what
average.
did
Hey,
you,
really quick,
what do
Jeff,
we know now
Jeff.
that we didn't know before?
Hey,
Little,
let's
I
bring
thought
it
you
back
said,
one
Jeb.
second.
Clearly is
Hey,
what I
hey,
said.
Hey, let's bring it back
Come on,
one
Jeb.
second here, Jeb. When we talk about, like you say, the undivided voters, what did she really talk
Undecided.
about when it comes undecided? That's right. Sorry. So undecided voter. You talk about this. I think what she did tonight, regardless of if she talked about policy or no policy, or if she has a policy or doesn't have a policy, in general, she spoke so much more, just so much better to the undecided voter. I don't know how anybody can think that she did not win this debate. I'm just
give me an example.
You can really just look at Trump. Trump looked tired. He looked pissed. He lost his fucking mind.
You're not saying anything that he said.
It doesn't. Again,
they're eating the dog.
Optics.
Kamala is a Marxist.
Optics.
Victor Orban endorsed me. These are crazy.
So again,
none of them know. Again, you guys are talking to me about uninformed voters, but you're thinking an uninformed voter knows who Victor Orban is? You're fucking okay.
They're gonna find out.
My prediction of how this is gonna work is gonna go exactly how I say it is, just like it has the last 8 months, and Rampage knows this. I've called this election to a T for the last year.
Roughly.
You guys can believe what you want to believe.
I will give
this
him
is gonna provide at most 0.5% to 1% bump. And then it's immediately going to die right back down, and all the predictions are still going to say Trump is going to win.
No,
because she
I don't
did
care
not
about these
do what she needed to do.
The
You cared about
the only prediction that matters. The only prediction that matters. Who do you think is going to get the W on November 5th?
Trump.
You think Trump will win? That's your prediction. We'll lock it in, and people can make their judgment. I don't like these 70-30 predictions, right, or the percentage predictions, right? Because you
just asked me to make the same exact prediction.
So I'm asking you.
70-30 prediction by Nate Silver is that Trump will win. That is the prediction you just asked me to make.
Who is going to win? I didn't ask you percentage. I didn't ask you for like an odds. I asked you who's going to win, Trump or Kamala. You said Trump. Do you stick by that?
Yeah, I think it is more likely that Trump wins than Kamala.
That's what I'm saying when I said I'm looking for binary predictions here. I don't like odds predictions. I think they're weasel.
You're looking for a dumber version of a prediction. Okay, that's
taking a page out of Lichtman's book. Wick is.
Yeah.
Well, the guy who predicted the last 9 out of 10 elections.
The keys. Yeah. That'd be interesting. I wonder what everyone thinks in terms of who's going to win, but I don't know. I think Kamala's going to win. I don't think this debate's going to make. I mean, I agree with Jeb in the sense that this debate's not going to make that big of a difference. It sounds like we just disagree, and it sounds like we agree that this debate doesn't make a big difference. We agree the election's really, really close. He just thinks that
it could have though. It could have made a big difference for Kamala.
Well, you think there will be 100,000 voters in those key swing states. More on Trump's side. I think it'll be on Kamala's side. But we'll see. I think honestly, control of Congress might be more interesting in 2024 because the polls on that regard are.
Queens, I gotta go to bed. Gang, if you've enjoyed this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You guys can keep talking if you'd like, right? But I have to end the stream. Tomorrow, tune in, 5 p.m. Eastern. I will be debating Destiny on the Alito flag scandal, right? Whether or not Alito should be expected to recuse himself. I think that Destiny's stance on this is dead wrong. I don't think Alito did anything wrong in this instance, and I don't think that his wife should be stripped of her ability to exercise her First Amendment right simply because he sits on the Supreme Court. So,
respect. Destiny has been poisoned by election season to a degree I don't think I've ever seen in my life.
Wait, Destiny thinks that he should step down because his wife?
Yeah, Destiny was more moderate, I think, than Econo Boy. I think like about a year ago, and I think Destiny has leapfrogged Econo Boy to some pretty extreme positions on a lot of these issues around election.
I don't know if he's quite as based as I am, but he's getting there, Jeb. He's getting there.
Pretty extreme on
fair enough.
But for now, I already beat Econo Boy on this debate before, but yeah, I'm going to end it.
He took an L against me, so he decided to go for an easier opponent in round 2, Destiny.
Destiny is a notoriously untested debater, so we'll see how it goes.